Loner Life in Another World Volume 8. Shoji Goji.
Image summary: anime-style illustration of a smiling young woman with long brown hair wearing a white and blue lace bikini, standing outdoors in a sunny, lush green landscape. Image summary: anime-style illustration for the Monster Forest Pool Resort featuring 4 women in swimwear, labeled as Class Rep, Vice Rep B, Nefertiri and Angelica. Image summary: copyright and credits page for Loner Life in Another World, light novel Vol. 8, published by 7 Seas Entertainment. It lists Shoji Goji as author and Saku Inamaru as illustrator, with a first printing date of March 2024. Image summary: title page for Novel 8 of Loner Life in Another World, titled Lazy Frontier Holiday, written by Shoji Goji and illustrated by Saku Inamaru, published by Airship and 7 Seas Entertainment. Image summary: character reference sheet featuring portraits and biographies for a story. Haruka, a high school student summoned to another world, is the central figure, surrounded by classmates and fantasy figures including Angelica, a former dungeon emperor, and various royal and military characters.
Prologue. Lustrous hair fell over exposed amber shoulders as she gazed at the townscape with dark, shimmering eyes. There no here over there. Which one? Her delicate fingers wandered through the air. She looked like an adult with her long legs, delicate features, and perfectly proportional, voluptuous figure, but her glistening tongue stuck straight out of her mouth as she drooled. Just how old is she? Munch munch. No conversation necessary, I exclaimed. She pointed at the stores she wanted to visit. Dancer Girl may as well have been in a foreign country, so maybe everything was exciting for her. We wandered around town, exploring the shops and their wares. Were those goods rare, or did she simply enjoy all the people and the lively atmosphere? I guess we may as well get her more daily necessities, I said. I can whip everything else up at my side job. Thank you, Dancer Girl said. We slid through the crowds, snacking at the food stalls and peering into countless shops. She was having the time of her life as we shopped and shopped. I guess I did owe her something, but this total sum of this repayment was getting out of control. Day 79. Night. A flight attendant who can't fly is just a part of the cabin crew. White loser in. Add up the broke girls, the orphans, plus poster girl and stalker girl, and we had quite the crew assembled. The nerds were also more or less here, but they had been released now that the girls were back at the inn. The girls were relaxed, as in the bare skin exposure was spreading exponentially. All the skin knocked the nerds, NPCs who didn't need to read the room because they were as inert as the walls, into their rightful place. Even Elf Girl played with the orphans in booty jorts. That alone was more than capable of fulfilling the nerds' hopes and dreams, sending them to straight heaven. Or maybe they were transforming into hungry ghosts instead. Should I throw salt at them? Hey big bro, we're hungry. That made sense, given that the girls had spent the whole day running around. The only problem was that half the people shouting this were older teenage girls. When I'd first prepared my orphan-protecting, frontier-style, hyper-defensive, storage-equipped kindergarten backpacks, all the girls had instantly submitted orders for some reason. What in the world are they up to, wearing backpacks for kindergartners? Let's have pizza tonight. Yeah, and lasagna too. Which leaves just enough room for gratin. I tried something new for dinner. I didn't have enough ingredients and exhausted my entire stock in one go, but I could finally use the ultimate treasure I'd found in the capital. It's pizza, but there's a cheese shortage, so just 3 slices per person. We've got plain, margarita, and marinara with cheese and ketchup. There's dried meat and dried mushrooms for toppings, and a mega mushroom boscaiola too. But only 3 slices each, got it. PPPP pizza, it's heaven on earth. It looked like the orphans thought it was tasty, too. Slimy and Dancer Girl danced with glee. Miss Armor Rep gobbled up slices. Come on, the melting cheese stretching out of her open mouth is unnecessarily sexy. Now I needed to make more. After that, it was side job time, ACA time for supplemental backpack production. These weren't just extra stock. They also had additional properties baked into the design so that the kids, with their larger heads and weaker necks, wouldn't bonk their noggins when they fell over. They also made perfect shields for running away. Ideally, I would circulate them to all the children in the domain. I didn't think the same design worked for high school girls, though, so why was it kinda hot on them? Don't make those backpacks battle-ready equipment, the girls shouted. The kids need backpacks. Huh? The frontier was dangerous. You never knew when an attack would happen, as in the monsters would get attacked. I mean, those monsters could run into the wives who lived out here on the frontier, after all. Like during the poor deluge a few days back, those monsters got wrecked by the wives. They're super functional, they won't get in the way during battle, and they provide great defense. I'm more concerned about the fact that high school girls are trying to wear backpacks meant for kindergartners. Hey, nerds, why do you want them too? And there are no lightsabers in this world. I can't make you lightsaber support equipment, damn it. But think of the memes. Get nerfed and die of malnourishment, nerds. I see that you've thrown in some jetpack requests too. I'd sooner take the nozzle and jet your eyes black. This isn't what I was expecting. That's 'cause your expectations were warped to begin with. Meanwhile, the meatheads still had meat for brains. It was all, I want a sick print logo on mine, and gimme a wolf logo, and I'll have a cockatrice. Brains like rotting chicken, sheesh. You think I'm making you name brand backpacks or something? How do you get from a leopard to a friggin' wolf anyway? Those are totally different kinds of animals. No logos. Did you have a damn cockatrice back on Earth? That's nothing like a chicken. They're mythical dragon roosters, you know. They don't exist. They've got snake tails. How do you remember the word cockatrice and not the word chicken? How? I couldn't stand it. Don't tell my classmates I was making the orphans those blue smocks and yellow bucket hats designed for elementary schoolers. Teenage girls ending up in those would be criminal. This is a dangerous situation. I want pink. How could you not go red? That's the go-to. I'd like white, please. Definitely yellow with a red heart pattern. Orange, orange. I want mine sparkly. How about something totally unexpected? Polka dots for me. Ooh, I totes want a Japanese-style pattern. I'd like beige, please, authentic leather. Make argyle, too. I want a translucent lavender butterfly pattern. Black with stars. I want one that's Scandinavian style. Jiggle, jiggle. What was up with these backpack preferences? Were they trending in this fantasy world or something? Choose whichever ones you want, okay? The girls told the orphans. Akile. Starting tomorrow, the general store lady and the armory dude were going to help with the kids during the day. The general store lady was tough as nails, and once the kids got used to the town, we planned to send them to the orphanage. Everyone was getting excited about their big frontier debut. I agreed that it was better to send them to school. Kids shouldn't spend all day working. The orphans deserved to play. The frontier orphanage was pretty fancy and had plenty of food. With Mrs. Muramuri in charge, that was for certain. Plus, with us around, the logic of this world didn't hold up to begin with. There was a chance the orphanage would become a target. All those arguments made sense except for what Vice Rep C was doing. She's gonna try to blend in with them. Tomorrow, I had to go level up Dancer Girl. The other girls were going to help Elf Girl level up, too. Artificial dungeon deluges remained a possibility, so I wanted to defeat every dungeon I could. I didn't think that would be possible without Dancer Girl. Regardless, I needed to crush as many of them as possible in order to improve my equipment. On the other hand, taking out the Theocracy would require a long journey. While we were off fighting battles and beating dungeons, the orphans would have to wait at home, worried about us. So we had to make them a home here on the frontier. Who knew how long we would be able to stay with them? I mean, I hadn't gotten the chance to go back to my cave at all. I need to go mow my lawn. Come on, it's bath time. Okay. The boys' side of the bath was tiny, so Poster Girl's parents took them over to the main bath along with the girls. How long has it been since I've got to use my wood bath here? I guess I also installed one at Muramuri Castle, but still. Jiggle, jiggle. The general store lady submitted a dense stack of orders like always, but these side jobs wouldn't take too long with the high-speed precision and control of wisdom. Given that we planned to start a new dungeon tomorrow, I had to get my equipment in shape. For now, I'd relax, chillax, and unwind. Oh baby, am I gonna unwind. The girls' meeting was gonna take a while. Why did I feel like they'd gotten longer since Dancer Girl started joining? And why were the topics always maidens' secrets? So long as we can maintain peace. That's what matters, right? If we can whip the frontier into shape, the rest of the continent will be easy. I can't believe they went and started a war, am I right? Wiggle wiggle. We had been in the safest possible position. We should have been set. Yet, war had broken out anyway. Not that it had felt like an actual war, but you know what I mean. It hadn't been impossible after all. Book club president had called the war stupid. No matter what you did, you couldn't stop stupid. The merchant kingdom was ultimately sundered, with their fortunes plundered and fleet destroyed. They couldn't have achieved anything with that kind of idiocy. The theocracy lost their trump card, Dancer Girl, as well, and no longer had any means to control her. I had picked up the obedience necklace she wore, after all, so it was mine now. Why do all the unethical items keep flocking to me? The theocracy had most likely used Dancer Girl's powers to start the artificial dungeon deluges. It was magic related to her underworld skill. Without Dancer Girl, they shouldn't be able to start any more deluges. They were cut off from spellstones, too, and no longer held a monopoly over spellstone crafting on top of that. What could they even do anymore? Did they have some secret plan? Boink boink. Maybe they were scheming to try to kidnap Dancer Girl. Dancer Girl is already freed from their control, so they're going to encounter more than a few problems trying to recapture her. Jiggle jiggle. Still, the fools might attempt it. The frontier had spellstones, and I had sorcery. The obedience necklace was also right here. If they wanted to try to take everything back, they'd have to come here. Even so, how could the orphanage, with all its defenders, be any safer? Boink boink. If we assumed they did have another hidden weapon as powerful as Dancer Girl, then no victor would emerge so long as they were equally matched. I also had Miss Armor Rep and Slimy, though, so we'd bonk 'em, and it'd be over with. They'd have no chance if they sent a normal army, not with the Frontier Army and my classmates on our side. There was no weak link they could attack. Even if they were fools, would they really try something? Could they delude themselves that badly? Better to be safe than sorry, I sighed. We could be living it up all happy and in peace and quiet right now. Pat pat. I went back to my room and started up my high-speed, coordinated, remote-controlled, tentacle-powered side job operation. The jobs whipped by in the blink of an eye as new products appeared out of thin air to match the order sheets. That's a lot of mushroom bento. I had gotten a lot of orders for specialties that couldn't be mass-produced. They'd been missing those while I was away. Near the end, my 2 girls in flight attendant miniskirts came into the room only to get snatched up by my countless tentacles. WHWH, what are you doing? You guys were trying to pull a surprise attack, I can tell. Then we all drowned in a tentacle sea of lascivious and sex god and sensitivity. You attacked at the wrong time, I said. Maybe if you guys had on your sailor miniskirts you wouldn't have drowned so easily. They seemed to be enjoying themselves, getting flung around in the air by the tentacles, so everything was fine. It was fine with me. Now, how about I break through some of these layers and join them? Day 80. Morning. I didn't know if chowing down on a hot dog first thing in the morning was the issue, but they seemed to have totally vanished from the room. White loser in. Their surprise attack encountered an unavoidable accident. They'd charged into a bustling industrial manufacturing zone, resulting in a completely coincidental tentacle ravaging. And now they were mad at me. Their lecture had revved up to full speed, which looked fun, I guess. What lovely smiles they had. I almost died. I'm immortal, I thought was gonna die. You're mad? After all that fun they'd had, they were actually protesting. It looked like they were having the time of their lives to me, but for some reason, I just got a sandstorm of glares flung at me first thing in the morning. Losing my mind stimulation, most dangerous region penetration. Now her lecture was a straight-up rap. Both of them were wrapped in sheets, radiating bewitching listlessness as they lectured me. Too sexy. Hey, you're deathless, you ain't dying anytime soon. And you've gotten good at talking, Dancer Girl, but why do you always split up your sentences into 3 parts? Are you a haiku poet or something? I'll get you a sexy kimono. Yeah, I'll make you one. When I first met them, their hopeless eyes told me they wanted to die. The first thing Dancer Girl said to me was, "Kill me." Compared to dying, lively anger every morning was way better. We had all been on the verge of death last night. La petite mort, you know. Morning. Jiggle jiggle. Time for our breakfast meeting. It looked like there weren't enough hot dogs for everyone, so I made more. The problem was that I didn't have any chili or mustard, just ketchup. Munch munch. Munch munch. Jiggle. This ain't no meeting, and what kind of jiggle was that, Slimy? I shouted. We started to sort out our plan as we munched. What were we gonna do again? We're just gonna penetrate those dungeon entrances, thrusting as deep and far as we can, right to the very bottom, I continued. Then we'll invade and conquer the deepest, darkest parts of the dungeons until we're spent. Got it. Why can't you explain like a normal person? What's with the blushing? I suppose I shouldn't complain about getting a volley of glares from blushing beauties in the morning, but I didn't need false accusations to start off my day. I was just trying to explain the plan. The last dungeon we'd conquered had 94 floors. With the appearance of Mistletoe, I'd run out of MP and had to leave. 3 weeks had passed since then. The frontier would have been screwed if the church had started an artificial deluge from that one. I can't help but remember when I was 13. I was just all in my head, swinging around legendary blades and striking poses, good times. And then Mistletoe actually showed up. I couldn't believe it. Jiggle jiggle. Because of the Mistletoe incident, I'd run out of MP, and the expedition had ended early. Monsters had definitely respawned with the amount of time that had passed, making it a perfect place for Dancer Girl to level up. The spellstones and drop items there were also good. Above all else, we had to destroy a dungeon of that size for the safety of the frontier. Fortunately for us, the dungeons targeted for the deluges all had around 30 floors. Anything with 50 or so floors was beyond the capabilities of both the Frontier Army and the Imperial Guard, possibly even beyond the soldiers of Muramuri Castle. A deluge from a dungeon with around 100 floors would be too much for my classmates to handle. They could clear a dungeon like that one floor at a time, but having to face all the monsters, dungeon floor bosses, and the Dungeon King at once was just way too much to handle. My classmates seemed happy with the current situation. I couldn't overthink things. Overthinking this world, how I got transported here, and the old god dude wouldn't get me anywhere. With that old god dude's fiery attitude, I may as well have burned him. Oh well, we had to deal with the cards we'd been dealt. We were in a strange land where I hardly knew anyone's name, and that was just how it was. No, seriously. Think about it. I didn't know what country we were in or continent we were on. That wasn't my fault. It was because I was stranded in a hostile land. Still, every problem seemed to lead back to one place, the frontier. If we can make the frontier safe, that'll set the foundation, I said. If war breaks out despite the frontier being peaceful, then it's worse than pointless. It's ridiculous. Maybe this world is just fated to go down in the flames of war. If so, we can just ignore those pointless guys who are trying to start an invasion, you feel. So, how do you think he actually feels about this? Let's just hope we get through this without any friction. I only took out the Theocracy and the Merchant Kingdom because they were getting up in our business. The Kingdom of Diorel and the Beast Kingdom served as breakwaters for the frontier, so I'd lend them a hand. Our affairs were ultimately separate, though. Did someone say friction? I can cause more of that with my tentacles, although not the kind between countries. I'm not angry, you know, just disappointed enough to destroy 'em all. So long as they leave us alone, they won't get burned to the ground. I won't destroy every last trace of evidence and erase them from the annals of history, you feel. You're going to burn their nations to the ground, even though you're not angry. There's no hope for them, none. I was happy so long as those countries left us alone and quietly went extinct. It was a pain to try to start anything on our end. The risk far outweighed the rewards. Destroying the old dude fetishists wouldn't solve any problems, but I had to admit that it would feel pretty good. We're prioritizing dungeons. That makes sense, book club president said. If we get stronger, we can defend ourselves and diminish the risks posed by the dungeons. Got it. When it came to dungeons, we didn't have to worry about risks and rewards. A dungeon straight up offered cash prizes, and I need the cash. Let me put it this way. If the theocracy and the merchant kingdom started being nice to us, I'd happily sell them mushrooms and spellstones at outrageous ripoff prices. I'd make a profit and let them wipe themselves out. Heck, I didn't even need to be involved. They could rip each other off and wipe one another out. He's putting a bit too much focus on the wiping out part, don't you think? He's just saying, I hate the church in every nonsensical way possible, said book club president. I'm with him there. However, if the theocracy couldn't target this kingdom anymore, chances were they would turn to the Beast Kingdom instead. The Beast Kingdom's territory was a buffer zone between this kingdom, the Merchant Kingdom, and the theocracy. Supposedly, the Beast Kingdom was a federation of lords, too. The enemy couldn't do much about them now, but losing the Beast Kingdom would only hurt us. Plus, I'd have to worry about the beastier-obsessed nerds running off and pulling something shasty. They sent us letters of gratitude, didn't they? Look, I warned, letters from hot chicks are almost always a trap. Haruka-kun's perspective can't be trusted. You don't need to tell us that, the nerds shouted. If something happened to the Beast Kingdom, the nerds would rush to their aid. I couldn't really blame them, to be honest. I'd been waiting for a honey trap myself this whole time. Tell me about these hot beastier chicks in a little more detail. Wow. Was that a gale of glares just now? It was pouring glares over here. What lovely glares you have. Yup, the girls were pissed. Oh, we'll take this dungeon. Yeah, it's perfect. Which one will make us more money? I wish they posted a sign with the cash total you'd get after clearing the dungeon. We settled our plans, defeat the dungeons, train, and get stronger. Powering up the girls was obviously top priority. The politics of this fantasy world were none of their business. They didn't owe any debts or favors. They just needed to focus on preserving their own lives. Maybe we can pay back our clothes debt with drop items we find. I don't want to fight one of those iron woodpeckers, though. Getting pecked by that would hurt like crazy. A huge rock-paper-scissors competition broke out to decide who was going to which dungeon. But why did they have to use a ghost leg lottery to decide the order? This was taking forever. All right, let's do this. Battle time. I would have rather done some light training first, but the actual fighting was always way less brutal than our training routine. It made sense, given that training involved taking out a dungeon emperor. Actual dungeons were so much safer. It was all backward. Day 80. Midday. Dungeons have 100 floors at most, so I won't be able to get in my poses on the 101st floor. Outside dungeon. We went into the dungeon. It's been a minute. I'm well prepared after prepping all morning and thrusting against thrilling, blushing, bubbly, bouncing peaches in paradisiacal We're already done. Nice work. Nobody listened to me, as usual. Dancer Girl took out the entire floor of level 1 ghouls with her chains in a single thrash. Pretty big difference, given that you're both level 1, I commented. I was worried about the monsters complaining about looks-based discrimination. They were rotting corpses, after all, and she was a sexy dancer. I'm more than happy to discriminate. You've got a long way to go before I favor you ghouls over a bountiful beauty. If these ghouls had complaints, the least they could do was level up into beautiful monster girls first. Were there any ghoul girls around here? Was looking for some approaching cringe territory. When we got to the second floor, I finally remembered those adorable little hopping level 2 spike rabbits, who were getting devoured whole before my very eyes. A certain other hopping, jiggly ball had just consumed their jump skill. Leveling up Dancer Girl is top priority, so leave some for her, Slimy. And I kinda wanna fight too. Jiggle jiggle. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. The typical responses, they weren't even listening to me. I supposed Miss Armor Rep was having a fun time, though, so I let it be. The other two lent Dancer Girl a hand, giving her plenty of monsters to fight, so why did the monsters blow up every time I struck a pose? I was trying to go in for the kill here. I kept striking poses without landing a single blow all the way to the 27th floor. I haven't even landed a hit, let alone killed anything. 26 straight floors of posing, you know. Wiggle wiggle. On this floor, we ran into 4 branching paths. A place to split up, perfect. At last, my time to shine. No, Slimy, don't you split up. You'll kill all the monsters, and I'll finish this dungeon as a pathetic, posing teenage boy. I begged Slimy for mercy, but the monsters were already on their way to their next life. Level 27 monsters are just right for light training, I bet. I went around the corner to get changed. No need for a teenage boy wardrobe malfunction, after all. I like taking off other people's clothes, but not my own, you know. I'm just gonna close this door. Jiggle jiggle. I put on a set of leather light armor, leather gloves, leather boots, and equipped a long wooden stick with an iron tip. None of the items were endowed with any skills. They were just ordinary equipment for fighting monsters around level 20 to level 29. I may have lost all of my equipment's special abilities, but I looked way more normal. Let's go. I activated Magic Entanglement and dashed into a throng of level 27 black apes. Wisdom's high-speed thinking allowed time to slow to my will, making my movements fluid. I cut down 2 apes in one slash and turned around to slice up a third. I swooped into the open space between the remaining 2, cleanly cleaving one ape, then the next, in a powerful left-to-right slash. This works. Black apes were gorillas with sharp claws. I knew they were apes, not monkeys, from their lack of tails. That made them smarter than the meatheads, considering that normal monkeys were smarter than them to begin with. Even fish were smarter than those idiots. Their transcendental idiocy had been conclusively confirmed. The fact that they're fighting with claws and not tools means they're pretty stupid. Maybe they could hold weapons if they trimmed their nails. I can sell them nail clippers, I guess. I had a new set in stock right now, too. They're flying off the shelves, so get 'em while they last. Come get me, smarty pants. 3 were left. Unfortunately, apes that lost their natural instincts couldn't even achieve the level of meathead. I took a step forward and raised these strangely familiar beasts with a single blow of life or death. The resulting damage to my own body healed instantaneously. I couldn't manage consecutive attacks, but it didn't do lasting damage either. My old equipment skills were over the top, weren't they? Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Still, I could only face enemies up to around level 50 like this. I could use more of my skills than expected without my equipment, but my body was still weak and my movements slow and dull. My body feels heavy. Did I gain weight or something? Just how many calories did I burn at that ball anyhow? I may be a teenage boy with a high metabolism, but I spend my days and nights burning whole cosmoses of calories without needing one more sets. The extreme days and dizzying nights of burning calories, as I try my very hardest throughout all of the godly solicitations and gung-ho positions. I mean, how could I have gained weight? Every last ounce of everything gets burned off at night. Since Magic Entanglement also applied to equipment skills and effects, the results surpassed my stats. That was what caused my self-annihilation. Taking off my equipment allowed me to control Magic Entanglement, but I was weak without it. I didn't have any room for error, not even against level 27 foes. Taking a single blow could potentially end my life. Looks like my best bet is to adjust my equipment. I quickly changed again. Fortunately, the apes didn't interrupt. Well, even if they had, I'd kill them, right? Even the females. No teenage boy exposure today. I tested out my abilities as we continued. Once completed, I let the other 3 handle the monsters as we headed deeper into the dungeon. I knew it was that staff all along, I sighed. I figured out that the biggest cause of my troubles was the universe staff. At present, this single staff had the mistletoe sprig, a wooden stick, staff power-up, magic skill absorption, the entwined branches, 7 blades, plus 3 staffs. The Elder Ent staff increases magic power and magic control, MP plus 70%. Attribute boost large, the Void staff, intelligence plus 30%. Super effective for wielders of void magic. And the Severing staff, total 50% boost to all stats. Magic skill control, Severing, Seal, MP boost ultra. Finally, it had 2 swords, Dimension Blade, attack power and range controlled with magic. Min LV, 100, Dimensional Slash, and the Heavenly Sword of Gathering Clouds, the Grass-Cutting Sword, a sword of gods, tears apart and destroys evil spirits. Power, speed, dexterity, luck plus 30%. Fighting with all of those getting entangled was dangerous, but since I had worked on my intelligence and control-based skills, I could wield them with great difficulty. To think I can put 16 total weapons into here, but if I did, I'd die the second I tried to use it. Jiggle jiggle. In that case, I might be better off with simple equipment, like these tough boots, vitality plus 10%. For the rest, I had to either raise my vitality and intelligence or somehow use my control skills to close the gap. It was a fine line to walk. Leveling up my skills beyond the rest of my stats made those skills impossible to control. Everything was balanced through trickery right now. If I got more powerful without gaining levels, I'd lose control altogether. I had basically reached my limit. Well, I'd really been above my limit from the very beginning. I'd just gotten by mixing skills with tricks. Even that had its limits, one of which was the giant spellstone battery I was using to recycle MP. The battle at Muramuri Castle proved the limits of that technique, though. If I ran out of MP, self-destruction began in full force. Since the servitude skill caused an experience-sharing effect, I received EXP from my slaves. Despite that experience, I still couldn't level up. I could hardly imagine getting to level 25, much less level 30. I've gotta get to level 24 first. It's not going any faster. I'm in quite the pickle, huh? I decided to try participating in the fight with support magic. I grabbed the monsters with holding magic to disrupt their movements, supporting with a volley of fire bullets from the rear. The monsters could resist magic from a level 23 sorcerer, though, and my attacks were ineffective. I could try head-on attacks to nullify their resistances and all sorts of maneuvers, but long-range attacks weakened the farther they were from their targets. My best bet was to attack from close range. My stats and skills are plain incomprehensible, I sighed. I'm a high-speed stealth mage NEET specialized in close-range combat. How the hell am I supposed to fight? Plus, I'm a NEET. That's the big problem here. Activating magic entanglement only hemorrhaged my own HP. I was going around in circles. Why does going in circles remind me of going around Japan's ancient pilgrimage trails? At least I'd be getting somewhere on those. Jiggle jiggle. Yeah, my spiraling was hurtling me into a dizzying, sensual, super-speed teenage triumph of super try-hard reciprocation, but I needed to get my levels up. I had no problem getting anything else up. Yeah, Sex God was level 3. Revival was level 8. Why was that the only part of me that continued to grow? Day 80. Afternoon. I can't escape my body weakening. Liquefying isn't great either, but I can't pass up womanizing. Dungeon. Floors 40 plus. Control and adaptability. If I'd had those two things in the first place, my life would be easy, but I didn't, so my excess power drained my own HP. Even tricking my stats into controlling my skills had its limit. It would all hinge on whether I could control them just based on feel in the end. Even though wisdom improved my control by leaps and bounds, it also powered up magic entanglement to the point that my body couldn't bear the pressure. Revival was the only thing keeping me alive. If I keep surpassing Revival's limit without breaks, maybe I'll acquire a limit break skill. That will give a new strength to my late-night struggles. Time to tackle that struggle tonight and break some new limits. I planned on doing my best. In cases like this, you'd normally expect recovery skills like high-speed recovery or instant recovery to level up, but I got revival instead. Maybe acquiring high-speed revival or instantaneous revival would patch over my vitality and HP issues. Why do I get the feeling I would no longer be human at that point? Jiggle jiggle. Anything that makes me stronger is fine by me, but no matter how you look at it, revival is a monster's skill. Wiggle wiggle. Since I wanted to protect my reputation, I'd have preferred improving my combat abilities in a more human kinda way. I wasn't a fan of losing my arm and it growing back so quickly, to be honest. I clashed against the level 40 giant mantises on the 40th floor. I leaped forward, rolled on the ground, and went for their legs with the universe staff. But I was going so fast that the centrifugal force made me end up chopping their heads off instead. I was nothing but speed, so I could use my rotation and centrifugal force to fight. I'd modeled my technique off of Dancer Girl's waltz. Maybe it would become a skill once I mastered it. I'd love to add weight magic to power up a high-speed boosted centrifugal force attack. Jiggle jiggle. My current level of self-annihilation was brutal. If I could succeed just once, then that success should be replicable with holding. I polished my holding skills at my side job each and every day, including when cooking, so my holding control was spectacular. Dancer Girl's swordplay technique involved stringing together elaborate twirls. I couldn't do that yet, and attempting to imitate her was hurting, or rather, destroying, my entire damn body. Somehow, Dancer Girl could control more numerous and more complicated spins. She had much greater speed and ferocity. Predicting her movements was impossible. Dancer Girl's original dance is just too difficult to be imitated. I guess I just gotta blend together the motions as best I can. Jiggle jiggle. I turned my joints into centers of centrifugal force and launched into circular movements as smoothly and efficiently as possible. I had to master them. I had to improve my physical abilities and minimize excess power-ups from my skills. Then, it'd finally be possible to use those skills. That reduced the wear and tear on my body, limiting the amount of MP required by revival. I had 2 good examples to study. Jiggle jiggle. Well, technically 3, but if I made you one of my examples, Slimy, I'd definitely lose my humanity. What kind of human could shapeshift and eat every kind of monster? Shoulder then arm, wrist is last. Legs first, twist your back, then shift from thigh to stomach to butt to back. They mixed in some instructions for me. I nearly lost my arms in the frenzy. I had to focus on starting from my shoulders and leading out to my arms. Look, I love thighs and ass as much as the next guy, but I hadn't really paid attention to my own before. If I had, what would that make me? I spun around one more mantis, slashing it to bits. I wondered if I'd get a B*Iblade skill at this rate. B*Iblade magic. Now that's wild. No flailing, said Miss Armor Rep. Steady your blade, gliding. My strict teachers continued their guidance. How about a lecture tonight from 2 mini-skirt professors? How would that be different from the mini-skirt secretaries, though? I could give them stylish glasses in addition to the suit jackets, I supposed. If I couldn't tell them apart from the sexy secretaries I had faced before, then I could always make them take roll call. Who's going to be in charge of taking roll call while we're here? Our school is really dropping the ball, don't you think? Miss Armor Rep gave a model demonstration. She launched a casual single attack, but it was still chock full of technique. The tip is last, she explained. Body, come along with the arms, attack with body. I combined everything into a single movement, a single slash, but the action itself was a contradiction. My timing with using magic entanglement on teleport was off. I needed to activate them simultaneously, on a single point in space and time. That gap in activation was creating problems, meaning I was better off focusing on improving my swordplay technique. The movement started at the back of the foot, shifted to the thigh, then to the lower back, to the stomach, to the upper back. The legs and the upper body worked together to create the twist from the chest to the shoulders, with the arms coming last, leading the blade. I had blown the basics out of the water before, but I had to learn swordplay from scratch. Here. No need to shout. Okay, so no battle cries. I better take off the spiked shoulder pads too then. Why wouldn't anyone buy them off me? It didn't look like Professor Armor Rep's attack was too far off from life or death, but the fundamentals were totally different. She wasn't using a skill, it was pure technique. Life or death used skills to speed up and launch a powerful blow. I couldn't move like Dancer Girl either, who used tightly controlled spins to move unpredictably. The only person whose footsteps I could follow in was Fish Girl. Professor Fish, I should say. Her swordplay technique towered above the other girls. It was precise, logical, and well-honed. She didn't waste any motion. Each swipe of her blade followed through to a logical, deadly conclusion. Those were proper movements, a way of fighting that reduced the burden on your body. I guess ignoring my body and going all out on high-speed attacks had resulted in self-destructive tendencies. It was the inevitable result of using skills on my body in order to attack instead of simply attacking with my body. My body manipulation skill was level 9 at this point, though. I should have been able to master the fundamentals. I gasped. I'd put in too much power. Unable to control the flow of the energy, my own sword swung me around without landing a blow. Now we were fighting metal beetles on the 41st floor. They were giant, flying lumps of metal, making them tough to cut. We'd be better off swinging bats at these brats. They're not quite spherical either, so it's impossible to aim. Swinging at them with triumphant grunts is not a great look for my sex appeal, though. It makes more sense to chase after a pitcher who chucks 5 or 6 of these balls at you at once and whack the shit out of them. Turn it into a beatdown. Good practice, remember the motions. Jiggle jiggle. Jiggle jiggle, that's a secret technique for fluid beings like yourself. If I could do that, I definitely wouldn't be human anymore. No way, Slimy just implied that if my body couldn't keep up with them, then I should just transform to make it possible. I saw that Slimy wasn't actually spinning. He was transforming his own body to create the rotation. I couldn't do that with magic. A fluid-based human would stop being human altogether. Plus, it sounded unhealthy. Focus body movements. Wiggle wiggle. Wisdom mastered the movements before they were second nature to me, so I was starting to get a subconscious grasp of things. Jupiter Eye could keep a continuous eye on my 2 role models, so I had tons of information at the very least. Plus, they looked super sexy in their skin-tight armor. Yeah, I'd been staring at them this whole time. With some adjustments from the master fencer skill, I started to get a handle on proper swordplay. Next was practical combat experience, sort of like the nightly practical teenage boy combat experience I endured. That was the real battlefield. These monsters were just practice. This last beetle's fastball is totally unfair. You still have much to learn, my role models called out. Jiggle jiggle. I expected a forkball, but it was a swing and a miss. At least the monsters charging us on the next floor, level 42 skeleton knights, were a lot harder to miss. They were perfect opponents for a sword fight, too, and their armor made for a solid reward. I stepped forward, stilled my movements, then launched my slash in the ensuing instant. The attack had speed and force, and it didn't put any pressure on my body. I still ended up stopping for a second, though, which could prove fatal. This'll just get me bonked, won't it? I ended up stopping for a split second, lost my momentum, and delayed the blow. Boink boink. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. If I were hit, I'd die. I had to constantly keep moving. I needed to string together a fluid stream of motions like Dancer Girl. For now, I couldn't. It killed my momentum, and even though the ensuing attack was sound, the risks were too high. I'd get bonked. Why do the 2 of you look so happy about that fact? Boink nod rattle. I decided to borrow the guild's practice grounds on the way back. Time for a quick training sesh. I was rebuilding my entire technique, so training was vital. There were a lot of downsides to what I was doing. I would get weaker in the short run, no doubt. But the short run didn't matter. I just needed the power to fight, the power to whack and bonk. I could figure out the rest while doing the bonking. Bonking solved most of the problems in this universe according to my experience, so it wouldn't be too hard. Day 80. Evening. The ultimate question is to go from the MKI to the MKII or the MKZ. Adventurers Guild Training Grounds. Haruka-kun and his party finished up their dungeon early after getting all the way to the 50th floor in one day. We spent the entire day working so hard just to get to the 30th floor in our own dungeon. When we got back to the Adventurers Guild, a lively crowd had formed around the training ground. A silver blade danced through the air like a raging snowstorm. Another bullying outbreak. Hang on, a beating in the name of training that doesn't teach anything is just a beating, he cried. Angelica-san swooped through the air as Nefertiri-san thrashed her chains. Haruka-kun jumped left and right, dodging both. I suppose they're still mad at him, said Vice Rep A. I don't think that's it, I said. Yeah, they're just criticizing his technique. Nefertiri-san targeted his blind spots as he crossed blades with Angelica-san. They were pretty savage attacks for supposedly training. It looked like bullying to me. The 2 girls looked like they were having a real fun time on top of it. Even Slimy looked anxious to join the fun, but if Haruka-kun could dodge all 3 of them at once, then he wouldn't need to practice in the first place. WHY don't you ever wait a second when I ask you to? This is murder, Fort Murder. Kerbonked. Gwalag. Haruka-kun's movements looked more normal than usual. They were blurry and near instantaneous, but the eye could follow them. They had a gait, a rhythm, all those aspects of normal human motion. He had eased up on his unpredictable Godspeed style. Why would he? This just makes him weaker. An unexpected shift in speed and position meant I couldn't follow his next combo attack. It was beyond human capability. Nonetheless, it was in the range of predictable. As fast and powerful as it was, you could still call it ordinary swordplay. They were elaborate but ordinary sword strikes. With Haruka-kun's low speed stat, I could easily follow his movements. Yeah, he's a lot weaker. I think I could beat him like this. Well, at least he's fighting normally. If he improves his stats, then he'll get stronger. I dunno. At that speed, he might get hit, mused Vice Rep B. Haruka-kun, do you want to die? Proper movements, logical, correct human motion, we could understand it now. Did he get injured or something? He's still way stronger than should be possible for someone at level 23, though. But at this speed, I could beat him. He was strong and fast, but a normal sort of strong and fast now. Once you hit level 100, all of your stats grew by leaps and bounds, so we had no trouble reading his attacks. Any of us could overwhelm him with our raw stats now. I myself could definitely win. Haruka-kun could lose to us. Haruka-kun stepped forward and leaned back, eliminating the distance between him and his opponent. He closed in on them in the next instant, but we could see the process clearly. Then he swooped his legs back to where his body had been, a sort of snapping motion. That step forward created a pause, a logical consequence of the movement. That pause would be checkmate. Sword swipes rained down at incredible speeds. The speed was incredible, yes, but the swordplay was ordinary. That advanced, masterful technique wasn't anything our stats couldn't handle. He would be quite easy to defeat, said Book Club President. If you simply block his blows as they come, he'll be left in a vulnerable position. Haruka-kun would fall in that instant. In that slight pause where he left himself open, we could cut him down. Us winning against Haruka-kun, he had always been too fast to ever understand. His movements used to be impossible to keep up with. None of us had any chance of matching his strength. That Haruka-kun had become this weak. The girls were devastated. How is this? I supposed it made sense. He was only level 23. Adventurers were typically still training at that level. They hadn't even entered a dungeon yet. Fighters in their 20s normally tagged along with another party, learning from them while staying under their protection. As powerful as Haruka-kun's skills were, and despite his miraculous techniques, he was ultimately held back by his level 23 stats. To think he was fighting with these stats all along. He was never really strong after all. What Haruka-kun did have was inimitable technique and intelligence, enabling him to think through any scenario farther and deeper than the rest of us. Even with low stats, he'd managed to acquire the Master Fencer title. But he was still slow and weak. That was the importance of stats. He could beat someone around level 30 through level 49 like this, but starting around level 50, his speed stat would fall too far behind no matter how good his technique. This is why we decided to protect him, yet. I can't believe I let him fight with such a frail body. I thought he was seriously strong. How could I have guessed the stats were lying? Even if it's Haruka-kun, stats still matter. Even Kakizaki-kun and Oda-kun's groups were losing their cool. He's reached his body's limits, Oda-kun exclaimed. His stats can't keep up with his skills. And yet everything he's done for us so far. He's risked more than any of us. How could we have let him do that? We're the worst. I resented myself. If the rest of us hadn't been so powerless, then he wouldn't have been so cornered. He wouldn't have had to fight alone this whole time, this whole. That's enough, I've had enough. He's protected us for so long, he shouldn't have to fight anymore. I'm going to become strong, he doesn't need to. It was time to end this. Haruka-kun, you don't have to fight anymore. He didn't need to try so hard, risking his life and losing limbs to protect us time and time again. Let's put an end to this, I said, until we can return the favor properly. I asked Angelica-san to switch with me. It was time for a mock battle with Haruka-kun, using wooden sticks, of course. But I'm going all out to prove he doesn't need to fight anymore. All right, let's do it, said Haruka-kun. One at a time? Are you sure? You dungeon emperors don't need to line up. Haven't you already beaten me up enough? Just when will you be satisfied? Your lack of wardrobe malfunctions is causing a teenage boy dream malfunction, you know. I would face him first. The rest of the girls lined up after me. They all wanted to express the same feeling that he had done enough. We owed him so much. Starting today, we'll protect you. Haruka-kun, here I come. I'm not going to cry anymore, I thought. Not until it's all over. I was going all out, so I needed to finish him off before he could use ground shrink and super speed to get away. I needed to prove to him that I had gotten stronger while he had been protecting me. That it was, huh? What? Came a chorus of exclamations. He's slow, way too slow. Even with his technique and godlike reflexes, his body moved extremely slowly. Yet somehow I still couldn't hit him. What's happening? I kept missing. I was close, but I couldn't hit him. I came in ready to knock him out, but I couldn't even scratch him. I could see his movements as if they were in slow motion, but I missed regardless. He counterattacked slowly, too. It was a completely obvious, slow-moving attack. I could see what he was doing now, what he planned next. I could see right through him. The next thing I knew, I was on the ground even though I should have been dodging his attacks and striking at him. What? Are you fooling around, class rep? All the girls who sparred with him after me got demolished, too. Nobody could hit him, not even when attacking 2 or 3 at a time. In the end, we all went charging at him at once, and we still got bonked. What in that? He should have been weak. His attacks were slow, lacked strength, and were easily seen coming. There was no flaw that should have undone us, yet we were incomprehensibly beaten. It didn't make sense. He was obviously weaker, but none of us could win. We saw his attacks and reacted at great speed only to get one-sidedly thrashed. What the why-at? Good work, everybody. Good training? Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl are merciless, aren't they? The top priority's survival when training with them, but my beating's more likely to go viral with rivals like that. I just redirected that bonking in the name of training in your direction, you feel. Bonk. After all that resolve and giving our utmost to thank him, we still got beat. Most of the girls were crying. Deep down, we were relieved that we hadn't won. We had to get stronger. Despite our losses, his weakness worried us. What the heck just happened? Everyone shouted. Some unexpected, unpredictable nonsense lay at the heart of this. Haruka-kun had been weak this entire time. He'd fought in the monster forest, weak as he was. That was why we'd kept trying to grow stronger all this time. At the moment, Kakizaki-kun, Oda-kun, and their friends were training as hard as possible. Once our tears stopped, we girls needed to get back to it. So just what in the...
Image summary, manga illustration of a tense confrontation between a shocked young woman and a stoic young man, with the woman gripping the man's arm.
Seriously, what was that? When we got back to the inn, Haruka-kun was making dinner. Barbecue, genuine Japanese yakiniku, there was even tear sauce. I suppose he could be using calculation-related skills to figure out what we're doing. That shouldn't work against all of us, though. Haruka-kun hand-rubbed the tear sauce-soaked meat, or maybe I should say tentacle-rubbed. He nullified my illusion skills, at least, book club president said. That was all martial arts and technique. Smoke curled upwards as Haruka-kun added oil to the frying pans and prepped the barbecue. He even used holding to create proper ventilation. Did he lead us here with the smell of barbecue? Yeah, I was wondering why I was stumbling in this direction. He didn't forget the mushrooms or vegetables either. They were chopped into proper, regular chunks too. Ailment attacks didn't work. Yeah, none of our magic attacks or skills appeared to affect him. I was so close to hitting him, but he vanished every time. Arag juicy, it looks so juicy. Meat it. Class rep. They got mad at me. Everyone was on the verge of a breakdown. The rest of them were trying to avoid looking, but my eyes were glued to that meat the whole time. I was on the verge of tears. That grated apple. The garlic. I remembered talking about my own secret family recipe for tear sauce with Haruka-kun what felt like a lifetime ago. He'd remembered it, and now, he'd made it for me. It was just one more thing I'd thought I'd lost only to have it returned by Haruka-kun. It smells so good. It sounds so good. The kids drooled as they watched the meat sizzle. Kakizaki-kun's group lined up and waited with their buckets, reeled in by the smell. No one even questioned all this, much less asked aloud. Even at the worst of times, Haruka-kun pretended everything was fine. He didn't get pumped up about the best of times either. Once it's cooked, it's a free-for-all, Haruka-kun said, but please don't steal from the orphans, okay? Hey, tiny tanuki, this comes with unlimited rice, yeah? But we've only got 500 pounds of meat, you got it. Okay, it's ready, so fight. If I wanted to get answers out of him, I'd need to beat him first. Beat him, then prove to him that I was strong enough. One day. Until that day came, Haruka-kun would neither give up nor see me as strong. Let's eat, everyone shouted. Woo 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 woo, chomp chomp, choo choo, munch munch, swallow, chomp chomp. We wept. Nobody could speak, there were only the wails of tasty tears. We went to the bath so inflated we could float. The orphans were stuffed too. We would have to deal with the consequences, but that was later. One more set. Damn, that was good. Barbecue is a powerful weapon. The barbecue plus white rice plus veggies combo attack did me in. I can't believe 2 pounds of meat per person wasn't enough. I didn't realize how much I ate. I guess we gotta work out now. One more set, one more set, one more set. Even the orphans joined in, singing, one more set, one more set. No, it's too early for you little darlings. An even better surprise awaited us when we got out of the bath. Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san handed them out in the changing room. Wow, there are so many designs, and the little frills are adorable. Look at the lacework. That's got to have been done with modern technology. They're works of art. Cute. We got new, revised sets of underwear, tops and bottoms from Haruka-kun. Apparently, they were the fruit of much experimentation by the leveled-up possibilities of our personal brasiers. The one I had was already so comfortable that I didn't even think about my chest when I fought. The new and improved design revised key points to make our bras even better. I could only imagine a bra like that feeling like pure bliss. Unbelievable. The feel and material are totally different from before. He's even managed a tuck to handle the bonding. Lace straps, yeah, these are for special occasions only. The only special encounters we'd be having were against monsters, but I supposed that was good enough. With that, Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san handed out the emergency magic barrier boosted, revised and improved MKI bras. They were impressive, radiated fabulous luxury, and felt incredible. His bra work was simply on another level. Magical defenses were imbued in the very needlework. All the infinite possibilities of a bra had been formed into a single, perfect article of clothing. Looking at it, though, he just used the bikini armor technique to make these, didn't he? In exchange for dropping the full-body shielding, the clothes themselves have maximum defenses. The force field activates if the outer equipment tears. If our equipment broke, our lives would be on the line. That was when our underwear would come to the rescue. That sounds like a real rough situation either way. It activates when the outer armor breaks, the inner armor rips, and there's no other defenses left, book club president observed. Interesting. Normally, you just strengthen your armor's defenses. In a worst-case scenario, we could beat a dungeon in our underwear. Regardless, they were lovely. He even gave us spares, 2 bras and 5 bottoms each. Patterned sets of designer lingerie. Apparently, he was thinking of making further improvements if we still weren't satisfied. Angelica-san already had the far superior next model, the MKII, a feat achieved through wisdom revolution. Also, his tentacles had sent her to some far-off place beyond heaven and hell during the measuring process. Yup, or so she claimed. I love it. They're wonderful. All the girls happily showed off their new underwear sets to one another. I mean, he'd even thrown in the negligés we'd been waiting for. Only Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san had them before, which was totally unfair. We're back to our frontier life, I see. Eating delicious food, getting fired up about underwear in the bath, and getting pumped up for tomorrow's dungeon battles were the sort of days we looked forward to. We were happy to return to these days. All of us were. Wow, this underwear is just right. I don't feel the lift in separate at all. This is more magical than the actual magic in this world. Our magician used his kindly magic to make delicious meals, cute clothes, and warm beds. He used magic to make us happy. And for our sexiness, apparently. I just wanted Haruka-kun to not have to fight anymore. It was a shame such a kind magician was forced to fight. He was at his limit. We had to become strong enough so that he wouldn't have to worry. This was our goal. It was the only thing that mattered. We just wanted Haruka-kun to have a comfortable retirement. Although a post-retirement world tour would just end in a mass slaughter of some sort, wouldn't it? Day 80. Late night. For some reason, I'm designated as the guy with dangerous skills. White loser in. When I upgraded the intelligence crown, fits 3 items. Intelligence resistance plus 30%, control boost large, sorcery boost large, with mithril, it turned into the wisdom crown, fits 5 items. Intelligence resistance plus 40%, control boost ultra, sorcery boost ultra. That was a nice buff. It worked better than expected against my classmates and really slowed down fights for me. It also helped me finally get a handle on teleport, which I had only been able to use to move a short distance in a straight line before. Moving became easier, and although I slowed down, I could completely break down class rep and the others based on their fighting rhythms. I still got beat up by Miss Armor rep and Dancer girl though. Just limiting the activation really improved control for me, huh? I couldn't control it perfectly. Using teleport perfectly would make it an unbeatable cheat skill. This world would have been done for long ago if that were possible. Void magic is incredibly rare to begin with, so there aren't many counters. I'd just like it if it was a little harder to get beat up, you know. I needed to focus to control it, which meant I paused briefly before activating teleport. It was more like I had to pause or else the overdrive speed would tear my body apart. I needed some way to use teleport that prevented my movements from getting read. Class rep and the others struck right during that pause every chance they got. I figured they didn't even know why they lost. It was because they kept attacking during a delay. They really chowed down during our barbecue for dinner, so they'd been too busy to try to figure it out tonight. Miss Armor rep was able to keep up with teleport, and Dancer girl anticipated my every move. How is that possible? Is there some flaw with it? I suppose it drains a lot out of me, making it tough to use consecutively. Plus, I haven't gotten the knack of finding the right distance yet. Is teleport actually unusable? I might have beaten my classmates, but Miss Armor rep had easily kept up. And Dancer girl anticipated my moves, which meant she could easily pull me into a trap and counterattack. I couldn't use a technique in a real battle when I didn't even understand its weaknesses. With magic power, see where you're going, and movement simple. Ankles, knees, not hiding. The instant my magic power activated, Miss Armor rep could react accordingly. I closed distances instantly when I used teleport, so Dancer girl preemptively struck when she could guess my next motion. Having my ankles and knees point out my next movements nullified the strategy's whole point. I couldn't believe she was able to do this. But teleport's too dangerous to use when coming out of one of Dancer girl's freewheeling spinning motions, right? Jiggle jiggle. Sure, I managed to fool the girls the first time we fought, but I was doomed if anyone figured me out in a real fight. Just look at how badly my 2 beauties beat me up today. Still, with the world moving in slow motion for me, I had clairvoyance and wisdom eye to see my opponent's movements and calculate the correct response. That wasn't enough for me to overcome the gap in our speed stats, but throw in a little teleportation, and I had enough anticipation and sudden motion to easily wipe the floor with them. It was all a fraud. I just saw my opponent's actions, calculated the correct response, and then used instantaneous movement to overcome it. I was a bit worried about finding a fraudster title in my status, but it allowed me to fight, and it allowed me to win. Not getting bonked was all that mattered. I guess I just gotta swindle my way into finding some new equipment on a dual training combat experience mission, right? I wonder if class rep and the others really got fooled. I'm sure they won't say anything as long as I keep winning, but I don't want them to force themselves into anything too dangerous. Please keep an eye on them for me. Understood, no new equipment. Jiggle jiggle. The girls' meeting ended early today, and I had no side jobs left. For now, they were all probably relaxed after the bath, ready to chill. I can't move. I was tied up. You left yourself open. Open wide. Hang on, you guys are the ones who are supposed to open up, not me. You've got the wrong guy here. I mean, I'm the wrong guy. It's all a misunderstanding. When I'd powered up the Wisdom Crown, I also decided to add Mithril to one of the sealed-away anti-sex appeal items, the Prometheus chains. Binding, perfect skill invincibility. And now I was in them. Yup, those chains that had sealed away Dancer Girl for eternity now restrained me. I'd accidentally left them lying around, and now the tables had turned. Which was fair. I didn't think I would ever be free as long as I had an item capable of restraining someone else's freedom like that. I thought Dancer Girl might be able to use them, so I powered them up into Prometheus God Chains, all stats plus 30%, extendable, binding, perfect skill invincibility. Attack. Pretty strong, right? So I'd handed them over to her, and she used them on me. Yeah, this is a good one. I can't use magic hands or teleport. A weapon that immediately nullifies all dangerous skills, yes. Grin. Can't use vibration magic now. Yes, you're ours. Smirk. I got the sense revival was still working. Same with Sex God. So what exactly was getting nullified here? They had already forced me onto the bed, still in chains, and stripped away my equipment and clothing. First and foremost had been the universe staff and my cloak. Now all I had on were my basic linens. Oh God, we were on the verge of something. Sexy white lingerie closed in on me. On one side of me, tan skin emerged from a short white negligee, open all the way down to the stomach. On the other side, pure white skin revealed itself from sexy black lingerie. Two soft, lovely bodies started at my legs and crawled up toward me. A teenage boy-mounted invasion strategy. Ariat, at least listen to what I have to say. Shake, shake. Pout, pout. I may not have had any magic entanglement left, and I had no equipment left, either, but the properties of my body remained. So, tickle, tickle. No, wait, please. At least I still could revive. Assuming their objective was the eternally active teenage boy, I'd end up missing the rest of the school year at this rate. I couldn't stop twitching. At least Sex God was still working. That meant Prometheus Chain didn't affect basic biological skills. I couldn't unleash skills anymore, but I could hold out in a battle of endurance. Soft, dangerous feelings encircled me, though, attacking from all sides. I was on the verge of defeat. I could keep using revival, but I'd run out of MP eventually. Wait. MMMF. Listen to. Slurp slurp. My item bag was on the floor along with my pants. I slowly extended my arms and reached out toward it as they overwhelmed me with their entrancing bodies, rubbing against me from head to toe. That was where I'd find an item I took off during my side job work today, my gloves. Just. Lick-liek. But. Slurp. Two bouncy objects jiggled against my chest, and two more shook and swung over my legs. I used Jupiter Eye to take a look at the scene from above. It was crazy. The teenage boy was on the brink of destruction. It took all of my effort to keep it together. I licked the thighs on both sides of my head as I reached ever closer to my item bag. Finally, I caught the edge with my fingertips and slowly, carefully started to pull it up. Hey, what are eeps? I plunged my hand into the bag. Dancer Girl realized what I was doing and tried to grab me, but I aimed for her panties. The fight suddenly swung into a lovely paradise of alluring actions and respectful revenge. Sensitivity, lascivious, vibration magic. I activated them all, now with the power of the right hand of the Spearshield gauntlets that nullified all immunities. I can nullify their nullifications. F-wump. A complete 180. Miss Armor Rep shook her head, quaking wildly, tears in her eyes as she shivered with fear. Mr. Tentacles, Mr. Magic Hands. Go, 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 don't stop now, you knew. No, oh, don't stop. Yes, on. That was a cold-hearted attack today, but the heart of sexual activation had achieved unending sex. Damn, all that sexiness. Just letting y'all know in advance that it's about to get sexual in here. Teenage boy powers activate. Eros mum. A half-broken dancer girl woke up, so I put her back to sleep. A persistent Miss Armor rep crawled back toward me, so I crawled over her. Then dancer girl rained down revenge until she collapsed again. She came at me at the same time as an indomitable Miss Armor rep struck out for heavenly revenge. She emitted sunny sunbeams, which I beamed back into her until she was sunburned raw. The renewed teenage boy revenge on revenge combined all of my skills into an ultimate supreme happiness consecutive combo attack. People said revenge was pointless, but for some reason, it was so much fun that none of us could stop. They'll probably be glaring at me tomorrow, but their eyes had rolled back into their heads for now and their worlds had gone black. They quivered, their mouths wide open. I wiped up the drool. They seemed pretty tired. I better stick a mushroom in there. Day 81. Morning. This world is a disaster. The Forever 17 problem has extended into a 16-year-old problem, too. White loser in. O Muse, the truth I shall declare. The curling vines of a false declaration have ensnared me. Truth, release me from thy bondage. My skills are unfair. You committed multiple acts of blatant humiliation in defiance of the anti-teenage boy Prometheus God chain binding clause. You know, don't stick your tongue out at it. They stuck their tongues out at it. Look, I was just returning what was returned to me, never-ending, completely guiltless counter-abuse. You didn't think about how a sensitive teenage boy's body would inevitably react to such sensual stimulation. Setting aside Pavlov's theory here, each act of revenge was the natural response of a teenager in his rebellious phase. And my reaction to constraint was completely natural to boot. The magnificent contact that resulted from magic hands magically manifested the pure teenage boy's accumulated energy, resulting in natural chemical reactions. Put simply, I didn't do anything wrong or whatever. No response, just glares. For some reason, they couldn't accept my easily comprehensible thesis and thoroughly investigated theory. Lose my mind, heaven hell, conscious when all white. You'll kill us, deathless and we'll die, thought I was going to die. Jiggle jiggle. Hey, morning, slimy, you sure are looking jiggly today. Wiggle wiggle. Listen to us. The girls requested pancakes for breakfast. I actually asked the orphans, not the girls, but I suppose the girls could be considered fantasy world orphans in the strictest possible sense of the term. They were still underage. Not sure if that means they should start calling me Big Bro, though. Jiggle jiggle. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Now that we had been in this world for over 2 months, there must have been some classmates who'd had birthdays. I thought about having a birthday party, but the calendar here was annoying. Apparently, the start of the new year depended on the position of the sun, so the date wasn't decided in advance. Once the day arrived, the new year was announced. That was why each year was only approximately the same length. It was also why they didn't have the concept of months here. This world didn't have a moon, either. We can't do a moon viewing party, but they'll definitely demand the relevant Japanese snacks. The girls must have felt lonely in this world without the moon. That's it. I'll just make them white rice dumplings for a traditional moon viewing. Then they can't complain. Even more annoying was the presence of a second sun. That was what they called the moon. It was like having a full moon all the time. I'd wondered why dusk and dawn always felt so bright. It was because another nearby star was shining. This world is friggin' confusing. Well, whether it's a moon or some faraway sun, the only complaint I'll get if I make rice dumplings is that I didn't make enough of them. Jiggle jiggle. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. A binary star system explained why the number of days in a year changed. Considering the sky, the astronomical point of view, the degree of science in this world, and more importantly, how to make dango tear, this lecture was never-ending, wasn't it? The two beauties were still prattling on about how they'd been about to die, too. You're both immortal, remember? Immortality must be lonely, always having to say goodbye. Those two were different, though. They had to be. Slimy was deathless himself, and shapeless, and all sorts of other less, so he could stay with them. The three of them would be less lonely if they stuck together through the ages. Class rep and my other classmates should all live long lives as well. Leveling up slowed the aging process and extended a person's lifespan. Forget birthday parties, they wouldn't be hitting 17 anytime soon. But a 16-year-old's lack of puberty problems seems more problematic to me than an aging to 17 years old problem. Jiggle jiggle. I had no hope for that one. After some flour and a little mixing and folding, I used some of my precious butter to whip up pancakes. The lecture finally died down as their attention was drawn to the piping hot pancakes. Drool now leaked out of their previously lecturing mouths. They'd been wet last night, too, and not just from saliva. Gotta wash those sheets, I said. They're only half dried from last night. Now, the curtains open to a theater of hungry children. Didn't you all collapse last night, saying you wouldn't be able to eat another bite for the rest of your lives? Did you get the skill digestion or something? Either way, one more set is still one more necessity. Today's goal is to outshine yesterday, cried class rep. Wow, that's so wise. You mean to outfat yester, never mind, never mind. These are delicious. I piled pancakes all the way up to the ceiling to satisfy Slimy and the meatheads. The only problem was that the plates couldn't handle the weight of all those pancakes and cracked. How wasteful. Look at Slimy, hovering all politely and eating his pancakes, I said. You guys sure are stupid. We gotta eat them before the girls get to 'em, damn it, the meatheads bellowed. I guess that was the limit of their deductive reasoning. They piled chairs all the way to the ceiling and ate the pancakes from the top down. Were they a meathead acrobatics troupe? I suppose they haven't figured out how to use basic tools of civilization, like step stools and ladders, even though I made sure to leave some right there. How stupid can you get? Still, it was surprising to see the meatheads use any tools at all. I'd expected them to just jump up to the ceiling and chomp as they went. I suppose Meathead Society must have advanced somewhere along the way, given that they were cutting their pancakes into pieces with their boomerangs. I really needed to release the meatheads back into the wilderness where they belonged. I turned to the nerds. Where are the bee-steered girls? I demanded. Spit it out. If you don't, I'll put you all on spits and roast you. You'll be crispier than these pancakes, I'll tell you that much. Don't tell us to spit out the pancakes while we're eating them. They just sent letters of gratitude, that's all. I don't even know how furry they are yet. We didn't get to pet them a single time, the last one said, weeping. The nerds had been brainwashed by the media back on Earth. Legend said that if you saved furry beast girls, you'd be able to pet them. Alas. You said they were beautiful, though, didn't you? I can't believe you guys were over there with beautiful beast girls while I was running around trying to avoid overdosing on old dude stench. Maybe you do deserve to get burned. Don't burn us. How could you be upset when you ran into Dancer Girl? She's beyond beautiful. We couldn't even talk to them, and you enslaved her. It doesn't make sense for you, of all people, to be jealous, Haruka-kun. Yup, I'm gonna burn the lot of ya. That doesn't solve anything, they shouted. I mean, we're talking about beast ears here. The bunny-eared girl was really sexy and had a cute, round tail. Hang on, you saw her, nice job. She's an innocent bunny, but that body was fierce. No way. What a development, so there were bunny beast folk. Oda-kun was even pantomiming an hourglass shape, and equipped with a round tail to boot, that bunny-eared beast folk girl couldn't be bested. That was no ordinary shaking, Oda-kun sighed. Even her ears wobbled. Them being so slim and fit is exactly the appeal of living out in the wild. Yeah, her butt was so big and firm, and with that cute little tail. Erg, I moaned. I think I dropped something over in the Beast Kingdom, so I'm just gonna go pick it up. Adios, Automigos. You've never even been there. And who the heck are Automigos? Where exactly was the Beast Kingdom anyway? Well, I saw it on a map once, but maps in this world weren't exactly accurate. And they certainly didn't list which countries had people with bunny ears. What useless maps. Always omitting the most important information. Letters are all I need, they were so scared. Humans murdered their families. The fact that they could even bring themselves to thank us is more than enough. Yeah, those girls were in no position to jump into rom-com mode or anything. Even if those nerds managed to raise an event flag, they'd probably snap the flagpole by accident. I mean, they were being way too nice. They hadn't even tried to approach the beast girls. They've got no game. But look, guys, I was in the most hopeless situation in the universe. I was in battle wearing a completely corny pirate's eye patch and wielding the most repulsive, submission-inducing, freedom-stealing chains and choker that this world has ever seen. But even in my sex appeal's darkest moment, I threw a Hail Mary crepe, and look where I am now. You need to activate the beaming joywood of your teenage boyhood. Come on, guys. How did you manage to do that? Of course, that very person had tied me up in those exact chains yesterday. Yeah, that definitely happened. We also had a plan to send aid to the Beast Kingdom. Their strength would help secure our safety. Being unable to get slaves from the Beast Kingdom would, in turn, weaken the Merchant Kingdom and the Theocracy. I figured the beasts wouldn't appreciate the help, though, so I'd never sent any. But now, it sure seemed like there was value in going over there. Regardless, I'll just need to see everything for myself, I said. Primarily the round tail. How did you get a glimpse of that? Yeah, I gotta burn you. Burn the polluted, corrupted nerds to purify their pristine environment. We didn't pollute anything. I knew that these guys would fall for the women of this world. They even gave sweets and souvenirs to Poster Girl, but afterward, they just watched her from a distance and smiled. Then they chattered like they were a fan club or something. I didn't think they were going to be getting lucky here anytime soon. Yet this world still overflowed with suffering. I mean, just look at the girls who had toppled over earlier, totally stuffed, and were now readying their lecture formation. I think they'd seen the nerds make the hourglass shape. Gotta bounce. Day 81. Noon. Thanks to the NTR 1900 edition explanation, my cool fight went to waste. Dungeon. 52nd floor. This atmosphere always restored me. The peaceful halls of a dungeon were the most relaxing, peaceful, and healing places in this world. I'd managed to escape from my classmates' lecture, although I didn't think this world was entirely guiltless, unlike me. There are more adventurers now, and they have better equipment. I figured there'd be some here, so where is everyone? I mean, this dungeon was deep and wicked hard, but there still wasn't anyone around. I didn't think I'd be having any lucky encounters. Well, besides encounters with monsters. This should be my chance to meet some beautiful adventurer girls. I sighed. I'm not an adventurer myself yet. I'm always going to the guild, though, which still hasn't let me join. Yeah, receptionist rep had some amazing glares for me this morning. She could definitely climb up the ranks at the Glare Guild, especially 'cause the guild chief was some old dude. It wasn't too warm or too humid. It even felt like someone had applied a coating to make the floor and walls smoother than normal. A large class dungeon. They became less cave-like and more on the castle end of things the bigger they got. Is this one under renovation? I'd be happy to help. No matter how deep I went, I didn't find any adventurer girls. I was on the verge of letting monsters overtake me so they could jump in to rescue me in the nick of time, but I didn't think the other monsters would let adventurers pass through so easily. I kept up my cool fighting poses, though, just in case anyone did show up. No dice, damn, just keep going. Plainly put, my servants are leaving me in the dust. Maybe those guys already took out all the monsters. Now that Dancer Girl had surpassed level 20, her strength was absolutely out of control. I stood no chance in training. Meanwhile, the dangers of our nightly battles grew deeper and deeper, deepening to the deepest possible reaches a teenage boy adventure could plunge in an all-night-long raiding session. Jiggle jiggle. There you are, were the monsters tasty. What even were the monsters on this floor? I didn't see a single one. The spellstones didn't tell me what monsters they came from, and I couldn't remember from last time. There was a good chance I hadn't even seen them back then, either. I was just getting a nice, safe stair aerobic workout. I petted and praised Slimy as we walked. Then, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl came back, looking refreshed. Yeah, I won't be meeting any monsters today, although I did encounter the holistic, unholy satisfaction of actual sadism last night. I gotta try harder tonight. The monsters might try to get revenge, but I'm still gonna try. The 53rd floor had lesser salamanders, just right for training. Fortunately, I got my own portion of monsters to fight after an earnest groveling sesh. Servants can work way too hard, am I right? You might say that's their job, but I ain't listening. I guess the 50th floor boss hasn't respawned since last time. I remember some crazy rare, nice to see you again level 50 mammoth, but I guess he's out this time. The lesser salamanders were almost cute. Nothing too tough. I guess lesser meant smaller, like in zoology. Chibai salamanders are cute, but they aren't top-tier cute animals. I wonder if they'd get upset if I called them fire salamanders by accident. Maybe I'd go chasing after a ball to collect my set of 7 underpants. Although, I already made so many girl underpants. They put in additional orders, lace panties. Wiggle wiggle. Lizards cloaked in fire. They just sorta walked in a straight line. Were these guys really a superior species? They clanked as they ran across the ground, racing around the large room. It was better practice to fight against a group, but that meant there were never any left for me. I still haven't figured out a solution to the monster shortage in this world, I said. I've been walking through this dungeon making friggin' lace panties for real. Wiggle wiggle. I supposed the roots of these problems were right beside me. A round dance. La Ronde. Pretty dumb name, but I was in a dungeon, so I guess I couldn't complain. The sexual contents of La Ronde the play were much more up my alley. Still, a ronde wasn't it supposed to be, I dunno, all elegant. La Ronde is a drama with 10 scenes of pairs of lovers. First a sex worker and a soldier, then a soldier and a maid, then a maid and a young gentleman, and then at the end, the count swings back over to the first sex worker lady in one scary cuckold tale. Is this the dance we're supposed to be dancing right now? Arthur Schnitzler came up with this back in 1900. It railed against the sexual and class norms of the time. They couldn't perform it for years, and wound up self-publishing 200 copies to distribute to friends, you know. Jiggle jiggle. A whirling round of swirling silver came to my ears. It eventually escaped censorship, and they performed it in 1920, but it still ended up causing all sorts of crazy scandals. We're talking about a social crisis, not just a dance. Jiggle jiggle. What? I thought we were talking about La Ronde. Damn it, while I was talking, all of the lesser salamanders got wiped out. Just when I remembered that La Ronde is also a choreographed and cued ballroom dance that progresses in a circular, counterclockwise pattern around the dance floor, too. And I was gonna tell you all about it, but La Ronde was just too culturally important. I didn't even have time to get to the point. I was gonna kill the salamanders while explaining La Ronde. Come on. Wiggle wiggle. I guess the lesser salamanders are lesser than the round-related topics in the end. Nice work, still seems like most monsters haven't respawned, right? At least I finished La Ronde. They move changed, there. Good, we handle them, they're easy. Boink boink. First stage, passing grade. Dancer girl could metamorphose her movements with a slippery smoothness that melded irregular meter movements with moldability. The pair knocked around the salamanders like pool balls, a clean sweep by Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl's pool cues. You guys sure know how to dance to irregular time signatures. Shifting gears, important. I was aiming for irregular movements myself, but I always got caught up in the rhythm of battle and fell into a standard beat. Humans unconsciously fall into patterns. That was why they could read my movements. To avoid that, go for an irregular meter. Better yet, don't use a time signature at all. This resulted in a completely free-flowing, ever-changing, shifting, transforming movements, the ultimate technique peerlessly mastered by Dancer Girl I could never achieve. Even Miss Armor Rep shook her head when Dancer Girl tried to teach her. If I managed it just a bit better, even if it was only an imitation, it could become a powerful weapon. First wide, big movements, intentionally delayed, exaggerated. Then, I could use teleport to skip the expected beat. Right now, I was only skipping a half beat. If I could change up the rhythm to be even more irregular, then the technique should make it impossible for opponents to read my movements. Nobody could hit me in the instant I used teleport, after all. Maybe I can synchronize teleport with my own movements, and then launch an under-control random fire. Misfiring would result in self-destruction, though. I'd break my own legs or bust my shoulders or something. None of my skills combine well at all. Still, I hone my skills day after day and night after night. Revival, which had already gone up to level 8, could take care of me. I hadn't lost any limbs yet, so I was fine. Miss Armor Rep and the others could protect me until I physically healed, so we went deeper into the dungeon as I practiced, letting revival heal me between each round of battle. The biggest perspective obstacle. The unbeatable 60th floor boss, the bug juice splurting giant fly. Thankfully, it hadn't respawned. No way am I facing that thing again. The general store is fully stocked with insecticide, but it didn't even help. That thing was seriously nasty. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. That stuff wasn't cheap to make, so I had to preserve what little I had. Meanwhile, the level 66 assassin ghosts were being as assassiny and ghosty as ever. Right, they disappear and then approach you, except we can see them the whole time. They crept up all sneakily, and we cut them down. They couldn't attack until they manifested into a solid form, so when they sneaked around like that, it was an all-you-can-kill fest on our part. Yet, they kept on disappearing and trying to sneak up on us anyway. I guessed it was their duty as doomed assassin ghosts, noble until the bitter end. 'Cause we were killing 'em all double dead, you know. The slithering sneaks slipped and were slain. I used Fish Girl's precise, well-honed sword techniques and defensive positions as a foundation, but I was traveling a difficult road. I wanted to master Dancer Girl's whirling dance. I used wisdom to trace the motions. Not that I dreamed that a dance like that was attainable or traceable, especially 'cause recording the motions was sexy enough to engage my teenage boy soul in better battles. It was probably my mistake for observing her dance while she was wearing a see-through leotard. Now that's a guaranteed method to get the technique to stick in my memory. Why? I swept through the assassin ghosts' flashing blades, imitating Dancer Girl's whirling dance of slashing and slaying as I swooped. I layered reality onto memory and dipped into her dream. I mean, the dream of hips like that and a waist like damn. That body was enticing the eternal teenage boy dreams right out of me. Each time I attacked, I lined up the rhythm with the missing beat caused by teleport, in such a way that I could continue into the next motion without getting carried away by teleport's momentum. Now this is swordplay. Sure, I was stabbing the little ghosties to death with my tentacles, but it was still swordplay. If I missed, I used holding to keep the ghosts in place and finish them off. But still, swordplay. When that still wasn't enough, I just used gravity to slam them against the ground. And if that was too much of a pain, I just shot off a random fire. But swordplay was swordplay, I tell you. The other two were glaring at me a lot, but come on, I was trying. I was worried about the implications of those exasperated glares on my potential training tonight, though. The most difficult fights in this world were during beatings, training. Even though we were fighting the monsters to death, they sure were a lot nicer than those two. For realsies. Day 81. Afternoon. If you're not changing clothes in the hidden room, then don't bother hiding like that. Dungeon. 68th floor. I had to be wary of where the insecticide still hung in the air, but that difficulty aside, it was an easy victory. I honestly should have considered a cyanide compound, but strangling the thing to death probably expedited things. Taking the time to develop a chemical weapon wasn't exactly speedy. The main problem was how I would fare tonight. I need to practice. Slimy won't even eat these guys. Floor 68 bugs are a big yikes. Jiggle jiggle. The only solution for flying insects was to banish them to the ground. Our only problem was these bugs had spears. Level 68 spear hoppers flung and flopped around beyond any sensor skill's prediction capabilities. Last time, I had used holding on the insecticide to smoke out and kill the bugs. Melee was better for training, though, and I didn't have anything else better to turn my sword against. Even if I had, I'd just wind up killing them all anyhow. Aren't you locusts supposed to devour crops, not stab them with spears? Amid the bad bug debugging battle, I focused on activating wisdom and reaching the limits of my abilities without harming myself. Everything slowed to the point where the hoppers' movements felt sluggish and predictable. The only problem was that I could now see their disgusting faces in perfect detail. Yuck! I used to love the locust dude in the K*Men Rider Black TV reruns, but I'd rather not do a repeat with these locusts. Not with strength, gently. I swung my blade in every direction, carving through the air as I advanced. It was a war against hapless hoppers. If I erred in my teleport, I'd get stabbed, so I swung my blade in wide arcs. I mean, I love to penetrate. It was one of my favorite things in the world. I was quite capable at it, too, as I've been doing plenty of it every night, but I'd rather not be the one getting penetrated. I wasn't a BL guy, and I didn't think any BL fangirls would be fans of grasshopper insertions, either. Yeah, that book isn't making any bestseller lists. At least, I hope it isn't. Using centrifugal force reduced recoil on the body, eliminating almost all weight on me. It was just aggravating and annoying and aggressively aggregated anger as I agilely swung and swooped and sliced. I'd love me an auto whirlwind blade or a total auto electric fan. Sure, skills are automatic after activating them, but if I don't acclimate to accreting and activating eclectically and disparately, and probably desperately, I'll get penetrated by the grasshoppers. That is one terrifying punishment for a screw-up. Should I just use the casting net in my item bag? No, this was supposed to be training. But I was friggin' sick and tired of these stupid hoppers. Cricket this, cricket that. Shut up. Those ugly faces getting all up in my Jupiter eye. I hate bugs. We're using pesticides from now on, I swear. The others patted me on the back. Going all out with wisdom like this made it feel like my brain cells were tearing apart. Would my memory really survive all this, even with revival? Is my brain gonna be okay? This country, right? I dunno, this domain, ohm. Well, Duke Dude Mr. Meridad. He's always getting into lovers' quarrels. Yeah, my memory's working just fine. Getting cornered like that helped me hone my skills. This was my best technical execution so far. In order to try hard, I needed to face danger head-on. Yeah, this was the only time I ever tried hard. The armory dude and the general store lady are searching for vitality, intelligence, and control-boosting equipment for me, so I should improve my fundamentals in the near future. No, you practice. Don't get so bored. Jiggle jiggle. Skill levels went up along with your main level, but in my case, my actual level barely improved compared to my skill levels. Alas, improving my actual technique was my only hope. Where are the cheap, easy cheats around here? Like transferring self-inflicted damage over to the nerds. While we're at it, we can burn them and then bury them alive, you know? That's who I want to become. Although, I don't need to, 'cause I've got Blockhead, I guess. Wiggle wiggle. Next up were level 69 soldier puppets. They were optimal for close combat melee training. It was a chance to get lots of good gear with basic skills, too. They'd made for great practice for a military operation before. This time, they were optimal for getting loads of equipment. These puppets were truly the perfect opponent. "Hee-ah," I shouted. Slimy jiggled behind me. I am a phantasmagorical teenage boy in battle with puppets. Now that will raise my sex appeal. I'm slicing the puppets apart, but it might still work. Hope that my sex appeal isn't flagging in the face of brutal puppet slaughter. Wiggle wiggle. I drew my staff, clashed with the nearby puppet's blade, then sliced through its left flank. I whirled around, rebalanced myself, and surged forward. My patterns were disguised with teleport, and I used airwalk to dodge the sea of spears. Unlike my battle against the hoppers, airspace was open in this fight. It was the optimal dance floor. The puppets got caught up in my unstoppable, high-speed, 3D maneuver dance and were torn to shreds as I leaped across the air. I gripped the huge 7-branch sword in both hands and swung it down like a poleaxe, crushing the enemy. The 7-branch sword was only a few feet long normally, but now it extended to close to 10 feet. I suppose the extendable properties of the universe staff made that possible, which meant that the 7-branched sword it contained could extend, too. I shouldn't have been so surprised. Keeping my weapon in staff form made it easier to use, but the 7-branched sword had power on its side. Cane Mastery provided me the necessary adjustments to use it. Stab like a spear, swing like a halberd, wield like a longsword. A bloody combination. Bloody Mary Emson couldn't give me crap about those necessary adjustments now, could she? Although she was pretty invincible, even in a fantasy world. Phew. The mountain of remains turned into spellstones. It felt like there'd been a lot of soldier puppets. Could respawn rates differ based on species? Puppet party priority. Swing too much, too many openings. Clumsy, steps are too big. Wiggle wiggle. Gimme a break. I was just swinging around my sword, letting it do the work. I kinda needed to take out all the puppets at once, or I'd have been in trouble. And I'm pretty sure my steps are going to end up being too big when I'm walking through the air. I mean, I can't just tiptoe, can I? It had been a real drag. I got bored halfway through, to be blunt. That was why I'd gone into berserker mode. And sure, maybe I dug myself into a bit of a hole. I guess I couldn't take things too lightly. I suppose I'm just best in the face of adversity. As in, I don't dig it until I'm in trouble, like I don't start trying until I'm about to die. What was wrong with me? The two of them kept scolding me as we headed down. It turned out I hadn't escaped the lectures after all. Oh, a vitality item? And this one's got control too. Hey, this has got plus 30% for intelligence. All the other items were shoddy, so I'm just gonna sell them, but these are great. I organized the items I had picked up. Now, I could finally get rid of those tough boots, vitality plus 10%. I couldn't help but feel like it was waste, what with the money I'd spent on them, but I really didn't need them anymore. Lots of stuff, but meh. We needed more equipment, as I couldn't just use Mithril to upgrade everything. If I powered up Miss Armor Rep's and Dancer Girl's stuff with Mithril, I'd run through most of my stock. Better equipment required increasingly greater amounts of Mithril to power up, unfortunately. I needed to conserve my Mithril as much as I could. Yeah, even though I had powered up our plates with Mithril, the Trident forks still put all those damn holes in them. Meanwhile, the next floor's level 70 Jotun that Slimy had such a blast with hadn't respawned. Floor bosses have such good drops, but they're all gone, I sighed. They're so profitable, too. Jiggle jiggle. That was how I'd gotten Queen Bee her Eternal Ice Spear. I upgraded the Jotun's drop item with Mithril. If 40 or so of them could respawn and gimme their drop items, I'd finally be able to distribute weapons to everyone instead of having to reserve them for each party's leader. Apparently, things weren't gonna be so easy. Trying to will the event flag into existence wasn't helping, either. On top of that, floor bosses that respawn have crappier drop items, according to the book in the guild's reference room. Jiggle jiggle. Oh yeah, Receptionist Rep had been all up in my grill about reading books reserved for adventurers and stuff, but that was what the book said. It was good info. Rather than hoping for respawns, we just gotta smash and advance. It's faster for new dungeons to spawn to begin with, apparently. Jiggle jiggle. With a little of this and a little of that, we made it to the level 71 flare snakes on the 71st floor. They didn't hibernate, not even after I cooled the room down. I remembered training against them last time. A throng of slithering fiery snakes wriggled toward us and launched themselves into the air. They were so densely packed that they were practically on top of each other, so all I had to do was slash and thrash my way around the room. I trampled through a slow-motion world of slithering, desperately trying to avoid losing my footing. I peeked into the hidden room to see if the Flare Snake King from last time was still around, but there was neither a snake nor a single hot babe getting changed. A waste of peekery. We got the Mirror Greatshield as a drop item from the Flare Snake King, didn't we? Why aren't their clothes dropping off a sexy lamia or something this time? I suppose the hot babes changing hadn't spawned in the dungeon in the first place, so logically, they couldn't have respawned. If there had been hot girls respawning in there, I would have made that room my new residence. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl nodded at me. I supposed I'd done well by their estimation. They appraised my footwork, posture, and ability to navigate the densely crowded snakes. Still, I started fidgeting. I just didn't want to be surrounded by these creepy snakes anymore. What even were the monsters after this part? I don't remember. That meant that I'd gone totally out of control and started rampaging around last time as well. I haven't grown a bit. Day 81. Evening. After the labor strike, I had the same improved contractual obligations as everyone else. Dungeon. 80th floor. We made it all the way down to the 80th floor, but the old boss, Ground Cloud, hadn't respawned here either. It was a good enough time. I economized MP expenditure, so I didn't feel particularly hungry, but the 80th floor seemed like a good enough place to call it quits for the day. Time to go back and eat, I said. Tonight's a red dinner per the orphan's request, Hamburg steak and spaghetti napolitana. I gotta make 3 times the normal amount, or the girls and the orphans will gobble everything up, my portion included. Maybe I should confiscate those forks, tridents? Why does a red meal get them as worked up as Lou Boo's war horse red hair? I'm getting worried about the orphans' dinnertime development. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. The whole 70s levels were a high-speed slaughter fest from the other 3. They moved so fast that I didn't even catch what monsters they killed. I saw some craggy-looking things, but the trio smashed them before I could use appraisal. Yup, they went crazy. They must have been hungry. Lately, there hadn't been nearly enough food to go around. We'd been splitting the cost of ingredients, so they figured that, since they're paying, they might as well go all out. I seriously need to reconsider my accounting system for meals. Look, the orphans can forget their manners and eat as much as they want. But the girls, are the meatheads a bad influence on them? They seem like they'll be demanding buckets sooner or later. Wiggle wiggle. Twilight was just starting to fall when I made it back to the gate. I decided to go back around the outskirts of the forest to check things out and do a little gardening while I was at it. Slimy, can you interpret for me? I was trying to negotiate labor conditions with the demon scythes. Unlike my other slaves, I forcibly used the demon ring, enslaves demons up to 3, on them. Thinking maybe they didn't like that, I offered them new conditions. They declined. I didn't understand how they felt about their work or what negotiations they wanted or anything, so I sent in Slimy as a mediator. Jiggle jiggle. The demon scythes liked sweets, so I had been commissioning work off of them in exchange for snacks. They seemed to have some points of dissatisfaction, though, so I tried negotiating to see if they wanted money, different food, or mithril or something. But that wasn't the case. They ate the sweets anyway. As did Slimy. Was this really a labor negotiation? Gerbil gerbil. After I had first sent them off, I started working on new employment contracts. The problem was that I never exactly received concrete feedback, so it was hard to make improvements. Dealing with slaves isn't easy. Wiggle wiggle. Wiggle wiggle. Jiggle jiggle. Wiggle wiggle. Slimy appeared to be talking to them about contractual points, but they could have just been chit-chatting and enjoying their dessert for all I knew. Yeah, from the looks of things, I think they were just going ham on the sweet potatoes. The scythes liked fried sweet potatoes, too. For whatever reason, the demon scythes leveled up more quickly than my other slaves. They had already made it to level 77. What did a luck number level like that mean for demons? Was it unlucky, maybe? Still, I couldn't just have 0 conditions in the contract. I wanted to do everything I could to avoid fighting. Is the problem with the contract, or just communication? Or were they saying nothing and simply enjoying the sweets? I honestly had no clue. Jiggle jiggle. Up until now, the demon scythes had just taken on whatever work I asked of them. I knew they enjoyed the desserts I gave them, and they always did their jobs perfectly. They seemed all upset now that negotiations had started, and I was asking them if it had been unfair to just force them into slavery. I'd accept whatever working conditions they asked for. I was the one in the wrong here, after all. We continued negotiations as we leisurely made our way back home. I'd pre-mixed the Hamburg steaks, so they only needed to be fried up. No need to rush. I was doing all this while Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl chased after me, swinging their morning stars. There was a strong possibility I wouldn't make it back alive. The teenage boys of the world have set sensibilities centered around sex, I sighed. Yeah, I was sure that if you took the sexual core out of a high school-age boy, we wouldn't even be able to remember our own names. Today's teenage boys could anthropomorphize just about anything into a girl. As I recalled, even successive Tokugawa shoguns had clearly been ridiculously immodest, right? I better not still have this much energy after becoming an adult, though. I'll have to report myself. I continued preparing this evening's program. Training could continue tomorrow, when I'd face off against monsters level 80 and up. There was a strong chance we'd encounter killer techniques or affinities, so I wanted to reduce the amount Miss Armor Rep and the others had to do. I was the most fragile but also the hardest to kill, the weakest but also our best bet for killing freak enemies. Jiggle 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 wiggle. Oh, they just wanted to spend more time with us. Is that it? Uh, how foolish of me. How flagrantly, boorishly foolish. I needed to use servitude the same way for everyone. They all deserved to be treated the same, yet I'd somehow been leaving the demon's sides out. I'm sorry, guys, I said. I don't know how I didn't notice sooner. Release. There, now you're free. I'm sorry about everything. Thank you. If you want, you can stay with us. Oh, you're all staying? Okay, thank you. Servitude, now you're back and stuff. Great. I whipped up a lavish feast, including a boatload of sweets as apologies/thank yous for the demon scythes. It wasn't that they were lonely inside the demon ring, they wanted to be servants of their own will. They went straight back into the demon ring as soon as they finished eating. Hang on, were they free to come and go this whole time? I get that they were used to living in there, but if they left the residence's front door open, would other demons move in instead? We made it back to the inn, raising the curtain on the War of the Three Kingdoms over spaghetti Napolitana. The entire inn transformed into an endless battlefield of bottomless war and unlimited seconds. I really need to stop handing food out on such big plates. Bon appetit, and so tasty in seconds, please. I thought serving a giant plate of spaghetti to each table would be nice, but that just turned each table into a mini battlefield. Spaghetti and clams sure would be nice, wouldn't it? Slimy ate straight from a bucket, and Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl got along just fine. Not sure if it was because she was a senpai of sorts, but Dancer Girl was really attached to Miss Armor Rep. Their lovely relationship exuded eroticism, so we were gonna be getting busy tonight. Meanwhile, the orphans peacefully shared food at their tables. Come on, classmates. When the wars finished, I took a bath with Slimy. After some joyful frolicking, we went to my room. We'd be going into the deepest layers of the dungeon tomorrow, so I needed to prepare the necessary equipment. I keep talking about wanting to raise my vitality, but maybe it's my lack of armor and a shield that's fatal. Boink boink. If I had a shield version of one of the can insert 7 items, it'd be an all-you-can vitality fest, but when you're fighting, shields just got in the way, you know? I didn't have the vitality or HP to exchange blows. I couldn't wield a shield in a fight either. It'd get busted, and then I'd be done for. My best bet was to focus on evasion, and shields got in the way of that. Plus, I wasn't a high enough level to wear good armor, so it'd end up being a nuisance all the same. Ideally, I would add armor into my clothes, making a shield pointless to begin with. I thought that 30% was the max. There had been over 100 soldier puppets on the 69th floor, so I had a couple hundred drop items from them. I stopped by the armory and general store on the way back. They had stocked a few items I'd wanted, so I sorted out the crappy ones and bought the rest. I had the 300 items from the kingdom's treasury, too. I sorted them with appraisal, prioritizing any intelligence and vitality boosting items, basically looking for good ones with anything outside of power and speed. The best find so far is the ogre leather armor. Power, vitality plus 20%, recovery, large, muscle boosting, large. Will muscles help power or vitality? That armor was perfect if it meant a vitality boost. If it meant a power boost, I'd just go into overdrive again and self-destruct. If it was both, then I'd be back at square one. Well, it was a candidate for comparative consideration either way, so I put it in the keep pile. I can add 3 sets of equipment to my clothes set, and 5 to my cloak. My magic hands are already in there, though, so the cloak's just 4. 4 for my gloves and 3 for my boots, but I can always swap out my tough boots for something better. So that's 4 total. 4 in my ring, too. The real problem is the round space in the crown or headband or whatever it is. 5 left for my sword, 4 for the staff, and then 7 for the spear. Can I get a shield in there? Yeah, I did it. I already had a self-destructive, common-sense smashing, utterly self-annihilating spear with the grass-cutting sword, Mistletoe, and the 7-branch sword. At this rate, maybe I could expect Longinus or Excalibur or a legitimate trident to show up. I was worried about turning any of them over to my classmates because of the recoil, which I could seal off when using them. Even Miss Armor Rep didn't like using God's sword, not because she was anti-God or anything, but because it was difficult to wield and straight up too dangerous. I was actually the only person around here who specialized in extreme control, which I refined through my countless side jobs. I still had a long way to go in my nightly battles, that I could tell you. I made a profit and had a good time. Even Faith could move mountains with enough training. Wiggle wiggle. Consoling me again, Slimy. For the time being, I went with adding ogre leather armor, power, vitality plus 20%, recovery large, muscle boosting large, magic array kimono, physical and magic resistance large, magic control large, and magic leather clothes set, vitality plus 20%, Herculean strength to my clothes set. For my cloak, I left 2 spots open and I went with Verge of Death overcloak, slash and bludgeon resistance boosting, large. Plus defense and steel thread cloak, vitality plus 20%, slash and stabbing resistance, large, creates armor in the other 2 spots. I added the shell wristband, vitality plus 20%, physical and magic resistance, large, to the gloves, leaving 3 open spots. I found 4 items for my boots, iron greaves, vitality plus 20%, physical defense boost, large, steel leg plates, vitality plus 20%, MP hardening, metal-tipped boots, vitality plus 20%, and the total greaves, vitality plus 30%. Body protection. Physical resistance, large, so I didn't need the tough boots anymore. What a waste. I'd bought them and everything. I've got 5 whole open spots in this crown/headband thing, but the only item I found was the metal helmet. Vitality plus 20%. Defense. Jiggle jiggle. Apparently shields could be inserted into my staff, so I tried adding the Sparrow Evasion Shield. Vitality, power plus 20%. Evasion modifier, large. Evasion, large. Recovery, large. That one was nice. I also put in a drop item from today, the Silver Shield, vitality plus 20%. Physical resistance, small. Physical and magic modifier, small. There are other items with minor boosts left, but I can get better effects by making the items myself. Jiggle jiggle. Just in case, I took out the remaining candidates and decided to sell the rest. There weren't any rings from the treasure or today's drops, nothing that would sell particularly well, at least. I still have 4 open slots, and I can wear 7 more rings not counting thumbs. So at least 11 more items total. I'm not sure I like the vibe of rings on all my fingers, but I am a big spender, so I'll suck it up. Jiggle jiggle. I was a big spender who had bills piling up on a tab at the inn while working his ass off on side jobs. I was spending a lot more on allowances with Dancer Girl here, too. I had so many ingredients for dinner tonight, and none remained. I had plenty of food in storage, so I didn't need to buy anything, but the girls would lecture me if they found out I'd been holding out on them. Throwing my next bill onto the tab, that leaves an allowance of 50,000 ale. Then they'll figure out I can afford the bill, which will drop my allowance to a measly 35,000 ale. Some big spender I am. I don't want to become the poor match girl from the fairy tales selling matches on a snowy day and end up frozen to death. I'd rather set the world on fire. That's including the church and all the old dudes, kill 2 birds with 2 stones. Chuck 'em as hard as I possibly can and break those bad birdies. Although a bird in each palm sounds like sweet living to me. Wiggle wiggle. Now bird beaks, that be cute, nearly as good as beast girl ears. I didn't want to get sweaty after the bath, but I supposed I better head over to the training grounds. Slimy was already on my head, ready for action. Day 81. Night. I wonder what this world wants from me, but I'm too afraid to ask. White loser in. Training grounds. Entangle, using magic entanglement was now as second nature as breathing, and it was all thanks to my hard night work. I still didn't understand how it worked despite having repeatedly used it to avoid death by a razor's edge. Without it, I probably wouldn't even have been able to handle the MP of the monster forest. Yet, I couldn't advance either, unable to comprehend the power of this magic entanglement on my own, let alone fully analyze it. I hadn't even started to really use it yet. I still had a long way to go. The next instant, a heavy air clung to my body. That airy substance changed to a fluid, something heavy wrapped around my body. I had to drag myself through that syrupy world, advancing as if I were swimming. Ergzahi. Even that was enough to make me gasp out in pain. My vigor, stamina, endurance, those all had gone up. Even though I could bear it, it was agonizing. If I snapped, revival would heal me, but it still hurt. Magic entanglement may have reduced external damage, but the skill itself caused pain. Using life or death in addition to magic entanglement tore apart my muscles right down to my bones. This time I got off with just a few fissures, so they healed quickly. But geez, ow. They hurt, but I used it to survive. I couldn't handle consecutive attacks, though. I buffed myself with equipment, but I guess that's as far as it gets me. I needed something to improve my control-related skills, too. Vitality made it harder for me to break under the weight, but it didn't help with pain. I healed quickly, but I inevitably broke in the end, so it always hurt. Jiggle jiggle. Wow, that's some deep stuff there, Slimy. I see. Small stones can sink a ship when you have enough of them, so I just need tons of small stones and then I'll sink. Hang on, that's no good. Wiggle wiggle. Not that. Right, a small force becomes great if you gather numbers, so I just need to get smaller. Wait a second, that's not a solution either. Ba boink boink bonk. Oh, now you say, go break a leg. Look, my bones are more smashed than broken. Plus, I've got torn muscles and flesh wounds too, so that's not much of an idiom, Slimy. What's with the stand-up routine with Slimy? They're even wearing matching ties. Hey, this was my tie for the ball, and I wanted to give Slimy one, too. And I still haven't given the orphan's bodyguard a proper introduction. I did also make a perfectly round chibai dress for him, but that didn't get a turn, either. It just got in the way of transformations, so it's in cold storage. What a waste. The orphans, and the 23 beautiful girls surrounding them, had finished their baths. Their thin clothes revealed an overwhelming surface area of warm, pink skin, hot air still rising off them. Shorts and short dresses with healthy long legs stretching out of them, one after the next, and on top were deep V-neck t-shirts and tank tops. Lovely shoulders and collarbones coming for me. Quite close. When are you gonna play with us, Big Bruwo? Then the orphans came at me as if they'd been shot out of a cannon, ready to play. There wasn't a single gap in their formation. Nope, not in the ring of girls directly behind the throng of bouncing orphans, either. Our orders, bro. Bro, more orders, please. How about some chestnut manju? Yeah, big bro, I'd really like some cream cake. I could use some outfits, big bro. More orders, big bro. It was a trap, a steamy trap, an inevitable, endlessly repeated surefire trap. You keep saying that these are wants and requests and wishes, but only one thing is gonna happen if I refuse: a teenage girl stampede all over me. Also known as the raw rubbing pressure of heavenly hell, involving lots of squishy-squashy, mushy-mushy rubbing and crushing. I had improved my vitality, so my physical resistance and recovery had improved, but one could not underestimate such soft squishiness. This was bouncing, bounding, and flinging from the forces of level 100 plus stats. Wisdom calculated that I would be unable to avoid getting trampled by flesh, that all I'd be able to see would be a wall of skin with no route of escape. I had taken off my universe staff, cloak, and gloves after training. This was a fatal mistake. Even if I created an opening, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl blocked the exits with boinging bodies of their own, and all the necessary power to bounce me straight back into the teenage girl fray. Even if I tried to slip by them with teleport, they would just target me while I paused to concentrate. He's going right, it's a fake roll, he's going down. Elf Girl read my emotions and signaled my intended movements to the girls. Class Rep dispensed orders in response, and I was instantly crushed by a mountain of female flesh. There was no opening anywhere. If I combined the powers of magic hands, lascivious, vibration magic, and sex god, I could easily clear the field of all of this riffraff and leave them on the ground quivering, but I got the feeling that would be bad for my sex appeal. I'd feel bad for making them have to take another bath right after they'd gotten out, too. Going full throttle would involve this and that. Yeah, they definitely need another bath. I had gotten good at drying futons lately, though. Hang on, I cried. Normally, you attack me after submitting your orders, but this time you're trying to weaken me before submitting them? That's intimidation. Subjecting a teenage boy to abusive orders that direct his own mischievous orders is just ordering squishy-squashy orders that I will be happy to negotiate for more of, so get to the point. Why stampede all over me now? It was too late, at least my equipment helped. I wasn't losing HP too quickly, and I was still at full thanks to my MP recovery. The only thing that hadn't improved was my teenage mind's ability to resist the stimulation. Without special skills like Boingo resistance or skin caress nullification, I didn't stand a chance. Actually, even with those skills, I probably didn't stand a chance. If I did, this would be a BL novel instead. I had nullified physical attack damage completely, so my equipment was fine, but my teenage boy brain was very much not. This is insanity. Come on, Big Brew. I go off to work in the dungeon, and when I get back, the order sheets all respawned, Which is the real dungeon? 1, 2, 3, 21. Everyone wants a bunny girl outfit, y'all are gonna wear those. And do what? Were they gonna open a bunny girl restaurant, or a casino maybe? Now that'd be profitable. Look, I'm not opposed. In fact, I'm a personal bunny fan, as most teenage boys are. I like bunnies so much I'd level up my sex appeal for the bunnies' sakes. Yes, sandwiched between Miss Armor Rep in black and Dancer Girl in white. Now that's bunny therapy healing hour right there. But bunny girls running around the inn sounds like a dangerous situation that the police would be liable to investigate. Although Mr. Meridad is in charge, so I guess not. Bunny girls were undoubtedly dangerous for public ethics and morals alike, especially for teenage boys. Yes, he accepted them. That was easy. Angelica-san told me he had a thing for bunnies. Yeah, Oda-kun and his friends were super into the bunny girl beast folk, too. They're into bunnies. Yeah. Yeah, bunny girls in fishnets possessed a devastating destructive force. 23 of them, teenage boys wouldn't be able to stand. An obstructive status ailment would force us to stand all hunched and bent over. I didn't know if I wanted that to be the norm around here. Plus, a design for yukata, okay, there's no problem with a yukata itself, but I don't think I'll be able to make them prismatic yet. The mean girls also had some drafts of their own. New mules, Don't you guys already have 20 pairs of shoes each? What are you, centipedes? At a certain point, more naked legs blew past a teenage boy's natural limit. They ordered the typical swimsuits, underwear, pajamas, slippers, But don't order your feminine products from a teenage boy, an order form with a joint signature. For real? I suppose I'll make anything if it means getting cash, but the design and the layout and the warning points are all very, vivid, no leaking, no rashes, no itching. Oh man, this is it. I got an unused sample, but receiving an unused pad from a teenage girl, that had to be bad news for my sex appeal. Wherever did that little guy go? Apparently they'd needed them for a while, but it had been hard to admit. Look, I don't blame them. This wasn't easy for me either. That was why they'd unleashed their female body stampede today. It's urgent, Bras, pads, being a girl sure is rough. But for a teenage boy to have to solve these issues, it's problematic. Not to mention their intricate, high-tech demands. It required a multi-layered fabric structure, emphasizing skin contact, and prioritizing fluid absorption to prevent staining and permeation to the reverse side. In addition, it required a light adhesive to stay in place. This was deep. Why a teenage boy had to investigate these depths each and every night was one of the great mysteries of the universe. I didn't love that I was getting so in the thick of things, but it was necessary. They said they only had a few left. They always talked about being featherweight in commercials. So that's where it comes from. I always feel like I just have to fall into an awkward silence during those commercials. Couldn't they have some more consideration for teenage boys? I get it, so in order to prevent leaks, there's this part to provide a wide fit like this. That's the shape. I fell into a happy memory. I needed to develop a special weave. Only magic could solve this. Leaving aside the philosophical question of why this problem had fallen to a teenage boy to solve, I also needed to deal with this technological question. 'Cause I couldn't think about the former problem. I'd like to use magic, since there's no access to any chemical materials in this world. But if I'm going to weave absorption or drying into thread, then making a cloth pad is the best option. Those could be used repeatedly, so making them prismatic with stain resistance should help them last longer. I recognized that ruminating over this question raised the greater question of whether a teenage boy should be ruminating over these questions at all. Regardless, the intricate design posed a challenge. Wisdom had already begun its design analysis. I was confident that Wisdom would surprise me. I was already surprised. Just when I'd finished pondering why I was making bras in this world, next thing I knew, it was sanitary products. What exactly is getting sent to a fantasy world again? Gel comes from oil, right? When chilled, it has the same composition as you know that. At least I wasn't the only one treated like a creep around here. Everyone deserved a nice hentai sticker slapped on their forehead. I don't remember reading anything about pad design back on Earth, thankfully so. Although, producing goods did end up being a category for isekai stories, and I did read a lot of those. Did they really make bras and pads in those stories? I really don't remember. They all had heroines, and none of them forced anyone to make them bras. How did they get away with it? Paper would get too sticky, heat caused it to steam and sag, and it wouldn't return to its original shape after absorbing liquid. Cloth was really the only choice, which made the shape essential. If the fit wasn't perfect, moving around would result in leaks. A shape that fit nice and tight in there, a teenage boy blackout ensued. Ah, yeah, there it is. The magic mold I came up with when researching how to make sports bras. This should make it so I don't need to fit them individually. No matter how you spin it, me measuring them so their pads fit nice and tight. No, it's just not possible. Magic fabrics were probably superior to chemical fabrics. This meant these pads were going to be expensive, as they would be disposable. This limited the product to natural resources. I'm not a huge fan of the idea of needing to adventure out in a fantasy world for the purposes of gathering absorptive ingredients for pads. With a hook to attach to the underwear, they shouldn't slide. Then make the gather point with my magic mold, apply some waterproof for anti-permeation measures. Yeah, I don't know how to feel. I just whipped up something marvelous. But this is not an object a teenage boy should be perfecting. Seriously. That just left the biggest problem. In order to test this, I'll need to take a look at a used one. A daydream blackout commenced. Cloth pads needed to be washed, but between the stain resistance property and the magic weave, they should be pretty sturdy. Hang on, I'm the only one able to wash the magic fabric, I asked aloud, followed by my own screams of torment. That night, a despondent teenage boy who should have been staring up at the night sky in boyish wonder was instead fixated on pads with a tragic look in his eye. The scene wasn't worthy of any poet. You know. Day 81. Night. Learning super speed for the purpose of dodging orphan launcher warfare. White loser in. Girls meeting. After much investigation, revision, reinvestigation, and analysis, we discovered the weak point of sex god at last. A thing for bunnies. Yup, on the way back from the capital, Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san discovered it during their bunny girl outfit warfare. Enchanted, Gap in his defense, and bunny costume doesn't try to escape chance. It was without doubt. I saw him change under the pressure of prospective beautiful bunny girls. That was his weakness. And Cheongsam too. Be but attacking him when his guard's down, because we're in Cheongsam. His guard had been up higher with the bunny girl thing, apparently. Didn't they also say secretaries were his weak point, though? Miniskirts activate the sex god's attack mode. Let the leotard slip, attack before he can knock off the bunny ears. Oh. Taking an attack from him meant game over. He'd launch a continuous stream of blows without any opening to get one of your own in. What a terrifying, destructive force. And weren't school swimsuits also a weak point? Slip off, it's over. Gym shorts too, no good. Aren't they just saying that stripping anything off is his weak point? You'll be destroyed in an instant without clothes. Yeah, pretty much everything was a weak point for him. Bunny girl outfits were usually stretchy, but this design was lustrous and fitted, making it hard to take off. The time needed to take off the outfit would decide the outcome. Even tying him up wasn't enough. Wait, they tied him up. Sacrifice and service were important concepts for women in this fantasy world, especially for Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san, who were from a long-ago era. Loyalty and devotion meant everything to them. When he repaid them with equally intense service, they felt like they had to serve him all the more. Was a forced servitude war about to break out over here? Yeah, to fight wholeheartedly in order to be the servant of someone else. That just wasn't normal. tying someone up to trample them in the name of love, devotion, and service. Yeah, there's something wrong with this. In old-fashioned fantasy worlds, powerful men had many wives and concubines who all served them faithfully and with gratitude. In exchange, the man provided them with beautiful clothes and jewelry as well as delicious meals and sweets. From Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san's perspectives, Haruka-kun had saved them. It was a favor they could never fully repay. He treated them with unbelievable kindness, gifted them endless streams of clothes, jewels, delicious meals, and sweets day after day. Even when they tried to express their gratitude, he just made them enjoy themselves even more, leaving them feeling great but having failed to fully serve him. No, they're managing, Vice Rep A snorted. Yeah, they're managing. He's giving them all this stuff because he wants them to be happy. Enjoying it all and saying thank you is enough. Plus, they act as his guard on the front lines of battle. Haruka-kun must be so happy just to have their company all the time, book club president added. That makes him happy enough that he wants to give all those gifts. There was some present hyperinflation gift of the Meiji crisis going on. That's a story about how a husband and wife sell their valuables to give gifts to one another. Yeah, what we're witnessing is a furious forced gift acceptance of the erotic sort. Nightly couplings between a sex god and two immortal dungeon emperors epically insisting on gift-giving inflation. Gifts of the you might die if you receive them variety. You can't serialize that. Banned for certain. Both sides wanted to show their love and gratitude for the other, but instead it had devolved into an incomprehensible sex contest between sexy women and unlimited tentacles. Yes, today made for yet another unforgettable spectacle. Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san gave both body and soul, everything that they had. The avaricious, greedy master tried to give it all back in a furious battle. Each side was desperately forcing happiness onto the other, a real-life Meiji gift war with no end in sight. In addition, Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san both believed the old-fashioned line of thought that the most precious gift a woman could give to a man was a child. But they were both monsters, so they couldn't have a child with him. No matter how hard they tried, they could never be human. The least they could do was give him their bodies and souls, and today they brought the fire to the fight. They were determined to go in gym clothes, but with their crazy figures, the outfits didn't look the way they were supposed to. Now I want some gym shorts. Yeah, maybe if I could look like that in them. So sporty. Okay, we'll need additional orders. Now that we were delving into dungeons, we had reduced our debt. But we already had another round of orders. Still, having fun is good enough. We had found happiness here on the frontier after having lost everything. This inn, that cave, all our happy memories were from them. They were the treasures of girls who had lost it all. We were happy. We wanted to protect this place and our new neighbors. None of my classmates were interested in becoming nobles or anything. They couldn't stand to leave anyone here behind. Haruka-kun ensured we were happy here. We treasured these days. We'd lost everything but had found so much happiness in return. That was why we had been so anxious to get back here. All our happiness lay here on the frontier. While the kids were in the bath, we changed the topic to the issue at hand. Yeah, sooner or later. Did you order them? It was our only option. It's so embarrassing, I want to run away. I tried it like ages ago. I guess we won't be able to. I can't stand the idea of my beautiful underwear getting stained. Yeah, me neither. There was one reason why Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san insisted that they were concubines and we should become Haruka-kun's real wives. Above all else, they were ashamed that they couldn't bear children for the man they loved. That issue of fertility was related to the girls' ongoing crisis. Periods didn't put any strain on our bodies now that we were so high level. We were strong and didn't need to rest. We mostly didn't want our beautiful underwear to get stained. Those clothes were our treasures. We wanted to treat them as best we could. Sure is tough to ask of him. We need them though, you know. Should we force him? He would probably make them for us if we explained the situation. He would act all embarrassed and try to refuse, but if he knew we were really in trouble, he would help. Still, it was difficult to try to request and explain seriously. Plus, it would be embarrassing for him and even more embarrassing for us. Why was he doing a double-act comedy routine with Slimy? With matching ties, for heaven's sake. Slimy had taken his classic paper fan used in slapstick and booked it. Currently, Haruka-kun was running away from the orphans, who fired themselves at him, a relentless rain of rolling kids roiling themselves up into the air and wrapped themselves around him. They had him surrounded without an opening, tied into a high-density, close-combat war zone. Haruka-kun managed to escape by vanishing for an instant with teleport and moved forward. You couldn't cling on to something that wasn't there. Still, they had him surrounded, and we had the elf maiden Irelia-san on our side. Her emotion sensing and thought prediction perfectly anticipated the direction of Haruka-kun's teleport, allowing for new counterformations. We were getting stronger. Orders, Big Brew. Come on, Big Bro, new products. Chestnut Manju. Haruka-kun still had some equipment on, but we were in light clothing after the bath. Our skin was smooth and warm, and our legs still damp. It was an erotic encirclement of women closing in on him. If we trampled him now, victory would be ours. Yeah, Big Bro, I'd really like some cream cake. I could use some outfits, Big Bro. More orders, Big Bro. Fortunately, it wasn't anyone's special day of the month, so we pushed countless orders onto him as we crushed him between our bodies. He was babbling about something, but he still looked happy, so we increased the pressure. It was hard to believe that a kid this shy about clothed girls was really a nightly sex god. We squished him, drowned him, yup, drowning confirmed. Thanks in advance, Big Bro. Everyone also put in orders for his supposed weak point, bunny outfits. Prismatic ones, freely changeable to white or black or red. We also got tuxedo vests, turtlenecks, and bracelets. I'm sure they'll be adorable. The question is, how will we use them? As the kids ran back to the orphanage, Haruka-kun scratched his head with a concerned expression, mumbling to himself. He agreed to our request, which was the first hurdle. That meant only various fiendishly evil, furiously nasty concerns remained. Is he gonna have us try them on? No way. Maybe for the cloth pads, said Vice Rep B, he like totes could. True, you need a nice, tight fit for pads, right? Tight, the girls gasped, fit. Getting measured and adjusted in such a sensitive area, by the most dangerous, rampaging sex god, out there could only result in a maiden massacre. Someone's gotta go first, class rep. Everyone nodded. Well, I suppose I do have revival, so I can take it as many times as hang on, not me. What me? Why'd you just decide on that, all of you? We could at least draw lots. No, I couldn't do that alone, or at all. I couldn't be measured. Precisely, intimately, and extensively measured by Haruka-kun, tightly fitted. That was just plunk. Medic, she's down. On it, come on, class rep. We need these pads, but they could serve as our downfall. Why does the manufacturer have to be a sex god? It was enough to make you weep. Day 81. Late night. I have 2 peaches and 4 melons, and it looks like I'm getting the cherry on top, too. White loser in. I supposed you could say the pads were complete. It remained a serious query as to whether a teenage boy could safely admit to having done it, but it was complete nevertheless. I didn't have any way to improve it until it had been tested on a live person, and I didn't think Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl ever had periods. It didn't make sense to have them tested out. The only option was to give it to the girls and have them write a report. I also gave them a few pairs of specialized anti-stain shorts to wear them with. That should do the job. I lined up all my finds from today's haul. It was a mix of stuff from the dungeon treasure and items I had bought in town today, but most of it was straight from the hands of the soldier puppets. It feels weird to carry around so many accessories, but equipment is necessary, right? Jiggle jiggle. Let's see, this one's got vitality and intelligence plus 20%, that one boosts control. This one's A. In terms of effects, I should have been able to use this mirror shield, reflection, and teleport cloak, instant movement. With magic entanglement activated, I'd lose control and end up self-destructing again, though. Tough call. I always fall for the flashy skills, I sighed. That's why I always hurt myself. Jiggle jiggle. Instant movement seemed like it'd be especially good for walking mastery. Using magic entanglement on it would definitely make my movements significantly faster. Items with simple effects were the most valuable to me. The problem was dealing with the recoil after using entanglement. I should have set aside the equipment for later, but messing with it was so much fun. I needed to think about reducing the number of combined items I had, too. I had to prioritize mastering the items I could use, but losing all the power that I'd gained up to this point was pretty scary. Getting my bearings in battle screwed with me, and not being able to do what I thought I could terrified me. I needed to carefully consider the balance of my equipment when I replaced things. I can put this mirror shield into my staff and then take the mirror reflection cloak, reflects magic, out of my cloak. That should balance itself out right. The mirror shield said it gave me complete reflection, not just from magic but from physical attacks as well. Still, I couldn't compare the two until I had actually tested the mirror shield out in battle, which wouldn't be worth doing until I powered the shield up with mithril. I didn't know much about that, but I had noticed some trends, such as better items requiring more and more mithril thread. So really, I was judging the merits and demerits of things I had attempted to power up with mithril. They both seem like good finds, but they're guaranteed to be hard to control once I power them up, right? I need to focus on the basics first. Control above all else. Life or death hurt as badly as ever, but at least I was able to fight. I wanted to increase my vitality as much as possible, but I needed to prioritize control. It wouldn't hurt to buff my HP-related skill, Revival, although it just refueled all of my other skills. That wouldn't do me much good in avoiding hurting myself. Normally, one built up their equipment according to their fighting style. You'd observe the results in combat and make adjustments, but there's no time for adjustments when your body is falling apart. And forget having a fighting style. I didn't even have an occupation. I checked, and unfortunately, I'm still a NEET. Specialized sneaky monster whacking magic. I entangle myself in all types of magic and teleport for a sneaky stab. Yeah, that's no fighting style. The existence of stealth stab mages is yet to be confirmed. Before I found equipment optimized to my combat style, I'd like to have my combat style optimized first, please. I gotta dig up more mithril, too. I'd like to touch up equipment for Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl, and you can never have enough mithril. With the right ingredients, I could also make stuff from Let's Go Magic items. I hadn't tried my hand at a lot of techniques yet, and teaching my classmates production didn't seem like it'd go very well. Some of the girls are still working on their cooking. Don't they know how hopeless that is? No matter how good they used to be at cooking, everything went up in flames when you threw in a bit of magic and skill requirements. Their jobs must have been restricting them on that front. No matter how bad you are at cooking, things shouldn't literally blow up, should they? Jiggle jiggle. All my other classmates had combat jobs. I got the sense they had adjustments that boosted their combat abilities' growth, but penalties applied to everything else. In the nerd's case, it cursed in all other areas. Last time they tried to make a throwing spear, they made a freaking bench, although the orphans liked sitting on it in the dining hall now. Maybe I've got a production-related job? Well, I'm technically jobless. If I can't become anything, then I don't have any penalties, so I have to do everything. Wiggle wiggle. Normally, you'd at least start with a villager job title or something. The only benefits I got from NEET were tentacles. Am I a tentaclist? I'll insert this magic spear, intelligence boosting. Oh, and the magic rod strengthens the body with magic, and the MP parrying dagger defends and protects with magic. Those aren't bad either. It's just the tragic fate of the teenage boy to be tempted to mix things that shouldn't be mixed. I've got a lot of vitality-boosting stuff in my boots, so maybe I'm good there. Plus, I don't have anything to switch out for them. Jiggle jiggle. A ring. Oh, power up my demon ring with mithril. Wiggle wiggle. The demon scythes twitched in anticipation. It was the least I could do for them. To be safe, I took the demon scythes outside, leaving them with Slimy to devour some sweets. I added mithril, resulting in the demon ring, summons and enslaves demons according to MP, intelligence, resistance plus 50%, magic control ultra. Yikes, that got out of control fast. I'm happy about the intelligence and control boosts, but I'm just gonna pretend I didn't see the first part. Some crazy complaint letters about demons and summoning them flashed before my eyes, but it was definitely my imagination. Teenage boys should not be allowed to summon demons. Doing another round of training would be a pain. I'd test out the new ring tomorrow. Then I'll power up the rest of the items from the treasure hall with mithril and give away 3 per person. It'll be a fabulous gift. They'll be so grateful. Plus, those items are nothing special, so I can throw them away on people. Wiggle wiggle. Occasional power-ups were always good. I needed to get equipment together for Elf Girl, so quantity over quality. Make some new equipment, upgrade what I got my hands on. The output from Wisdom was so intense it made my head hurt, but my equipment's effects were helping me hang in there. It handled the estimates, analysis, and calculations leading up to construction precisely, and then ran tests and fresh calculations. Swoop. Swoop swoop. Ah, the naked legs were back. Those lovely, long pure white and brown legs poked their way in through the door and lingered there perfectly. Good evening. Good evening. I told them not to be formal with me, but Miss Armor Rep was insisting on teaching Dancer Girl some manners. What would I do if she also taught her how to lecture me? With that, Wisdom started to lose its powers of production, and pieces of equipment tumbled out of the air and onto the ground. Wisdom and Jupiter Eye had gotten too busy with recording the scene. We had long brown legs and high white socks and slippers, revealing ample, thick thighs sticking in from the doorway, and Dancer Girl's face peeped out. Pure white legs wore navy ankle socks with even more thigh and leg. Miss Armor Rep's face peeped out as well. Beautiful faces and beautiful legs. Good evening, indeed. It's a trap. There are times when a teenage boy must venture on, even if he knows it's a trap. You know. My eyes nearly burst out of my head ogling at Miss Armor Rep in navy gym shorts and Dancer Girl in red gym shorts, slipping into the room with their narrow waists and ample busts and butts, and they tied me up. Yup, Prometheus chains. This teenage boy was tied to the bed, stripped of his clothes and belongings, and targeted for a riding session. It's like a badger game, but with a lot more violence. This high school boy was on a high horse, trying with all his might to achieve high school boy things, but I hadn't brought my A-game to this war of endurance. They threw my equipment across the room, far out of reach. I could try to retaliate against the pair of navy gym shorts in my face, but I still wouldn't quite be able to get my hands on my stuff as those shorts stared down at me. Well, not that they have faces. Hang on, I'm getting played with a capital P. A mouth attack that even level 8 revival can't handle. These girls would finish off a soft serve ice cream in 5 seconds flat. I'll make it for them next time. They overwhelmed me and crushed me as revival did its thing, and I was swept across the vicissitudes of all the many lives of this world of reincarnation. Somewhere along the way, the gym clothes got swept away too, revealing smooth stomachs. Even when the clothes were on, it was stimulating, flesh squeezing in on me. I had 4 scheming arms and 20 demonic fingers, plus 2 tongues, the might of dungeon emperors. My teenage boy brain reached the limits of consciousness. But I had prepared for this. In my staff was the Liberation Staff, releases bonds, skill and magic releasing. I couldn't use it without boosting my vitality and intelligence, but it was the perfect counter to Prometheus chains. Liberation, it's my turn. Activate teenage boy. Well, I am a teenage boy, so I'm always activated, but yeah. Anyway, it's my turn already, you friggin' know. I boosted my restoration with the Sparrow Evasion Shield. Vitality, power plus 20%. Evasion modifier, large. Evasion, large. Recovery, large. And the resistances from the Silver Shield. Vitality plus 20%. Physical resistance, small. Physical and magic modifier, small, had been more than sufficient for me to overcome the sticky softness of their lips and mouths. I mean, Magic Spear gave both revival and sex god base boosts to begin with. Then, I had my magic rod for body strengthening my teenage boy parts, and the MP parrying dagger for extra defenses. I made it out of there intact. It was Liberation Staff turns the tables time. Shake shake. Pout pout pout. The pair clung to each other, trembling. I'd have loved to join in, but I had to do something first. AKA revenge? My vitality and intelligence weren't the only things I'd gotten boosts for. More control meant buffs to magic hands, tentacles, and vibration magic, not to mention the powers of sex god. Go, my magic hands. Unleash your unlimited vibration powers. Arax-eep. Revenge complete. After an endless chorus of screams and moans and twitching and writhing, they collapsed. Source of evil, eliminated. All that was left were two beautiful girls on my bed, gasping for air. Yup, a teenage boy's brain moves only in one direction. Wah! Plunk thud. Their gym clothes were torn off in revealing places, and they lay in poses that suggested they wanted to do various things. Things I'll stake my teenage boyhood on. Yep. Crash F-wunk. Those gym clothes were far more dangerous than I'd expected, but I personally preferred short shorts. Shapewear wasn't bad either. I mean, gym shorts were, sorta vintage, why? I wasn't saying I hated gym shorts, but I preferred shorter shorts. I put a blanket over the pair, who were fast asleep. I looked on their forms, aware the battle was never going to end. The trembling tremors of flesh are too tenaciously tempting for the teenage brain. I'd better hide the temptation temporarily before tentacles strike. Yes, bedazzling bewilderment bewitches, and I better beware, 'cause I can't resist jack shit. I got a handle on my new equipment and figured out the effects, too. I could cheat my way by with these. Time for some manufacturing. I hate making menstrual products. I needed the means to fight. When my classmates could defeat me, I had to stop fighting. Everyone knew I was already past my limits. I just had to cheat my way by with equipment, which meant more dungeon exploring. That was the best way to get experience and items in the end. Then, every night, I'd go on the greatest adventures this fantasy world had to offer in my own bedroom. Day 82. Morning. A pink ribbon on a Sikaland chain. I mean, your ladylike prowess is on display, but what the hell is going on visually there? White loser in. I started selling flat irons for hair the next morning, so after a calamity of cacophonous classmates buying up every last one, I finally made it back to my room. There was no break for me, just a bunch of angry girls in need of equipment. Yeah, it was the mean girls. Put on some armor, okay? Yup, who cares that you can't see? Plus, even if you could, it's just a bunch of monsters. Wipe them out before it's a problemo. I sold my brand new handmade, severing blade, power, speed, dexterity plus 40%. Sword mastery adjustment, large, physical defense nullifying. Severing. Attack to the girls who didn't have special swords yet at an outrageous price. That would level up their base swordplay. Next up would be the spear and hammer wielders, because I'm not making morning stars. No scythes either. Let's dig in. I made katsu sandwiches for breakfast. These girls really were carnivorous. Fried food had a lot of calories, but fighting monsters made for good exercise, so they'd burn 'em off. In fact, the girls eating too much last night would probably prove the last nail in those monsters' coffins. I filled mugs with consommé soup. Well, it was just chicken soup, really, but you gotta sound fancy to beat the competition. Those mugs were brand new products, too, but everyone was so focused on the sandwiches that they didn't even notice. Incidentally, the plates were also brand new. No one was even looking. I'm not doing any big plates anymore. The girls were using their skills. Vice Rep A activated magic hands to hold 6 sandwiches at once, and a tiny tanuki was chomping at every one of them. Keep your fighting to the dungeon, sheesh. That was tasty. After breakfast, I headed back to my room while everyone washed up. It was faster for me to wash everything, but for whatever reason, they insisted. I supposed it was good for the orphans' education. Poster girl and stalker girl also joined in on the scrubbing, just as aggressively as they had with the eating. But the guys just ran away, although they'd just get in the way if they tried to help, so fair enough. Today, I took care of stocking the general store and the armory, as usual, then handled some purchases of my own, before getting a nice portion of glares after complaining about the Adventurers Guild bulletin board crisis. I supposed I'd never get a relaxing morning around here. It was lectures from the moment I woke up. 2 pairs of gym shorts woke me up and invited me to a nice, long lecture, and I sat up at attention to listen. I went back to the dungeon gate and went straight to the 80th floor. From now on, I'd be dealing with real beasts with stats of 800 and higher. They were mere inconveniences to the 2 dungeon emperors I had with me, though, and were quickly obliterated. I was left in my fighting pose, no monsters left for me to fight. All right, let's go down. No more monsters for me anyhow. Defeating the iguanas on the 81st floor leveled up Dancer Girl before I could blink. 2 scimitars, 8 chains, and a whole lot of walloping. The Prometheus chains were nasty. 1 whip from them took out level 80+ monsters. You used those to tie me up. You better wash them when we're done today. I got to fight just 3 level 81 Thunder Iguanas to adjust my retweaked equipment. Magic entanglement felt light, and I barely suffered any damage. It turned out using Dancer Girl's circular movement technique reduced the burden on my body. I still didn't have much of a grasp for change-ups, but I was starting to mix them in. I didn't know if I could pull off life or death without taking catastrophic damage yet, but I was used to it now. I could still use it in battle if necessary. I stared at the magnificent armored figures from behind as we climbed down to the next floor. Slimy was extra jiggly today. I'd thought about bringing the demon scythes along, but the monster forest was more fun for them, apparently, so they were taking care of some logging for me. I preferred the forest too, but I really needed to deal with these dungeons. Looks like this one's gonna be close to 100 floors. Something flashed red, turned orange, then flickered blue as the wick went out in the iron ore bullets. I rotated them at high speed, before launching them across the floor in a raging tumult of all-consuming flame. Ah, good all-fire bullets. Wisdom had drawn up a plan so I could deal with them, relying on my increased control. They were now capable of wiping the floor and burning monsters level 80 and greater to dust. I wiped the floor with them, but it wasn't a very efficient attack. Now everyone joined in picking up the spellstones from the burnt level 82 armor beetles. They were the beetles themselves, but they didn't sing any classic songs, which was a little disappointing. They were big, just like the Fab Four, but also gross and disgusting. I was worried they'd get their juices on me, hence the burning. That took a ton of MP burning through metal, is real tough. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. The good news was that I was able to burn through armor worn by level 82 monsters. Iron ore made into a bomb-packed incredible melting and destructive force. These bullets absolutely pounded their targets to a pulp and blazed at ridiculous temperatures. Plus, those fire bullets could serve as grenades with their short fuses. I needed to stock up on those. The nerds had tried to copy them, but hadn't managed to manufacture a single bullet yet. They couldn't maintain proper control over the rotation to produce round bullets and ended up shooting regular fireballs. The nerds had higher stats than me, so they had more than enough power. They couldn't launch them quickly enough because of how much MP they consumed. Maybe this was a negative adjustment from their jobs, but I couldn't be sure with the nerds. They'd probably end up inventing fireworks before fire bullets. Yup, that sounded right. That would be a fun time. Are we gonna get a nerd store? My control and intelligence have increased, so I honestly could be a sorcerer, but the fact remains that I'm still a NEET without any affiliation. There ain't no buffs, but also no penalties, so I can open whatever store I want. Although I do already have a side job store. I've been raking it in all morning, even while I'm away. Jiggle jiggle. The war, well, civil war, had ended. The frontier bustled with merchants buying spellstones and mushrooms once again. And of course, the merchants came with wares of their own, so new products were available in town. I made crazy profits, but wanted all of it, meaning I was flat broke again. Money makes the world go round, but the world is spinning so fast I can't keep up. I'm gonna get thrown off. Wiggle wiggle. There were also more adventurers both in the guild and the city at large now. That included not just newbies, but adventurers from other regions as well. At this rate, we could easily defeat the monster forest and the weaker dungeons. The frontier army was supposedly going into dungeons for training purposes, but they couldn't handle anything beyond the 50th floor. Class Rep and the others were already much stronger than top-class adventurers. They had reached the level of heroes. My class was totally safe up through the mid-floors, even past floor 50. They'd started splitting up into 2 groups to handle floors. Once they got to the deeper floors, the 6 parties came together into a full troop. Together, they could hold their own on those floors now, a task impossible for other adventurers and even the military. That was how strong they were. There was no rush, but they were fighting their hearts out. I'm sure that right now, they're out of money. Yup, 'cause they bought too much. I even tried shouting, "After this dungeon, I'm going back to my cave to do some weeding," to try to raise an event flag. Where are you, monsters? Was my weeding event flag really that much weaker than the rampaging of two certain individuals? Neither Dancer Girl's leveling nor my training are going fast enough. I want to fiddle around in my garden, but boy, fiddling around in the bath sure is hard to quit. Yes, a nice bathhouse scene. I could really use some event flags for those. We made it to the 88th floor. This was where entwined branches had shown up. My wooden staff had become the universe branch, the flag for the mistletoe sprig had manifested, and all that other junk had happened. I took a peek into the hidden room, but there was nothing there, not even sexy female adventurers getting changed. I could really use some sexy monster girls getting changed right about now, but no one answered my call. My flag setting was unsuccessful. Okay, we're going to need to narrow our focus for this next flow, huh? We already did this one too. Seriously, I guess we did gain experiences of unraveling and revealing in Dancer Girl's first training session. Never mind. Why are you holding your sickle and chain, Dancer Girl? Oh, a present. I'm pretty sure girls don't normally give you a sickle and chain or a morning star as a gift when they've got a crush. You put a ribbon on it. A pink ribbon on a sickle and chain. I mean, your ladylike prowess is on display, but what the hell is going on visually? It's kinda cute. Well, it doesn't need to be cute, but if it's a present, why go out of your way to stab me with it? Cut that out, you know. Really, I think I mentioned this before, but the sickle should not be flying in my direction for a close-range attack. Okay, I'm sorry, I'll shut up. The dungeon halls were illuminated in a dim glow as glares washed over me. The true pleasure of dungeon raiding. Glares are the light that illuminate this fantasy world. We all split up on the 89th floor, chasing around monsters and wiping them out on our own. Almost all of my targets were snatched away, leaving paltry practice for me. My companions obliterated the level 89 killer hounds before I could even sprinkle vinegar. The doggos whimpered as they got slaughtered. You're supposed to be killer hounds. Don't whimper like that, it makes it harder to hurt you. I mixed a powerful dance step with teleport as I cut through a beast. I used my momentum to somersault into another step, shifting my motion in every which way. This enabled me to keep up with monsters, even those with higher speed stats than my own. At this rate, I might be able to catch up with my own sex appeal. The only problem was it hadn't been sighted yet. I was getting the feeling I had gotten stronger, although I had no reason to think I had, really. But the biggest development was that I hadn't damaged myself at all. I could preserve life or death as a trump card now. If I further improved my sword's dance precision, I could pull off life or death with less of a burden on my own body. My improved control over teleport and gravity were already showing me that it was possible. Holding magic was supposed to be the hidden cheat code, so it was friggin' absurd that holding had become impossible to control once I used magic entanglement on it. Maybe I should take off my weapons and just focus on combat techniques. Getting rid of God's sword makes everything so much easier. I'm kind of nervous to fight without it though. Plus, it's already got the 7-branched sword and mistletoe in it, so having the grass-cutting sword on top of that feels like overkill. It does actually seem to be able to cut through magic, which is nice. Jiggle jiggle. I analyzed all of the jumble of skills I'd been applying, running calculations with wisdom in order to control them. It was time-consuming, but I was gathering the information, experimental data, and practical application I needed. At some point, the puzzle would come together perfectly. I still needed more pieces. Or maybe I had too many. A sexy one piece would really do the job for me now, but the shape wasn't coming together yet. Night is as vexing as can be. I wish I could exterminate the sun so it'd be night all the time. If I did though, then I'd have the two of them to deal with. It's vexing to deal with all the sexing I'm erecting when there's other stuff I could be. Oh, someone's coming and it's not me. Who could it be? That soundless high-speed morning star rocketing in my direction means it's Miss Armor R. Gah. Wiggle wiggle. I was just reflecting on the 4 jiggling objects Jupiter I had recorded so thoughtfully last night. No need to bonk somebody over it. The only problem was revival might start making things rise. I'm gonna try hard again tonight. The 90th floor boss grader guardian didn't respawn either, still out of office. I remembered that last time using Mistletoe here wiped me out. There were still holes in the ground from last time, none of which had been filled. It was quite a scene. Miss Armor Rep and Slimy had exterminated everything from here through the 94th floor last time. I didn't even know what monsters there were. The problem started at the 95th floor, so we'd stopped. Sticking together in battle formation was for the best. Dancer Girl wasn't flawless yet. It was impossible to predict what I would or wouldn't be able to do, as always. By the time I tried to kill the enemy, they were usually already dead, so it was all pointless. Too bad, because killing solved most of the problems around here. I just wanted to help. Day 82. Noon. I'd love to scout out a new sticky, dissolving fluid in the pseudo-dungeon, but everyone got wiped out. Dungeon. 91st floor. Its speed was over 900, double mine. Its power was also 900, close to 3 times mine. Power, that was, kinetic energy over time, equaled velocity squared times mass, then halved and divided by time. Mass meant volume and density, and velocity was the speed stat, and then any speed-up modifiers. That was how you measured power. 2 times my speed made for 4 times the kinetic energy at minimum, so that got us an attack that would kill me several times over. Stats produced those overwhelming mathematical differences. My technique was to do a little cheating, change the vectors, sneakily destabilize the fulcrum, interfere with the core, and nullify the point of action. Yup, it's gonna kill me if it hits, so I gotta dodge and avoid it. I'll take that power and scatter it into many directions, nullifying the destructive force. It's just physics, you know? Tripping the pivot foot is a nice trick. Monsters in the 90s were real beasts, and apparently tasty. Jiggle jiggle. Physics and food solve all of a fantasy world's most pressing challenges. Look at the physics that is ensnaring those guys in chains and destroying them with centrifugal force. Look over there. Physics is cutting them to pieces, not that the theoretical physics is cutting, but what's happening is obeying the laws of physics. I suppose the law of nature is kill and win in the end. Jiggle jiggle. While I took on each monster one at a time, the rest of my companions massacred the level 91 metal dolls all at once. Killing them turned them into spellstones, so before they could, I tried melting them. They just turned into iron and lead. These giant metal dolls employed speed, weight, and power, making them the ideal opponent for Dancer Girl's circular dance. Just when I thought I'd gotten a ton of bonus iron, they all turned into spellstones. They didn't even leave behind lead. I used a quick teleport to evade the charge, sent the nearest doll flying forward with a kick, blocked the fist that swung back at me, and sliced it apart. Straightforward chargers like these struggled with circular movements. Plus, they were stubborn and blockheaded, so they just rampaged mindlessly. These metal dolls shift their attacks when they miss. I guess they have some level of intelligence, even if it is low. The meatheads just hit as hard and fast as they can, but that somehow manages to solve things. They really are stupid. Jiggle jiggle. As the fist twisted toward me, I ramped up my sword's spiraling helix. The world spun around me as I diced apart the metal doll. This fantasy planet must revolve as well, but I was sure the church would have some obnoxious objection to that physics fact. Let's fight seriously, just in case worse comes to worst, okay? Can't let our brains get fried. Not like some tasty fried food, which I could definitely go for. And since we're talking oil, I could also go for some body oil bedtime play. We could jump straight into strenuous, vigorous, dripping, slipping, oil rubbing. And I better watch out for the morning star, so forget the oil. A perfectly oiled morning star, not an ounce of rust, eep. Cocklang. I was a hair's breadth from real danger there. The slightest deviation and death would be at my door. That was the overpowering reality of stats. I had to leave the body oil for later. They're still glaring at me. How glaracious. With this level of danger, I'd love to take off everyone's armor and upgrade it with mithril. If I did that, then the next thing you know, I'd be rubbing and caressing and jiggling their soft, smooth, dripping wet, trembling body. No, nothing, it's nothing. I then got bonked repeatedly. They booed me and bonked me. What marvelous cooperation. From a sexiness perspective, it was totally adorable how shy and upset they were. Just mentioning sex made them attack me with full force. They always whipped it out, it being the morning star, and when they did, it was punishment time for me. So giggling and getting upset along the way, the two of them munched on sweets I gave them to calm them down as we progressed through the dungeon. I didn't want them to fight for sadness and anger, but for joy and laughter instead. Ideally, no more iron balls in my face, please. Dancer Girl also used to be in the bottom of a dungeon. That was where the church had restrained her. Neither of them had good memories of dungeons. They'd suffered endlessly, waiting as monsters at the bottom of dungeons for an eternity. If they were going to come with me here despite all that, the least I could do was make them laugh and give them treats as we fought. Miss Armor Rep took the lead, with Dancer Girl behind her to the left and Slimy to the right. Taking up the rear and striking a sweet battle pose was none other than myself. It was the ultimate formation. One that I wasn't a real part of, if I was perfectly honest, but I kept up with my cool pose all the way. Just don't leave me behind, K. In that formation, we entered a new fray. Level 92 dissolution worms squirmed out of the countless holes in the maze-like walls, leaped at us, and were swept aside by a flurry of blades. As I maintained my sweet battle pose, couldn't they leave some worms for me? The tip of the triangle swept forward and slashed, cutting the dissolution worms into countless pieces. None of them made it to my point in the formation. Dissolution, huh? A new sticky dissolving fluid is just what I need for the new pseudo-dungeon, but all the worms are getting wiped out. Slimy, I thought you hated bugs. Are you okay with worms? Wiggle wiggle. Slimy didn't seem to be enjoying the worms, but at least he learned dissolve. Slimy already knew tentacle and vibration magic, plus adhesion and equipment disintegration. Did he need dissolve too? I supposed it was predation at work, but Slimy was a wad of skills, albeit a cute jiggling one. Lately, Slimy had been hopping on my shoulders while I did my side jobs and gave me a sticky shoulder massage with vibration magic. He was the perfect pet, even as he possessed destructive force on par with the other two dungeon emperors. Naturally, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl also gave me massages, but those sorts of late-night massages rendered me unable to continue working. They involved flesh-on-flesh rubbing and squeezing and grappling and entangling. It was a seriously masturbatory massage here, an orgasmic massage there. The level of massagery made me massively hard for even more dangerous sorts of internal massages. Yeah, that's not exactly the same as a shoulder massage. This trio of masseuses, two sexy massage parlor ladies, and one adorable massaging pet were making quick work of the dissolution worms. I could participate a little in the battle, but nothing more than shooting some fire. Of course, there was no dissolving going on, so no wardrobe malfunctions. More worms threatened to shoot out of the holes once we passed them, but I burned them up, eliminating the threat. That was all I could do. Clairvoyant alerted me to which holes the worms would coming from, so I shot in fire, used holding to close the holes, and expanded my fire magic inside, the end. With no wardrobe malfunctions in sight, my teenage dreams ground to a halt. No dissolving today, apparently. I fried up a late lunch of chicken, cabbage, and mushroom yakisoba in a big pan. The smell of burnt sauce filled the dungeon, but it didn't attract any monsters, 'cause they were all dead. They had gotten used to my cuisine, so Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl slurped up the noodles, expressing their satisfaction. I tossed big globs of soba for Slimy to eat up, Wanko soba style. If the girls found out I made noodles today but only packed them rice balls, they'd probably throw a fit, so I needed to do something good tonight. I had limited ingredients for my menus, and that wouldn't change until the frontier grew richer. When I was cooking for myself, I just went for cheap and lots of leftovers. Once I'd found out ingredients didn't go bad in my item bag, a world of possibilities opened up. Now I had the first world problem of needing to decide what to cook. If I ask the orphans, they'll just request Hamburg steak, and if I ask the girls, they'll want pasta. The nerd brains just want yakiniku. Those are literally the only requests I'll get. Jiggle jiggle. Meanwhile, Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and Slimy would want to try new things they'd never had before. I wanted them to eat all kinds of food they'd never been able to eat before. They deserved it. After we were full, we took a tiny break before proceeding to the 93rd floor. I kind of wanted to call it quits, but it was better to finish off what we'd come to do. Inferno. Level 93 flare creatures, large, grotesque clay dolls made of lava. They were so creepy they'd probably fishify Fish Girl straight back into her fishery. They bellowed as the fierce swiping of swords tore them apart. Then, they got gobbled up. Does Slimy burn his tongue while eating them? Slimy used Ice World to cool them down, weakening the flare creatures' bodies, and the battle ended in an instant. Good thing he ate that Jotun a while back. Day 82. Afternoon. If it goes deeper, then let's dig and delve and dive deep, deeper. Dungeon. 94th floor. I couldn't say that I managed to control my skills, but I was getting by somehow or another. Using teleport instantly was still difficult, but I could plan it as part of a combo attack. It had become closer to vanish at this point. Waves of bugs rained down on us, or rather, waves of us. Disgusting, nasty, vile bugs. If I could somehow use teleport instantaneously and go whenever I wanted to, it would become an incredible technique. It allowed me to pass through solid objects, so it essentially nullified any attack coming at me and rendered defenses against my own incoming attack useless. As for the bugs leaping at us, biting at our legs, and clinging to us as we advanced, we just had to ignore them. Since I could only teleport according to set patterns, I had to stick to pre-calculated routines. It would be extremely dangerous for me to deviate from the set pattern or timing. I slashed aside the bugs and their chattering jaws. I spun and blasted them aside. I jumped up and sliced forward, slashing the necks as I dived through their attacks. I dodged as if dancing, using airwalk to drift up into the air as I swooped and swirled my sword, or, my stick. I cut across the 100 legs of over 100 centipedes. I sent the tip of my blade into a frenzied dance, waltzing out of range of the sharp talons. I couldn't stop, or I'd get devoured. The problem was that I didn't get any response from my sword in my training. Why was training 10 times more dangerous than actual combat? Not being able to land this blow would have been deadly. I didn't let my guard down. I made sure to land every blow. In training, the only blows to land had been the ones that landed on me. Yup. No matter how often I tried to teleport or vanish, I just got beaten up. When I escaped one beating, another beating awaited me not too far away. I always got a complete and thorough beating. There was no beating those beatings. Yeah. Using 3D maneuvers to get out of the centipede's range kinda felt like cheating, but I couldn't cut all the legs otherwise. With this number of enemies, my body couldn't keep up with the speed of my thoughts. High-speed thinking came up with the calculations, carefully reading the flow of the opponent's movements, but I could only physically react as if in slow motion. If I could read the opponent completely, I could calculate the perfect moves, but with so many enemies, there were too many possibilities to account for at once. I became overwhelmed and slowly fell apart. I couldn't take any big gambles with my fragile body, either. Yes, I had to preserve my precious body for tonight. I'd be more than happy to get destroyed and revived tonight. I gotta try hard. Yes, my precious body has to make it through to tonight. Super speed was a technique that increased your physical speed with every step. I used it to give myself some distance, then sliced and stabbed every chance I got. If I stopped, I'd die. If I found myself unable to move, I'd be forced to stop. I had to entangle the expanding effects, board this out-of-control train. My body creaked, my head hurt, and the world stopped. In that single moment, I understood everything. I understood the dance, the routine I'd take to the stage with my sword, stick rather. PFFF, it feels wrong that it's so much harder to fight without destroying my own body, but it's nice to fight without pain. Does that make me an M-type? And it's more mentally exhausting. I entangled myself in my skills, maximizing speed and minimizing movements. I didn't need high-speed thinking or calculations to perform life or death at this point. I just had to kill as much as I could, stab and destroy, and shift into the next attack. It was simple. I ignored my body and just focused everything on the tip of my blade, letting it lead me through this battle. My body started to crumble under the pressure. That was how fast I had got. In order to be able to shift defensive positions and maintain my footwork at these speeds, I needed to accumulate more experience for wisdom. Then I could perform life or death on a whim, but not in an automated way. I was starting to visualize the path toward Miss Armor Rep's sword flash attack, not that I was even anywhere close to it. These level 94 armor centipedes, is that even supposed to be armor? Why are there so many gaps in it? There are openings everywhere with so many joints. Wiggle wiggle. Since the bodies had so many moving parts, the armor was full of openings. Are we gonna get all this armor? I dunno how I feel about accepting armor from bugs. I mean, it's definitely gonna be, I dunno, gross and nasty and stuff. I don't want it. They pat my back in consolation. I minimized the damage to myself while going up against these level 94 monsters, mastering my swordplay and moving forward. I couldn't hold out like this for long. At one point, my head felt like it was just going to be crushed under the pressure. Eventually, my concentration would collapse. Next up was the unexplored 95th floor. We maintained our formation and forged ahead. Since we had to take my weaknesses and the fact that Dancer Girl was still leveling up into account, we had to assume we were at more of a disadvantage than when it was just Miss Armor Rep and Slimy. Having more people meant mopping up weakling enemies was an easy job. With 2 additional weak points to guard, everyone had to be more vigilant. We kept our guard up as we searched for the monsters, moving through the cold, heavy dungeon air. Oh, we got this one. Jiggle jiggle. The 95th floor had swarm blobs. They were like lumps of flesh, blobs that grew wriggling tentacles. I could see 318 of them at first glance, plus another 200 that stayed hidden. They crawled toward us, dripping slime, covering the whole room in a sea of tentacles. I spend my days and nights tentacle training. Specifically nights, polishing my skills of squirm and slime. You think you blobs of meat can beat me? Before my eyes, countless tentacles approached, blotted out my vision, and then got shredded to pieces. They were just little lumps sprouting tentacles. Warty lumps. My magic thread wire cutter attack sliced them apart from all angles, controlled by wisdom, of course. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl hid behind me. Yeah, they were scared of the warty blobs of tentacled flesh for some reason. It was a safe defensive attack. I held my tentacles firm, cutting apart the waves of swarm blobs. The only problem was that I'd activated high-speed movement and teleport, making my calculations lose all track of what was going on. So long as I stayed slow, there was no problem. The blobs could regenerate, but they were still weak. I had some energy to spare, so I sent a storm of fire bullets at the group of swarm blobs in the hallway. As if anyone stands a chance against me in a tentacle war. I was far away from beating the dungeon emperors in swordplay or any battlefield technique, but I had been trampling them in tentacleply this entire time. You fools! Those blobs hadn't stood a chance. I may be jobless, but my tentacles will never lose. They seem gross, so don't eat too many, Slimy, I said. You'll become a little jiggly lump of sticky blob flesh, you know. Jiggle jiggle. I used presence sensing, but none were left. The swarm blobs had been obliterated. Ooh, a hidden room. Maybe someone's changing in there. Hopefully not a blob or a blob girl. I'm not a fan of blob girls. It was a hall of large, pure spellstones, which we could either sell or add to my spellstone battery. Riches were on the way, all those warty nubs, though. The way of the tentacles was deep, and I was happy to go deeper and deeper and deeper. Oh, Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were silently glaring at me now. Don't worry, I don't want any bad tentacles. I'm anti-wart, but certain protuberances and swelling have just the right destructive force for a late-night warfest. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl trembled silently. Come on, I'm saying that I don't have any use for bad tentacles. My tentacles are good tentacles, the best, especially when in the shape of my mushroom penance. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl trembled almost violently now, still silent all the while. Slimy finished his snack, so it was time to keep going. Oh, right, the hidden room. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl hid behind me, but I decided to take a look. Day 82. Afternoon. Unlimited rest is a dangerous proposition. Dungeon. 95th floor. I peeked into the hidden room. There wasn't a blob girl to be seen, just a giga blob for me to beat up, plus the treasure. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl tore that blob to shreds like they had a grudge against Wartesque bumpy tentacles. No, you gotta tie it up, put your legs around it like this, and spread wide. Right? The key is the 180-degree open legs view. Then from there, the bad tentacle monster begins its marvelous tentacle insertion, right? The two of them didn't just beat up the blob, they tore it to shreds, using magic to ensure that not a single trace remained. Slimy was upset that he didn't get to eat it. Why did I sense so much rage coming from them? Because of this thing, warty tentacles tonight. The mushroom shape dangerous, and covered in warts. Well, it was dead. Today's prize wasn't a key, but a necromancy ring, intelligence plus 40%, sorcery control modifier, instant kill resistance, spirit production and spirit control. Wow, a 40% intelligence buff. It's even got a sorcery control modifier and instant death resistance. Well, whatever. I'll just pretend like I don't see the rest of it. My sex appeal will be sent straight to the afterlife as a necromancy spirit. Is my sex appeal just a ghost at this point? I'm gonna get cursed by my own sex appeal. Wiggle wiggle. This ring was an awkward aesthetic companion for my demon ring and fairy ring, but I slotted the necromancy ring right in along with the rest of them. The fairy ring didn't have any fairies to command yet, so I'd need to double-check that they got along with the demon scythes and the necromancy spirits. After that was the 96th floor. Since I had focused my energy on maintaining MP and using my sword techniques, I had minimized my self-destruction up until this point. But I had let my guard down in the last battle and broken some bones, so I was getting a massage. Sheesh, that hurts. Ah, the vibration feels nice, but getting to lay my head in your lap feels even better. These things I feel when I extend my fingers are the best. I feel so good. I'm ready to renovate this floor into a bedroom and move on to more imaginary bedroom scene developments. Hang on, I'm in the middle of treatment, don't point a morning star at me. I just squeezed the jiggly things that were right in front of my face. That's all. What's wrong with stroking the round objects above my head while I'm lying in your lap, you know? I can't help myself. Miss Armor Rep had taken off her armor to treat me, the ideal treatment by the ideal body. Just don't tell her that revival healed me a long time ago. I wouldn't mind getting a massage with those beautiful feet, but asking now would trample all over everything I'd worked so hard to revive. The last fight had been brutal. The 96th floor had the first skeletons we'd seen in a while, level 96 skeleton lords. They had proper sword technique and were natural magicians, too. This must have been the final enemy before the Dungeon King. They were incredibly strong. Maybe too strong for me to handle by myself, adding level 96 stats on top of masterful swordplay, plus a shield and armor protecting their bones. They were intelligent, could coordinate in a group, and cooperated to drive us into a corner. We had gotten into such a rough situation that halfway through, I dug a hole, buried them in it, and burned them all up. A fair fight was just too hard. My sword dance had collapsed. I'd tried too many rotations. I broke my hip, and only the other 3 intervening had saved me. Now I was in the middle of treatment. Thanks to the necromancy ring, I was using an even more powerful slow motion effect, but halfway through, my body simply couldn't keep up anymore. Yup, my stats were still a problem. As suspected, I was targeted the moment I reappeared after my teleport-induced vanishing went up against powerful opponents. If they could figure out where I would reappear, then my only option was to use life or death and cut through them, regardless of any self-inflicted damage. Life or death entangled all of my skills in me, sacrificing everything but speed. It culminated in a single slice, forced into manifesting, and carried an incalculable burden on my body. Okay, I'm feeling better. Not that I want to lose my position on these thighs. I want to do many other things between these thighs. I'd be happy for an eternal rest course of dangerous delights. Now that's a favorable position. I understood the deal with the sword dance, too. Attacking consecutively at high speeds was easy to read, but the cooling off period also posed dangers. I was an easy target if I relaxed at any point. The ability to read an opponent was Miss Armor Rep's and Dancer Girl's true strength. The 3 of them trampled over the 97th floor in an instant. Before I could tell them to teach those monsters a lesson, yeah, they were already teaching them a very strict and deadly lesson. Actually, there's no lesson in there if they're dead. Sheesh, they're just whacking them with the backs of their swords, and they're dying. Brutal. I suppose killing with a blunt edge is still killing, so it's all the same in the end. You know. The opponents were green-skinned, muscular level 97 death giants. Death giants with instant kill eyes, now dying with teary eyes. On to the next floor. When the monsters were split up all over the floor, it took a while, but we could finish them off quickly when they stayed concentrated. It was easier to gather the spellstones that way, too. That part always seemed to take the longest. The 98th floor, wow, there is still more. Is this gonna go all the way to 100? Jiggle jiggle. The four of us charged at the grotesque, scale-covered level 98 reptile chimeras. At merciless speeds, I leaped from magic entanglement into life or death, ignoring the self-destruction as I raised the fiends. I couldn't let my guard down against these guys, they had hyper-revival. That wasn't enough to counter a hyper-kill overdrive. These reptile chimeras are a wad of several reptiles, but reptiles just so happen to be my specialty. Everyone would be running away if these were bug chimeras. Nobody likes bug juice, I'd run myself. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Wiggle wiggle. Slimy froze the reptiles with his ice world skill, covering the monsters' bodies, aside from the fiery parts, in a sheet of ice that slowed their movements. Slimy went on to eat all of those parts, icy and fiery alike. That was their destiny either way. Now that should have been the last. Thanks guys, oh, there's one more. The 99th floor Dungeon King. This could get ugly. This fearsome dungeon had the power to easily destroy the frontier if it went on a stampede, and now we had to deal with its deathless Dungeon King. A level 99 shade. The spirit was that of a knight cloaked in darkness. It wielded a jet-black sword and wore dark armor that sucked in the surrounding light. I didn't like it. That darkness seemed nasty. I could see fear flit across Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl's faces. Even Slimy recoiled. You three, stand back. I'll handle it. Just 'cause I haven't gotten my turn yet. How will my sex appeal ever recover from striking battle poses without defeating any enemies? My teenage boyhood would never get over that, so give me this one. K. I've got a bad feeling. This darkness wasn't unlike the one that had held Miss Armor Rep captive when I'd found her in the ultimate dungeon. It wasn't as thick or ominous, but the unpleasant atmosphere was all too familiar. I had to do this. I couldn't let them stay in that darkness. Not anymore. I had to eradicate it. That is the road of the ripoff. Don't look down on tycoons. Suck on these spellstones. There's no real expression for getting eradicated via ripoff. Especially when I'm so short on cash, I just gotta eradicate everything into my own pockets. You'll be my rent Muuniai. Yeah, I'm behind on payments. The shade swung its giant jet-black broadsword with its four-figure stats and raised its shield. I targeted the black armor.
Image summary, manga illustration of a menacing knight in heavy, dark plate armor with a horned helmet and glowing white eyes, emerging from a swirling void of darkness.
As suspected, only a substance-less darkness filled the armor, so it couldn't be killed, but I could neutralize it. My wooden staff had eradicated the darkness that cloaked Miss Armor Rep at the bottom floor of the ultimate dungeon. The staff's true form was the Universe Staff, made of the World Tree, the interdimensional tree that connected 9 universes. This was a branch of it, meaning it was a wooden stick, yeah. An interdimensional space tree, I mean this is one fancy branch. That'll decide this fight. This branch should have been able to handle darkness, death, the void, and lectures. Well, maybe not lectures, but certainly darkness. What has the power to oppose lectures in this world? Apparently, lectures were the only force that overcame the interdimensional scale. The knight slashed his jet-black sword, launching a torrential storm of raging winds. I raised my own staff to meet the dark flurry of his blade. I slashed my staff against the downward blow and swept the blade away to the side. In the pause between its strikes, I stabbed forward, used teleport, and cut across the darkness again and again at maxed-out speed. Sword and staff crossed in every direction in endless combinations, bouncing and bounding off one another, raging in a whirling storm of swords. My wounds from the black sword were slow to heal. I was dodging, yet the sword still cut me as I used Vanish. The wounds were shallow but present, and what should have been an instantaneous recovery with Revival Level 9 failed to stop the cuts from bleeding. We sunk deeper and deeper and deeper. We were immersed in the heavy flow of time, falling to unfathomable depths. Time piled over itself in thick, sticky waves, pulled out by the power of wisdom's high-speed thinking. We reached the closest possible place to death, a place where time seemed to extend to eternity. The end of the flow of time, or something like that, not like I had any clue. I bent my body to avoid the swinging blade and vanished into mist. Cloaking myself with illusion, I vanished again and again. My infinite sword's dance cut and carved into the black armor. I couldn't be stingy as I cut and stabbed with the seven-branched sword, but it still wasn't enough. I'd die in one hit, so I had to dodge. I dodged the slashes as I cut away at it, but I still couldn't make a dent. My blows were shallow. Thanks to Jupiter I flawlessly evaded the attacks, but my HP somehow kept going down. Revival couldn't keep up. I was slowly but steadily losing health. My 3 companions looked ready to charge in, but I held them back with a glance, continuing to charge through the gap between life and death. I paused for an instant and swung endlessly. I barely managed to lean into life or death, barely escaping the blows. I cut through considerable darkness, but my body started to crumble as time passed. I still can't do it. Without any sort of rhythm, I just kept cutting into the impenetrable blackness. I say cut, but there wasn't really anything to cut. I just put all of my skills and magic power into entanglement and forced cutting into reality, using sheer excess to force a result. That was life or death. I was going too fast to be able to use the dance steps any longer. My body couldn't handle the inertia, and I was starting to self-destruct. Then it moved. The Dark Knight raised its shield and charged. It was putting its life on the line. That was the right move. With its overpowering advantage in stats, that would ensure its victory, a finishing attack that I couldn't avoid. In the midst of the heavy flow of time and in the face of oncoming death, I didn't see any avenues to dodge with Clairvoyant. Time slowed to an agonizing crawl, and the knight slowly but surely charged toward me, sword raised. The shade's shield hit its soul. All I could risk was my own life, as the shade lay its life on the line in an all-out, head-on attack. The black sword was unleashed and slowly sliced through the air. It sacrificed itself to launch this undodgeable, unblockable killer attack. It took ages in the endless stream of time to finally reach its destination, but fell over before it got there. Yeah, it's down, it's bonking time. Bonk, 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 a bonking session ensued. The shade was determined to end the fight, but it was hiding with its shield. A deathless knight spirit obviously had a soul somewhere, and since the armor was hollow, it was an all-you-can soul bonk. Its sacrificial charge ended up teaching me its weak point. Do I sound like the bad guy here? I'm not. I always had to deal with false accusations. Yup, I could feel glares boring into from behind, but I kept thoroughly bonking to the end. It was dead, but I kept bonking just in case. I had to bonk until all the darkness was exterminated and a nice little spellstone was left behind. Who knew a little mistake like that could decide the winner so easily? Don't throw away your life like that, Spirit. The Spirit Knight risked its life without having any life to risk. It wasn't a wise move trying to bet against someone with luck max, above limit. Yeah, the shade didn't have enough luck, so it was dead. Not to mention my necromancy ring, intelligence plus 40%, sorcery control modifier, instant kill resistance, spirit production and spirit control, and of course there shouldn't have been a chance in hell. Spirit production and spirit control could control a level 99 Dungeon King, but the Dungeon King had made a bet, and it lost. And that was when I'd started with all the bonking. The reason I was able to use spirit control was that it tried to protect its own life. Were they glaring at me because the only reason I won was by absurd, preposterous, ridiculously good luck? Hey, my victory was flawless, guys. How else was I supposed to beat that thing? Sheesh, these glares. Day 82. Evening. Without the bunny outfit, all Lady Bunny had were her bunny ears. White loser in. Everyone was digging into piping hot chicken and egg rice bowls. Dang, I wish I had seaweed. Delicious, they shouted. I felt sluggish, but my injuries were healing. Just what had been in that darkness. I had the universe staff, and I could use magic entanglement to imbue myself with power too, so I'd healed myself completely. I had to be the one to fight that thing. I think if anyone else had tried, they might have suffered some pretty nasty symptoms. Haruka seconds bruh. Me too, big bro. An extra large helping for me, got it. Sequoons. The dungeon having 99 floors was a serious problem to begin with. That dungeon shouldn't have been old enough to have even gotten that large. With seafood broth. Yeah, broth. Got it, instead of the meat you mean. Shut up, you can't have a chicken and egg rice bowl without the chicken. Did the dungeon grow rapidly, or had I missed it before? Thank goodness it had stopped where it had. Anything on the 100th floor and higher would get much, much more powerful. Dungeons needed to be stopped before they got to their 100th floor, but you didn't know how deep they were until you went inside. The goal with anything that deep was to destroy it, not investigate it. Mega-size bowl with extra meat. And chestnut manju. Big bro, I want some soup. Gimme a bucket, extra large. Jiggle jiggle. Oh, like me too. Shake shake. Tight. Boys. The more the girls leveled up, the more they needed to eat, or at least that was what you'd think by watching them. Nope, they just ate a lot. They claimed that going without big meals at high levels left them haggard, but then why did they exercise so desperately after every meal? Their level was having a hard time keeping up with their nutritional intake, not the other way around. That was amazing. Thanks for the meal. Ah, come on, the boys ate all the meat. We had a meeting. The other groups had made it to the middle floors of their dungeons and were going to take on the level 50 floor boss tomorrow. Just to be safe, they were going to team up in groups of 2 parties. I had figured I'd go on to the next dungeon tomorrow, but class rep told me to take a day off. Did my face look that pale? 'Cause my face didn't mention anything to me about that. Maybe I'd lost too much blood, or I'd got sick because of the darkness, or my guilt was just showing through, or possibly my horniness. Regardless, I did feel a bit under the weather. To be safe, I turned the universe staff into a bracelet and put it on. I expected to be better by morning, but class rep told me to not go out anyway. Things may get busy in the dungeons the day after tomorrow, so it's a good chance to go get some cave time. Neither Slimy nor Dancer Girl had been to the cave before. Miss Armor Rep had only gone once, and the girls wanted to check it out too. But first, I had to clean up, mow my lawn, and mow down the goblins. It was a good idea to check out the situation in the monster forest. Isn't Mr. Meridad gonna be back the day after tomorrow? Did you hear from him? I asked Stalker Girl. Duke Amui hasn't come back yet, but I heard from his retainer that he requested you do some logging. The logging request had come with a map marked with 3 large areas and countless smaller ones. The forest had expanded a lot, so we needed to prioritize the areas closest to towns and villages. I had asked my demon scythes for help, and they'd handled one of the large areas as well as a few smaller ones. They'd come back with tons of mushrooms as well. How exactly had these giant scythes gathered mushrooms? They brought back spellstones too. The girls were about to do their just one more set DDR sesh, so I went to take a bath. Even the orphans were gonna join in on the DDR. What exactly were they trying to achieve here? I suppose it's more of a school of combat by the name of Dance Dance Revolution, and the orphans look like they're having a fun time doing the hopak. What is it, a party? Wiggle wiggle. The general store lady and the armory dude praised the orphans, saying they worked hard. The guild receptionist lady said they were good kids, but glared at me the whole time. What was it that she wanted to say? The kids and their cute boxy backpacks were popular in town, and they got all sorts of sweets from the townspeople. We supplied the rest of the frontier orphans with backpacks, too, so now the city was overflowing with kids running around wearing them. Tiny Tanuki occasionally mixed in with them, too. I couldn't tell the difference, so it was fine, but something felt wrong about a teenage girl with an elementary schooler's backpack. Ah, I sighed, getting into the bath. Slimy jiggled. My wounds tingled but weren't as deep as I feared. These were nothing. I got breaks and tears and stabs and snaps on the daily. I kept the universe staff on me the whole time, so I would be fixed back up soon. That darkness packed a serious punch. I needed to focus on healing. The girls cleaned up from dinner while Slimy and I took our bath. I focused on entangling myself in revival, letting the magic power from the universe staff circulate through my body. Slimy cast Heal and Purify on me, a nice, wriggly healing sesh. I soaked deep in the bath, spacing out. I had a lot I needed to think about, but I did what needed to be done today. We won. I could get the Dungeon King's drop item and check out the hidden rooms later. For now, I just let my mind wander and focused on healing. I felt my exhaustion begin to wash away. Boink boink. So relaxing, so much jiggling. I spent a long time in the bath. When I finally got out, feeling dazed and relaxed, the emergency just one more set sesh had reached its climax. Miss Armor Rep taught swordplay and dancer girl shield techniques. They sparred with the girls one-on-one, even giving them personalized lessons. Miss Armor Rep picked up some new sword techniques from Fish Girl. Gymnastics Girl initiated Dancer Girl into her sport. Miss Armor Rep taught the Mean Girls and the Student Council swordplay. Dancer Girl taught the Volleyball Girls shield techniques and the Arts Club Girls evasive maneuvers. With 2 teachers, the girls could learn all sorts of things. It all increased their chances of survival. They even began a Morning Star and Sickle and Chain class. I don't think that one is necessary. They only used that one on me, not monsters, and that decreased my chances of survival. Please stop this, class, I'm begging you. Thank you so much, the girls said. It looked like they'd finished up. Are the nerds slacking off? I asked. Weird for the meatheads not to show up for a training session. Oh, the guys are off training by themselves. Yeah, they've been at it for a while now. Were they focusing on honing their party combat techniques then? With nerds like these and idiots like them, a guy's party would be tough to handle. They'd be better off learning from Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl for individual prowess, but individual practice wasn't the same thing as party-level strategizing. I felt the most comfortable with the power levels of the nerd and the mean girl parties. The student council was incredibly powerful, but I had reservations about them. The sports and arts girls were too unbalanced. The nerds in particular were experienced killers. They had the instincts for it, and they knew deep down that hesitation meant death. Monsters weren't deceitful. They came right at you trying to kill you. People were different. Someone pretending to be your ally might try to stab you in the back. It would be for the best if none of us ever experienced that danger, but if we did well, people were different. The girls were too nice to deceive others or even think about needing to stay on guard for treachery. I didn't want that to change. They didn't need to become like us. I hoped they never had to. The guys hadn't let go of their weapons for a moment since coming to this world, even when in the inn. To them, the fight never stopped. I went up to my room and took a little break before starting to work. I still felt a bit off, so I pet a very jiggly, very wriggly Slimy. Good all Slimy. A world of difference from that disgusting clod of meat swarm blob. Slimy used healing magic on me as I pet him. My wounds had almost faded away already. I can't believe I was a normal high schooler 3 months ago. Now I've got revival to heal injuries, I can grow tentacles, and I still don't have a girlfriend. Instead, I've got concubines. Meanwhile, my sex appeal was never around to begin with. I don't think I've seen it a single time. I'd love to, at least once. Jiggle jiggle. Running out of MP had further increased my exhaustion, but now that my wounds were closed up and my MP had recovered, I was starting to feel better. I'd been too sick to eat much at dinner, but with my MP restored, I could eat and sleep. Sleeping would be the hard part, though. You try telling a teenage boy wedged between 2 beautiful girls to sleep. A teenage boy in that situation was caught in a spiraling whirlpool of lust and desire and had an unbeatable sleep ailment resistance. Sleep was all but impossible. For now, food. I called over the demon scythes and gave them and Slimy some sweets, the cookies I made for the orphans. It was my special distraction weapon, developed for the purpose of evading the orphan launcher attacks. The way it works is that when the orphans start firing at me, I place these cookies down all tactical-like and escape while they're distracted, I explained. The orphan launcher is reaching unholy levels of destructive power now that the frontier orphans have been added to the ranks of the capital orphans. They're working all over the city. I can never know where they're going to appear from. Jiggle jiggle. They're tasty. All it took was using alchemy on some flour, then flattening and baking them to reach universally proclaimed rank 1 deliciousness. All cooking took was a bit of effort. Magic. Here, hot milk. I just heated it up, so be careful. Although you're a slime and literally giant sides, so I don't think it'll be a problem, but blow on it just in case. You know, please. Foo foo. Tight, tight. I figured Slimy would be able to do something resembling blowing on the milk, but even the scythes managed it. Fantasy worlds are truly amazing. I had so much to think about: the darkness, the growth of the dungeon, the warty tentacles, but for now, relaxing was enough, especially with a new companion to care for. I deserved to relax. In the midst of my relaxing, two tuxedo bunnies level hot have come to the room to join in the dessert fest. A nice, relaxing dessert party with thighs squeezed into fishnet tights. No, relaxing hot milk and milky objects squeezed in between elbows. RRR relax. Four shaking, long bunny ears, two round, fluttery tails, but no, a relaxed dessert party. I needed to unwind from a long day of fighting. I really did. Leisurely, relaxed time spent jiggling and bouncing and ah. Sublime, sexy tuxedo bunny girls crowded me from both sides of the sofa, snuggling into my chest and sitting on my lap. Those lovely bunnies started feeding me cookies. Wow, this sort of service could probably rake in a fortune. If I dropped my gaze, my eyes would run into brown thighs wrapped in fishnet tights, and then white thighs hidden beneath black stockings. Entrancing. This is a bunny trap. Slimy and the demon scythes fell asleep after eating their fill, and the orphans had been put to bed. But it was still too early to sleep. The three of us being alone here would result in furious activity, with Miss Armor Rep on my right side wrapping her legs around me, and Dancer Girl on my left side squeezing me with her long legs. Arms entangled me from both sides. My right hand caressed Miss Armor Rep's thighs, and my left hand Dancer Girl's thighs. My God. I was on my way to becoming the Peach Boy of Japanese legend. No, that's a story about old men. No old men for me. I jabbered nonsense as my arms wrapped my beauties in stimulating squeezes, my hands caressing glorious thighs. With my hands and arms restrained, the two alluring, beauteous bunnies leaned in to feed me cookies. This was their way of thanking me. They realized I wasn't going to let them take on the darkness. I mean, there was no training for that. It was a true life-on-the-line, tightrope walk of death kind of fight. Cause risking my life is the only way to get me to give it my all anyhow. Cuddling and stroking, kissing and mouth-to-mouth cookie transferring, trapped by smooth, soft skin. We weren't close to heaven. We were way beyond heaven. We were in bunny paradise. They squeezed me here, stroked me there. Those beautiful close-range bunnies closed in. Even I, the master of ripping people off, was easily ripped off by this bountiful, beauteous bunny paradise. Our gift to you. Bunny paradise was on the 999th floor of heaven, minimum. The white room with the old god dude was probably on the very basement floor under the trash collection area. Their offerings squeezed and rubbed all over me. The bunny outfits gradually opened, revealing more and more skin, causing various teenage boy problems to emerge and awaken. Before long, the mouths on those lovely bunny faces got very, very busy. The two of them must have felt the same danger of the darkness from that bottom floor. I'd even seen Slimy trembling. They had worried about me when I'd gone to fight alone, and they were thankful for me taking care of it. Well, 'cause I didn't sense the issue to begin with. I felt various sensations appropriate to a boy of my age, the abundant sensitivities of the condition of teenage boyhood, that was. I didn't get any bad feelings about the darkness. Nothing to fear, at least. It wasn't a big deal. I mean, worrying that I might die wouldn't help me win or anything like that. I was confident I could win. It had been the right call for me to take it on. Now I had the benefits of dealing with the exciting entertainment of beautiful bunnies shedding their bunny suits. I was happy they were happy, and now I could receive that happiness back. Yes, oh yes, I hadn't found any suspicious night stores around here, but as it turned out, the bunny paradise hotspot had been right in this room all along. Wait, what? Why pull out the chains? Bunny. Day 83. Morning. An overwhelming sensory overload of sensations and sensitivities, supposedly incensed sensual senses. White loser in. They got mad at me. The lecture came like the dawn rising over the vast horizon. A lovely night of bunnying got them super pissed. After so much coming, what problem could have possibly come? Maybe it was the bumpy tentacles. They seemed to love them at the time, though. I could clearly prove that the lumpy, mushroom-headed tentacles were at least 3 times as effective compared to standard tentacles. Had that still left them unsatisfied, they passed out with faces of complete and utter satisfaction, but they went straight to a tentacle lecture first thing in the morning. Maybe there were still improvements to be made. Look, it was simply imbuing sexual technique and sensitivity into wart-like nub-equipped tentacles, which incenses the sensory faculties for increased sensitivity to sensual sensations. A purely pleasant provision that pleased you then, but now you're purely pissed. I decided to change the shape of more of my tentacles next time to compensate for my lack of sex appeal. So far, I had been able to develop 78 different patterns from tentacle shape transmutation. I had to go through several trials before the girls were completely satisfied. Time to bring more transformations to the table tonight. While they were lecturing me, I sneakily practiced nubby tentacle vibration and new pattern transmutation. Yeah, this seems powerful. Definitely trying this one tonight. They kept lecturing me, even though they were too weak-kneed to stand, so I stuffed 2 big anti-lecture mushrooms into their mouths. Based on experience, I knew that the lecture didn't stop until they started eating the mushrooms. The only problem was once they finished, it restarted at twice the power. Now was my chance to escape. Today's a day off, so it's perfect for a nice cave tour, wouldn't you say? Slimy's never been there before, and this is Dancer Girl's first time in the frontier. She'll want to check out the forest and cave. Also, that's my house? Ish. Yup, I should have been staying there, maybe occasionally coming into town. So why had I barely been able to go there at all? There were 2 paths, and that cave was my home in both of them. If all my classmates put their abilities together to set out on adventures and become heroes in this world, I would have stayed in the cave to make items for them. Or I could have assisted with the kingdom's domestic affairs. Of course, one of my classmates had to choose to become invincible and steal everyone else's cheat powers by force. That path could have ended with us killing each other at the cave. We went down an unexpected third path, and thanks to that, I met these 3. I wanted to invite them to my home, my cave. Slimy jiggled all the way. He'd been looking forward to this since before the war. Dancer Girl looked excited, too. When we got there, I decided to remake the swing so that both she and Miss Armor Rep could get on it together. Hungry orphans and other still-growing boys and girls were waiting in the dining hall. Wisdom's ability to control sensing and parallel thinking enabled me to cook and prepare various ingredients simultaneously. We ultimately ended up with omelet rice, Hamburg steaks, meatballs, spaghetti napolitana, and fried chicken. The orphans and elf girl had recovered from their illnesses and nutrition deficits, but I stuffed everything with mushrooms to be sure. It's the kiddo ketchup crimson lunch. Dig in. Thanks, Haruka. Wiggle wiggle. I was experienced at making all of the individual items, so some simple, simultaneous cooking pulled everything off. Making the plates for the kiddos' lunches was more work. I had buckets for the meatheads, then a plate and a bucket for Slimy. The demon scythes were digging in, too. Seeing giant death scythes eating the little kitty lunch was surreal. Big bro, it's so good. It was the orphans' first time eating omelet rice. They seemed to like ketchup. I wasn't fully happy with my ingredients and seasonings yet. It was too bland for omelet rice for kids who had suffered from malnourishment for so long, cooked with extra milk and medicinal mushrooms. I prioritized their growth, vitamins, and nutrients above all else, so it couldn't have been that tasty. The kids had been exclusively requesting food with ketchup lately, though. Hence the meal of Hamburg steak, omelet rice, meatballs, and spaghetti napolitana. Everything was topped with ketchup. The whole meal was bright red. I had made the girls new powered-up trial armor, so they planned to test the armor out before heading to their dungeons. In addition to enhanced properties, I added new and improved imbued effects to the armor. The upgraded design was considerably easier to move around in as well. It ended up being snug and accordingly sexy, so they needed to make sure to test them out without any teenage boys around. The rest of my classmates handled cleanup while I went into town. It was Dancer Girl's first time going shopping with her own money. I'd made sure to give her a fair salary in exchange for her work, and she was having a blast shopping with it. What beats squandering cash? Right now, the frontier had more wares than the capital, and of higher quality, too. It was also a different level of lively. The lumpy dirt roads had been paved with flat stone, and old houses that had been little more than piles of rocks were now renovated and sported white walls. Lumber, which used to be in short supply, had made its way to the market. Colorful signs now adorned the city streets. Trees had been planted along the now paved roads, adding to the upscale urban vibe and creating small plazas with benches and fountains around the city center. The streets and shops were totally different from how they used to be, but we didn't get lost. I mean, I was the one who'd planned and made everything, so that'd be impossible. People flooded the bustling general store, as usual. The general store lady watched me from the register at the end of a long, snaking line. She looked like she was on the verge of tears, so I activated magic hands to rain products for a little rapid-fire restocking sesh. I set up a display for the new products while I was at it. Now there was the long line to the register. Good enough for now. The orphans would be coming as reinforcements soon. Dancer Girl slipped through the gaps in the jostling general store crowd to grab what she wanted. She still didn't have all the daily necessities, so she was going all out on shopping. Meanwhile, Miss Greed was snagging more than a few new clothing items, and our overeater was jiggling his butt off as he devoured something outside. Since when could slimes order from food carts, and bargaining too? She's overwhelmed by the options and just buying everything, but didn't I make that at my side job recently? It was right in the room. She doesn't need to buy it here. Jiggle jiggle. I supposed going out shopping was the fun part to begin with. Even though I gave an extra helping and a half of pocket change out for the Bunny Paradise service I received last night, the two of them were looking over their new piles of clothes, checking the price tags with concerned expressions. I think we're gonna be here for a while. I was making so much from the dungeon, I could give out as high of an allowance as they needed, but the other fun part of shopping was needing to cut down and make decisions. The two conferred with one another, debating. It looked fun. All of the products were ones that I'd made with my side job, so I could make the stuff for them anytime, honestly. Oh well. After they finished, we went back outside, their arms full of clothes and satisfied looks on their faces. We dropped their stuff off back at the inn first. I could have put everything in my item bag, but they wanted to try on their new outfits. I also decided to make them their own room out in the cave. Then it could be a home for all of us. The overgrown grasses and the towering trees that blotted out the sky formed a natural dungeon, the monster forest. Even if an adventurer tried to burn it down and force his way through, he'd lose his sense of direction before long and fall into a nightmare, attacked by monsters from every which way. I've got the map skill, though, so it's no biggie. Any monster attacking us would be in way more danger from us than we'd be from them. Jiggle jiggle. The dense forest let off an overpowering smell. Grasses and shrubs sprouted from the moist, dark brown earth, and the deep green trees blocked out the sunlight, casting the forest in a murky gloom and creating a maze beneath the trees. In that maze, fearsome monsters attacked, never mind. They ran away. No matter how fearsome I tried to make those goblins and kobolds seem, they always disappointed me. Seems like the rep of this monster forest isn't particularly powerful. I mean, there's only gobos and kobos around. All this chatter about monster forest this and monster forest that. It's some woods with goblins and kobolds and mushrooms. I don't want to hear about expeditions or explorations or monster subjugation. This is my homecoming. Wiggle wiggle. The monster forest was an important and dangerous region. You needed a note from the Duke just to get near it, and an inspection before you could enter it yourself. Getting permission to enter labeled one as a full-fledged adventurer, or so I heard. Needing permission to get to my own home? My house is out here, damn it. I was only away for a while, and now they're telling me I need a report and a note to go back to my own house. I'm not an adventurer, so I can't get either of those. Out in the dark, dense woods, the trees blocked our peripheral vision. Monsters lurked in the shadowy chaos, charging out of nowhere as if they were spawning out of the ground. That was the essence of the monster forest. Except my peripheral vision worked fine, and I could see everything. I mean, I had Jupiter Eye and Area Analyze. Plus, the monsters got absolutely destroyed the second they approached us.
Image summary, manga illustration of a young man with short dark hair wearing a hooded cloak, standing in a dense forest under a bright, glowing sky, with two birds flying near a celestial light source.
The monster forest is overrated. I suppose the center is nasty, but everywhere else ain't so bad. There are some orc territory zones, but they're just orcs, you feel. Jiggle jiggle. The four of us scattered to chase the monsters, but they were all low level and none put up much of a fight. The monsters had expanded their range, but remained weak and low in numbers. Finishing them off still took a while with so many mushrooms to pick, though. Slimy was boinking around, devouring goblins merrily. Their super horny must have accumulated. Same went for class rep, yeah, she also had alpha male and revival, didn't she? Our hijack specialist sure is a peerless eater though, ain't she? Wiggle wiggle. I'd love some auto-cheat skills myself, but even if I got them, I wouldn't be able to use them. Those cheat skills only activated in set patterns, meaning you couldn't stop and shift gears halfway through. A scary proposition for me. But I wanna shout, sevenfold slash and stuff. I have a lot of skills that I'd prefer not to vocalize aloud though, like go neat or activate loner. I don't want to fight screaming either of those, and definitely not lascivious. In a twist of irony, I killed all the goblins by sneaking up on them and taking them out in one hit. I now had a variety of techniques to take them out head-on. My equipment could handle a few of their blows, but now that I could handle a proper battle, none of their attacks could scratch me. I didn't even need to activate thought acceleration. Those goblins moved in slow motion. I bonked them, they died. It had been so long, but I felt like I had somehow been here all along. It was nice to see the goblins and kobolds, although we had thoroughly eliminated them, so I wouldn't be seeing them anytime soon. Mesh, they'll be back. At first, I'd lived here all alone. Next thing I knew, I was surrounded by my female classmates, and I was now back here in this group of 4. I figured I'd spend my whole life alone in the forest, but somewhere along the way life took a more exciting turn. The forest felt both nostalgic, deeply meaningful, and seeing it with these 3 felt totally different. Although the monsters were pissing them off. Fortunately, they exterminated every single monster in the neighborhood by the time we got near the cave. Day 83. Noon. The battle is raging on land, sea, and air, but water is where the truth manifests. Monster forest. Had I finally gotten stronger? I had equipment so ridiculously overpowered that it destroyed my own body in the process. But what about me? I managed to level up to the extent that I could. I remembered fighting in this very forest, unable to break the level 10 wall. Now I was level 23. Had I really got any stronger, though? Ah, there it is. Level 20 Beginner Adventurer Set. I bought this as a commemorative item when I finally made it to level 20, but I totally forgot about it. I don't get a good feeling from the looks of it, but maybe this is the best fit. You know. After I got fed up with fighting so many gobos and kobos, I suddenly remembered it. It's just a wooden stick, although it's got metal on the tip. Light armor made out of cloth and leather. Geez, it's hard to put on, uncomfortable. Can't move. Then a leather helmet, boots, and gloves. There's only metal on the shoulder pads. And this cloak is so damn heavy. This was the standard equipment for a level 20 adventurer. Naturally, it didn't have a single skill equipped. Using magic entanglement left me feeling strangely empty, and the entanglement itself was weirdly thin. I'd been practicing magic entanglement late at night without any equipment at all, however, so I'd get used to it quickly. Short, ugly runts with greenish skin. You couldn't really call them little devils, and they didn't resemble sentient life with those hideous faces. Wielding sticks in the tall grasses, a goblin. Kabonk. A dead goblin. I tried getting excited about it, but goblins were just goblins in the end. Yeah, facing a single level 9 goblin won't teach me anything. I whacked it as hard as I could, and it died. Jiggle jiggle. It turned out I couldn't activate teleport without my equipment. Maybe I could force it, but I had no chance of controlling it, making it far too dangerous to use. I tried skipping up into the air with airwalk, but without equipment I couldn't do that either. I did fling myself into a group of goblins though. I used magic entanglement, activated life or death, and slashed, taking out 6 goblins in 3 attacks. That's still an instant kill. The strongest one was level 14. There were 6 of them, but it was a surprise attack, so I can't make any judgments. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. Talk to me, guys. They looked bored with nothing to do. I could activate life or death now, and I didn't suffer any collateral damage either. Everything was extremely weak. I mean, normally all goblins take is a little whack. Using life or death was way too fast for them, so it wasn't any good for training. The goblins died with confused expressions on their faces. Yeah, those clubbers, they were slow and stupid. I went around testing things out, but my level and skills didn't respond at all to killing the low-level goblins. I risked my life fighting in this forest 2 months ago, but now I could easily sweep through it without equipment. I don't know if I got stronger or more skilled, but either way, this isn't good practice. Nod nod. Rattle rattle. Jiggle jiggle. I let Miss Armor Rep, Dancer Girl, and Slimy loose in their normal equipment. Their normal involved combat-specialized top-class skills and mithril-imbued equipment. Pretty darn powerful for around here. Appearance-wise, they wore fashionable sailor outfits and one-piece dresses, so they looked more prepared for a picnic than a battle. I suppose the battle was as leisurely as a picnic, in a sense. Hiya. I tried attacking goblins time and again, but allowing them the first move and letting them surround me didn't make it any harder. I had gotten stronger. I could fight without trickery. In addition to improving my stats and having an overwhelming number of skills, my actual ability had also improved a bit. I had desperately struggled to sling together tricks and fakes just to get by, and it looked like it all had panned out in the end. I'm still a glass cannon, but I'm certainly a little better than before. I almost died in this forest a few times. Me, the nerds, the girls, we all fought here on the verge of death. That wasn't even that long ago. The meatheads had turned into wild animals since then. Just 80 days ago, I was scared for my life, trying to survive in this forest. It felt like ages ago, but it wasn't long ago at all. A lot had happened since then, and it had all meant something. The 3 with me now were proof of that. We hunted down the monsters and picked mushrooms before heading to the cave. The demon scythes took a different route and met up with us afterward. I got bored, so I put my regular equipment back on as we headed through the forest. The demon scythes had ended up reverting back to level 1 after I officially used servitude on them, so I wanted them to level up here. It looked like they'd done some logging while they were out. Sheesh, they were going to leave me behind in terms of levels at this rate. Yeah, that was inevitable. I supposed you could call this a safety zone. It was only a little farther to the cave. Everyone ducked down. I confirmed we were headed in the right direction and unleashed it to the extent I could control. Dimension Slash. Bemode foolish grass. I unleashed Dimension Slash, which was fully imbued with all my magical power and skills. I chose range over power with wisdom and launched the attack over the widest possible area that I could control, slashing down everything within range. Yup, gotta handle the gardening and lawn mowing somehow, you know. The inevitable result was self-destruction. Muscles severed all across my body, bones shattered and snapped, blood vessels were severed, and my magic power drained. I ate a top-class recovery mushroom right away, followed by MP recovery mushrooms to kickstart the high-speed revival process. Time for a little break. Looks like I handled the tree, trimming in about a half-mile radius around the cave. Now it's turned into a sunny plain, so the scenery's improved as well. I could handle the power of the attack, but not the recoil. It hurts. After I healed up, we took care of the fallen trees, mushrooms, and spellstones from the goblins that gotten caught up in the attack. Then we finally went to the cave. I'm Huom, finally. Thank God no one responded to that. I put up the sign, no cave kings, so that kept away any intruders. Jiggle, jiggly jiggle. Slimy bounced in a frenzy, delighted to explore the rooms. Dancer Girl looked around with a curious expression, and Miss Armor Rep and I sat down at the table for a relaxing cup of mushroom tea. It feels like home, said Miss Armor Rep. Good, Wisdom was busy getting the cleaning done, if you couldn't have guessed. One attack got the lawn mowing done, but it grazed the garden in the process, severing my stone tables and benches. I needed to get those fixed up. Let's have dinner in the garden later, I thought. I'd learned alchemy since then, so I decided to also use my improved wisdom control to upgrade the furniture. I didn't have iron ore or alchemy back then, so I mainly made the furniture out of wood with Eiffel bases. Yeah, this should work. I started making a new glass table. Paulo Piva might get mad at this design if he got sent to this world, but I think this is the closest thing to a glass table that I'll get. With a little of this and that, I imitated furniture that I had seen back on Earth, expanded the living room, and upgraded the cave with some general renovations. I thought about how long it had been since I'd had the chance to spruce up the cave as I remodeled. I ran into an underground quartz lode while I was at it, so I collected the quartz. I decided to use it to make windows later to bring in some light. These 3 rooms are for you 3, so use them however you like, I said. Just split them up among yourselves. We've barely been able to come back here, but you may as well have your own rooms. It's our house, after all. It looked like the rooms would be decided by a furious, godlike war of a ghost leg lottery. Sheesh, the atmosphere was more intense than a dungeon during battle. After that, I took furniture requests for their rooms. We might have been at the edge of the world, but they should have a place for themselves here. We wouldn't be staying here permanently. They may even barely get to stay in their own rooms, but having a place for yourself, that meant something. Now barbecue time. In the new, sunny, clean cave front garden, a barbecue feast. I ventilated the smoke with a fan, so it was starting to smell like a genuine Japanese chicken skewers joint. I wasn't sure if it was chicken or not, but it was bird meat skewers, so close enough. Boink boink. Munch munch. Choo choo. Even the demon scythes dug in. I knew they wouldn't miss dinner time. They're out-leveling me now. Dinner outside feels great, so tasty, said Dancer Girl. Our little house at the edge of the continent with nothing but neighbors for monsters. Our home. I expanded the garden so I could bring in water from the river for a pool. It was round and shallow, but with some warm water, I managed to make an outdoor hot tub. The pool was a standard 50 meters long. I even added some wooden floats. Fish Girl and Nudist Girl had seemed pretty pumped about the idea of a fantasy world swim competition and stuff. Since I put in all the effort already, I prepared some hot, bubbling water for the hot tub, and we all went in. The demon scythes went back out to continue their logging. They'd rust if they went into the hot tub anyhow. Yes, a bubble bath, an outdoor hot tub. It was a crowded but wholesome swimsuit session, and Slimy immediately started floating happily on the surface. Is he sleeping already? The other 2 started playing with the bubbles, Miss Armor Rep in a one-piece black racing swimsuit, and Dancer Girl in a baby blue one. They were covered in bubbles, so they could do whatever they wanted. I couldn't see any of it. Sure, the tight swimsuits clung to their figures the same as any swimsuit. The designs were racer backs, leaving their slender backs open. There was no padding or any support. Yup, swimsuits that only revealed the completely wholesome, natural shapes of the body. My unlimited tentacles were having a nice time in this bubbly dripping bath. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were doing a lot of wriggling and entangling themselves. Before long, that turned into writhing, gasping, and trembling. It looked like I'd have no choice but to enjoy the heavenly delights of this world. Ah, how could you beat the bath? Oops, they drowned. It's pool time, baby. I sprinted to the diving board, sprang off of it, and swam freestyle across the pool as quickly as I could because 2 morning stars were racing after me. Yeah, the 2 of them still had issues with my new tentacles. Next time, they're gonna taste my drill rotation. Recognizing they were at a disadvantage in the water, the pair got out onto the poolside and sent a furious rain of morning star blows toward me. Even diving underwater couldn't save me. If I hadn't kept my cloak on in the bath, I wouldn't have let my guard down. Although I'd previously added my unlimited tentacles to my cloak, I'd moved them into the Ring of the Destitute instead. That kept my tentacles permanently available. Before long, the 2 of them suffered death at sea with melting expressions, alluringly seductive, twitching in defeat, before they tried to make me a seafloor-bound corpse with a riotous rampage of murderous morning star attacks. I can't handle any more. They got mad at me, so I made them broad-brimmed hats. That cheered them up. Miss Armor Rep had a weakness for hats. Dancer Girl probably wasn't used to much yet, so she was weak to everything from clothes to sweets to accessories. The sun started to set. I decided to make some beach tables, chairs, and tropical juice. That got the two of them back in good spirits. The juice was very sweet. I used the same local fruits as I did with my regular juice, but the flavor had gotten deeper, denser, and much sweeter since I had left them to ripen for so long. The orphans and the girls had also loved it, but it was too sweet for the guys. Everything tasted sweet for 3 days. The problem now was the two rare, beautiful girls lounging on beach chairs in sexy swimsuits, their full figures seeming to literally exude sexiness as they reclined. Jupiter I got very busy recording the sight. Time to bring them some dessert. We cuddled and snuggled until it got dark, messing around and enjoying each other's company, deepening our friendships. The fact that the powerful penetrative friendships forged on that tropical honeymoon paradise involved great exhaustion goes without saying. We took a long detour on our way back to the city in order to mow down some more monsters. It was one busy but refreshing relaxation session, and all three were in high spirits. They were excited to get back to their rooms. Let's come back here, I thought. It's our home, after all. Now I needed to keep up the effort until tonight. Yup, another round was imminent. Day 83. Night. Grip and squeeze the thick hard knob, slowly turn it, and open the door. White loser in. We took a roundabout route back through the forest, taking out monsters before meeting up with the demon sides. Then we stopped monster hunting and started logging instead. We collected all the timber, mushrooms, and spellstones we could, eventually finishing up the lumbering sesh that Advisor Dude requested. That be some nice pocket change. I decided to use it to buy something for the demon scythes. When we made it back to the city, I reported to the Duke's office, got the cash, then spent it across town as we headed back to the inn. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl went to join the girls' meeting, so I went up to my room with Slimy and put the demon scythes into the demon ring for a nice rest. Jiggly. Slimy had loved rocking back and forth on the swing in the garden, so I made him a hammock in the bedroom, which he was currently enjoying. Wiggly jiggly. That looks so fun, maybe I'd make one for myself. Haruka-kun, have a minute. The door's open. Well, I mean, it's closed, but it's not locked. Just turn the doorknob and you can swing it into an open position, but first you'll need to grip the fat, hard knob with your hands and squeeze it firmly. Then slowly turn the thick, hard knob before pulling it. Then, what? That's just how doors work, you know. Shut up, yes, I know that. I could open doors back on Earth. Why are you treating me like a sad child who doesn't even know how to open a door? And you don't need to talk about how thick and hard the doorknob is. A very shouty class rep came in bearing the dual title of Miss Glare Rep. Unfortunately for me, she hadn't activated her tortoise shell bondage title, but she was glaring and taking out her whip, so maybe we were on the right path. She was very moody. Should I come downstairs to make dinner? Y'all couldn't wait. You ravenous. Wanna eat my mushroom? I've got soy sauce grilled mushrooms and smoked mushrooms. Which do you prefer? Both. Don't tell me you're so hungry you're gonna try to fit 2 mushrooms in your mouth at once. If you say so. I can start preparing a second and third for you to gobble. Be quiet, forget the mushrooms. Now you're treating me like a hungry kid who's come to beg you for food, and you're never allowed to say, wanna eat my mushroom? Ever again, never. Okay, so that was banned. I hoped it wouldn't cause any problems down the line. She claimed she wasn't hungry, but she looked ready to eat the manju I gave her. She was fat. No, not fat. In fact, I've slimmed down and gotten way perkier, I'll have you know. Wait, did I say that aloud? No, of course you're not fat. I meant that my new trial manju products were on the fat side and hard to eat. That's all I was thinking. It definitely didn't have anything to do with me thinking your thighs are looking pretty thick nowadays. I mean, definitely not that, no. I mean, you see, I was just rethinking the reconsideration of the rethought process that was reconvoluted retrospectively. Definitely not looking at your thighs. Definitely not thinking about how they're looking wonderfully plump and wanting to greet them accordingly. I'm definitely not the bad guy here. I'd probably get stabbed to death before that, even though I'm the one who prefers to do the stabbing. For some reason, I don't have an affinity for it, though, So I've conducted a survey about the possibility of affinity transmutation, which hasn't begun yet, like the transmutation of thick thighs into thirsty thickness. A lecture has commenced, please wait. Look, you could have just gotten to the point, but instead, you're stuffing a fat manju in your mouth while parading around those thighs. I had ended up having a mistaken impression of thickness that, look, never mind, and stuff. Listen to the point, I'm not parading anything. Look, I ended up taking the slightest, quickest, most reasonable glance at the region between the short shorts and the knee-high socks, a slippery slope of a tempting, tumultuous, powerful region for teenage boys. Her point was an update on the improvements to the women's sanitary goods. Since it was difficult to bring up in front of the boys, she'd come here. But I'm a boy, too. Yeah, those products were painstakingly crafted late at night by a teenage boy, hand-sewn cloth sanitary pads. It was quite the uncomfortable scene, to be honest. There's no problem with the basic mold and structure, class rep explained, but when it comes to sudden movements, I still have concerns. The absorptive ability is top-notch, but on the other hand, wait, stop. No, you're dealing with a maiden. In short, the close-fitting, absorption-imbued model bit in and chafed a bit down there. Trying to put it in concise terms resulted in glares. Cause this was the report of class rep's personal experience, and chafing had been involved. I'll try making some adjustments, a hybrid third model, as it were. I don't think they had developed sanitary products designed for high-speed combat movements back in Japan, so it makes sense that they would need some polishing. I have some doubts about why a teenage boy has to unravel the mysteries of pad design to begin with. I'm working on taking the normal absorptive base and adapting the mold for a better fit, pushing the center a bit further up, and lining the absorption to the sides to prevent any leakage. That seems most logical, right? In the end, I had to redo the model several times and let the girls test it to figure out what worked. I mean, I couldn't test it myself. Raising? Yeah, I think that plan could work all right. Next up for the trial is gymnastics girl, whose range of motion is so intense that you might need a whole separate model. We shared delicate information to flush out the remaining problems. Individual variations resulted in diverse challenges for each design, but I couldn't make separate anatomical molds. I had to figure out the best basic pattern that would be comfortable for everyone. I'll have the latest model by tomorrow, so I want a comparative report against the old one. Not want, so to speak. Look, I just need it, that's all. 'Cause I'm gonna read your trial report. Why do I feel so bummed all of a sudden? It's like my sex appeal just waved goodbye to me for the final time. Yeah, sure, thanks, she stuttered. Slimy kept wiggling in the hammock as I activated wisdom to revise a new model. It enumerated all possible issues, illuminated various proposals, and then ran mock calculations to find prospective results by trial and error. This resulted in the optimal redesign, but I still didn't have enough information for the hybrid model. It looked like I'd have no choice but to make tweaks to it once I got the report. If I thought about it too much, I'd never see my sex appeal again. It was time to make dinner. A melancholic teenage boy holed up in his room working on a new pad design look like the process is holistic, but it's not wholesome in the slightest. I mean, biting and chafing? That sounds awful. Jiggle jiggle. I decided to grill some fish for dinner. Fishy, eat your fishy, Miss Fishy. It's the way of the food chain. Wiggle wiggle. What are you singing? Why are you so horrified? Grilling up fish. For whatever reason, it always tasted better to grill fish and barbecue stuff by hand. It was probably because Magic cooked everything so perfectly even. The unevenness added to the experience. Oh, a wrapped-up fishbone model. Why am I thinking about pad design while cooking fish? But still, gotta admit that's a good idea. No, focus on the fish. What a leisurely day. No, it hadn't been, but it had been a day off and I did feel refreshed. I didn't owe them a favor or anything, but I planned to finish up upgrading my classmates' equipment tonight. With their current stats, they would have no problems through the mid-floors. There was no guarantee we'd all be able to stick together, though. In fact, the meatheads had already gotten 3 offers to join the 1st Royal Division as instructors. They were definitely into the macho chicks there, too. It pissed me off saying it, but they'd had a fan club back in high school. They were sports dudes so popular and well-known that they got fan letters. Apparently, they also got offers to join the entertainment industry, which would have worked so long as they never opened their mouths. Yet they didn't seem interested in girls at all, and had been especially popular among BL fans. I'd never heard rumors of them getting involved with any girls, either. Do they like super macho chicks? There weren't any women back in our world as buff and combat-oriented as the ones here. There were sports players back on Earth, of course, but no girls who lived and died by the sword. I guess the meatheads were into combat, strength, and build, and the girls in the divisions certainly had impressive, chiseled physiques. The meatheads also meshed well with them in terms of combat style. Those women attacked head-on with overpowering strength and speed. The first Royal Division specialized in large battles, but emphasized individual prowess, and being able to overwhelm your opponent one-on-one using stats and power. They were a bit lacking in terms of natural instinct and sensitivity, but they could learn from the meatheads' animal instincts, how to fight against non-humans, monsters. They were the perfect match. You could only learn instincts like that from those meatheads. It was an inimitable edge in battle, and the truest way to leverage one's stats to a victory. Before that, Royal Girls Imperial Guard received a dispatch to the frontier and planned to fight the dungeons under the command of Mr. Meridad. That would both support the frontier and help them level up, so the royal forces would be dispatched to the frontier alternatingly. That gave us some leeway to send the meatheads as instructors in exchange, which would help strengthen the first two royal divisions. Royal Girl was already familiar with the frontier to a degree, so it made sense to deepen our relationship with the first division. The nerds were in a similar position. They wanted to build a boat and set out on a journey of their own. We ended up spending all this time together, but they wanted to go back to the Beast Kingdom. I mean, bunny ears. Dog ears and cat ears. Apparently there were tanuki too, but we had one of our own over here. Maybe we could trade our tanuki for their tanuki girls. So for the sake of the girls who'd need to keep fighting here without the guys, and the guys who were going off on journeys of their own, maybe I'll create some exploding equipment for the boys. I don't know how long we'll all be sticking together, so I better make it and hand it over soon. Once they're gone, I'm not gonna be able to rip them off anymore, I wailed. Wiggle wiggle. The nerds said they planned on taking the ship and selling wares. Soy sauce came from the Beast Kingdom. Maybe they had miso, konbu, and bonito flakes there. This kingdom and the Beast Kingdom were connected by a river. Well, the Merchant Kingdom was in between, but they'd also have the chance to make plenty of privateering profits as well. There will be burning. Thanks for the meal. Days like these wouldn't last forever. Even the orphans were moving to the orphanage soon. It was nearby, and they'd be working in town, so I'd see them all the time. But we wouldn't be together like this. Since everyone spent all day fighting in dungeons, we only saw them in the morning and at night these days. I needed to make the frontier as peaceful and wealthy as possible. That way, everyone could always come back and gather here, and I'd rip everyone off as much as possible when they came home. Day 83. Night. I'm sure it means something, but what kind of zipper doesn't unzip? White loser in. Everyone sent in their surveys about the newly remodeled armor. In terms of the fit, no problems were reported. Yep, leave the pad report aside for later. I went about boosting the endowed effects further, powering them up with mithril. The goal was equipment good enough for medium-deep dungeons. 30 people's worth of equipment meant that relying on drop items alone wasn't enough. I got a nice rip-off sesh out of the sword provisions, so next up were spears and hammers. Everyone ended up with quality shields, so I could save those for later. Same with bows. Focus, calculations with wisdom, production control with magic hands. That combination gave my side job skills a considerable boost. In fact, my alchemy abilities had fallen far behind, so even though I'd finally become capable of crafting high-level equipment, nothing could reach the level of Miss Armor Rep's full-body armor or the ballroom gowns I'd created. I added mithril into all of the metal, but I guess it's a more effective technique to make the iron thread out of spellstone powder imbued with mithril and weave clothes that way. Maybe it had to do with the difference in surface area, but the endowed effects weren't as strong. I could make stronger cloth equipment, but the thin metal thread would put them in danger if they took an attack that outclassed the equipment. Why do so many of the metal armor on cloth pieces have worse properties? They're not nullifying each other or anything. Maybe I should separate them and start with making the inner clothing portions? No, I won't be able to beat the mithril thread dresses regardless, so maybe weaving cloaks is best. I still hadn't touched the drop items from the bottom floor of the most recent dungeon. I could deal with those later. I picked up the Aegis shoulder pads, Vitality Power plus 50%, Automatic Defense, Physical Defense Ultra, Magic Defense Ultra, Reflection, Absorption, Slash Parrying, Bludgeon Parrying, Defense from the Hidden Room. They were big shoulder pads that were L-shaped to protect the clavicle and basically extended to the elbow. They weren't covered in spikes, so I didn't need to go full-on barbarian mode with them on. Heavy armor didn't typically suit adventurers, but you occasionally saw people wearing cloth or leather armor. You could even equip shoulder pads, elbow pads, chest pads, knee pads, and waist armor at low levels, so I thought about buying some for myself. It sort of seemed like a waste, considering the effects and properties though. This was a find. A quick test told me that I couldn't use it, however. Yeah, it was a perfectly suitable piece of equipment, but automatic defense was nasty. It drained MP at an insane rate. While it claimed to be automatic, the instructions flashed by inside of my head. You obeyed its orders. If you couldn't keep up with them in battle, it activated and took control of your body. If I didn't have parallel thinking from wisdom, it would be a huge nuisance. This is an incredible piece of equipment if you have enough MP. If I put this on and then used magic entanglement on it, though, yeah, this is getting sealed. Okay, back to the armor. Next up was the Dungeon King's drop item, Life Jewel, tempers the body for tasks including training, alchemy, and lovemaking. Essence Alchemist, Archsage. Bodily alchemy sounded very suspicious, and it even included lascivious lovemaking. Oh god, this was a bad idea. A trap for my very soul? It might boost my stats, but I risked it turning me into some sort of modded wizard human. I had Alchemist but not Archsage, so I wouldn't be able to use it to begin with. If I did, though, my very soul would be in danger. This is also getting sealed. Speaking of Archsage, there's Vice Rep B. She doesn't have Alchemist, however, and putting bodily tempering and lovemaking alchemy to that body. She'd be a danger to the world. And to every teenage boy in existence, of course. She's already dangerous enough as is. Oh, I just remembered. I forgot to learn Holy Magic. Archsage was a promoted class gained from having the prowess of Bane Sorcerer and Bishop. Since I had Holding, I could easily learn new types of magic. Yeah, a lot of my self-destruction could have been easily prevented if I had learned Healing Magic and used Magic Entanglement on it. I had Revival and Mushrooms, though, so I'd never even bothered. I'll learn it. It was likely the most effective way to stymie self-damage, and I could make recovery-imbued items with it to boot. I'd deal with the drop items later. At the moment, I was minimizing complete disintegration, but not damage. I'd still fall apart in longer battles. Although, Revival had been long-lasting lately. It had been too slow to keep up in the battle against the darkness, but it had still healed me up perfectly in the end. Thanks to the vitality and intelligence boosts from my equipment, I had managed to survive a duel with a Dungeon King. I could definitely leave the more ridiculous equipment aside for later in that case, and learn Healing Magic first. Yeah, I prefer assuming I'll fall apart and go from there. Wow, this is easy. Things had barely changed since I'd lived in the forest. Back then, I barely managed to avoid complete destruction, always fighting life-or-death battles. It wasn't so different now. I thought back to that forest, where I should have lost my life. Somewhere along the way, I'd found people I wanted to protect and luxury on top of it. I never thought about strength back then. I just needed to kill the enemy. If I broke down in the process, then I'd just force myself to keep going. Let's see, status. Name Haruka Race, human. LV 24 job. HP 433 MP, 519. VIT 369 POW, 377 SBE, 520. DEX 505 MIN, 506 INT, 550. LUK, max above limit. SB 2017. Combat skills. Peerless Cane Mastery LV Max, Avoid Level 8, Magic Entanglement Level 9, Life or Death LV Max, Rapid Movement LV Max, Bend Not Break Level 7, Eye Mastery Level 1, Diamond Fist Level 5, Random Fire Level 5, Limit Break Level 3. Magic, Demolish Level 3, Teleport Level 8, Gravity Level 8, Holding Level 9, 4 Element Sorcery Level 7, Wood Level 9, Lightning Level 9, Ice Level 9, Alchemy Level 8, Void Level 6. Skills, General Health LV Max, Sensitivity LV Max, Body Manipulation LV Max, Walking Mastery Level 9, Servitude Level 9, Presence Sensing Level 7, Magic Control LV Max, Presence Concealment Level 9, Stealth Level 9, Hiding LV Max, Insentience Level 9, Physical Proof Level 5, MP Absorption Level 7, Revival Level 9, Dash Level 8, Airwalk Level 8, Overclock Level 9, Jupiter Eye Level 6, Lascivious Level 5. Titles: Shut-In Level 8, Neat Level 8, Loner Level 8, Bane Sorcerer Level 5, Master Fencer Level 6, Alchemist Level 7, Sex God Level 5. Abilities: Wisdom Level 5, Master of None Level 9, Blockhead LV Max. Equipment: Universe Staff Clothes Set, Leather Glove, Leather Boots, Cloak, Jupiter Eye, Ring of the Destitute, Item Bag, Monster Bracelet POW plus 66% SBE plus 65%, VIT plus 38%, Black Hat, Wisdom Crown. It looked like I'd leveled up in the dungeon, maybe when I'd gone up against the Dungeon King. I didn't feel any unease while in the forest, so the subtle improvements were there. I had gotten boosts all around, but the intelligence growth must have helped suppress any potential discomfort. Tragically, I made incredible gains in one area exclusively. There was no use overthinking it. I don't remember using it at all, but just how many limits did I need to break to get Limit Break to level 3? Well, aside from every night, I mean. Of course, teenage boys invading inevitably involves them breaking their limits. I know I burst mine, many times. Now that I thought about it, I had certainly done my fair share of limit breaking. Demolish had leveled up even though I'd sealed it, and it hadn't been used. That must have had something to do with using vibration. And Diamond Fist had leveled up to 5 despite the fact that I hadn't fought a single monster in legitimate hand-to-hand combat. Did that mean what I'd done when up against the darkness counted as fist fighting? My martial skills were improving steadily as well, but the only time I used those was in the bedroom and in training with Dancer Girl. I did have plenty of opportunity to test out how I'd gotten improvements in those areas. I didn't need tests to know where the Lascivious and Sex God, and of course, the revival gains had come from, because those were, pretty obvious. I was trying so hard. And now, Blockhead, one of the biggest mysteries of all, had reached its max. I did know the cause there and decided to pretend I didn't. No matter how much it leveled up, that level of control was problematic. Thinking about it, it could actually make things easier for me, but that would be unbearable to witness. I needed to test it out in a worst-case scenario. Holding had leveled up twice, too, but I wasn't sure if it'd be enough. I'll store the equipment away for now. My stats weren't nearly high enough to handle the burden of the new equipment, especially after entanglement. Plus, I didn't know how I felt about putting shoulder pads on top of a cloak. Do robes even work with shoulder pads? It's giving me some serious extravagant mage warrior vibes. Next, I whipped up plans for hammers and spears for the group. I upgraded the Arts Club's shields and cloaks with improved inner layers. Meanwhile, I worked on spellstone-powered refrigerators and washing machines, as well as the revised hybrid pad model. These designs better not get mixed together. I suppose I'd better go with a halberd, I said. Everyone's got a power stat close to 1500 at this point, so they may as well make use of it. Oh, someone had just showed up. It was Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl in faux leather suits, tight, body-fitting leather, equipped with a zipper that ran from top to bottom. They looked like fabulous female spies ready for bonding and bondage. It was equipment for battle, but it had gotten rejected from the armory as a sale item for some reason, and I'd snapped it right up. The problem, of course, was that it was way too hard to take off. It was so tight-fitting that it was hard to put on, too, but taking it off proved an incredible challenge. Damn this thing, it's so tight that there's no gap for my tentacles can slip into. They were designed to be body-tight catsuits, so it went without saying that there was no gap for fingers. The zippers didn't open either, so there was no hope of victory. Even the zipper, the prospective weak point, stayed totally, perfectly sealed. These were actually this world's first zippers. I'd made them as a trial product, but their construction took a lot of effort, and they had ended up being too expensive. Zippers weren't yet prolific in the marketplace. These precious, one-of-a-kind fantasy world zippers were stuck as could be. If I could get them down, I'd see wonders. But I can't, and I'm getting entwined and entangled. What's supposed to be revved down is revving me up. Our reward is accessories. Hang on, your sexy thieves now. With only one prospective opening being fiercely and fabulously guarded, their hands protected this incredible artifact of clothing. I had already started recording out of anticipation, but the catsuits were too powerful. Their equipment nullified vibration magic, and sensitivity couldn't penetrate it. This was the downside of making the neckline so high. This started out as simple, full-body leather armor. I made it for when I eventually met sexy female spies, and it got rejected for being too hard to take off. Who would have thought they'd eventually crater me in a catsuit catfight, meow god? These outfits may be my nemesis now, but I'll dream about them for the rest of my days. Sweet Lord. I could weep. All a teenage boy's love and hopes and dreams were stuffed into those tight-fitting leather bodysuits. Just look at all the great things stuffed into there. I just couldn't freaking unzipper them. As I tumbled into a vortex of pain and suffering, the sun at last came through the clouds of those leather suits in a glorious blaze that seared into my teenage boy eyes like lightning, knocking me to the ground. As I lay there, knocked out by the force of the view, my long-held dream of the zippers coming down, one after the other. Yes, it had finally come true. Day 83. Night. It appeared that the mystery medical squad was as mysterious and unidentified as ever. White loser in. Girls meeting. Underwater, now that was a fiendish trap, a terrifying nightmare of wriggling and writhing under the glittering surface of the pool. Haruka-kun had made further upgrades to his cave deep in the forest, which felt like a distant memory now. He'd expanded the garden and built a pool. Of course, that pool was a competitive swimming pool equipped with a hot tub, and was also the site of a furious, squirming naval tentacle battle that invaded every gap in every swimsuit, eventually forcing Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san to succumb to death by drowning. Before leaving, he'd even installed a water slide made of quartz glass. They jumped into it shouting, "Water slide. Oh my god, I want to go swimming, down the water slide." You never know what squirmy things are gonna be in the water, purred Vice Rep B. Eek, shut up, I want to swim but that's dangerous. Everyone fidgeted and blushed. Yeah, don't think about that. We'd heard the legendary monster tentacles had been reborn anew as even more monstrous models. Mushroom-headed, lumpy trunks. They are so crazy. Like bumpy, creased tentacles, that's a lot of friction. Wagged. Gurgle gurgle. We drowned. Despite our maidenhood, most of us had developed frightening powers of imagination. Yet the reality managed to surpass our imagination every time, leading to maiden overload and a lot of bath drowning. We anticipated bubbly hot tubs and lotion, but a tentacle-filled pool? That was a hellish heaven beyond anything. Yikes, mushroom-tipped tentacles, the shafts covered in lumps, then pleated nodes connecting the long, wriggling ropes. That was way too much for any maiden. I still want to go swimming. The wriggling, in the water wriggling. Inside, wriggling. Glub glub. In the pool, wet, get in the pool, and in goes the. Gurble gurble. The swimmers still wanted to swim above all else. They loved swimming. How could they forget it? Haruka-kun made a competitive swimming pool for them, so they could get back to what they loved doing, only to ruin it with tentacles. But the water slide, that's gotta be awesome. Yeah, maybe there's no wriggling on the water slide. The water slide goes into the pool, so you'll end up drowning anyway. Vice Rep B winked. Yag. Glub glub. I didn't get it. The moment we put on bathing suits, Haruka-kun shuffled away awkwardly. He was a shy, awkward, nubby-tentacled sex god. The bumps vibrate, thought I was going to die. Yep. Gurgle gurgle. The pleats squishy squench. Wagged. Glub glub. Everyone listened to the two of them, their faces bright red as they fidgeted in place, imagining the scene. Even Aurelia-san was drowning. She hadn't gotten used to the girls' meetings, so maybe the details were too much for her. Since Aurelia-san had originally been a shrine maiden, maybe her heart was too pure for this. Even Aurelia-san's powers of imagination sent her straight to the bottom of the bath. She popped right up and kept listening with tightly gripped fists, nodding as Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san continued. She had been suffering from a terrible illness just a few weeks ago, but she sure seemed in good shape now. Crawling inside, I mean, why vibrate and rotate like that? Splash. Inside, wriggling inside. Kerplunk. Even the bump started buzzing and vibrating, and the moisture. Thung splash. The maidens were out of HP. We needed an emergency evacuation to a private place in order to hear the rest. This was a dangerous situation. We called a meeting in my bedroom to address various concerns, the biggest of which was what to do tomorrow. We needed to discuss how to team up our parties to take on the dungeons. We needed to get stronger, of course, and not so we could deal with those tentacles, obviously. Haruka-kun, like he always did, had gone up against death itself head-on at the bottom of the dungeon. He'd fought the level 99 Dungeon King alone, not even involving Angelica-san, Nefertiri-san, or Slimy, with his weakened body. A body that was physically unable to get stronger. He hurries with the new equipment. He probably wants Kakizaki-kun and Oda-kun's groups to be able to set out on their own. Won't it be lonely for Haruka-kun being the only guy? Yeah, they're all so tight. I knew that both groups wanted to take Haruka-kun with them. They understood the dangers of being away from the frontier. Haruka-kun was worried about us, though. We were supposed to be protecting him, but it somehow always turned out to be the reverse. Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san finally understood. In the most dangerous times, Haruka-kun fought alone. In spite of all of his weaknesses, he took on the true terrors himself. With his fragile body, guarded only by that back-breaking, destructive equipment, he fought alone. Every time, every battle, every truly terrible danger. No matter how mad we got at him, he prepared to sacrifice himself so that no one else would be hurt, killed, or taken away from us. He did it so we wouldn't lose anything else at all. He just had to save the world. He didn't want to lose anything anymore. He'd protect it all, even if it killed him. Even though it'd definitely kill him one day. If he kept going on like this, he'd falter and eventually fall one day. And yet, he did it again. Every time his body broke down, he kept right on fighting. I wanted to catch up to him and stand beside him. If he truly failed one day and couldn't do anything to save himself, well, I didn't want him to die alone. At the very least, the whole class needed to be there for him. We had to get stronger. We needed to be able to stand beside him. We also need to decide when we're doing the picnic. The monster forest was dangerous. There was nothing wrong with the forest itself, but nothing topped the dangers of a tentacle-equipped teenage boy's homecoming. I had figured that we'd bring the orphans along to the pool, but it sounded like too much of an adult sight. In fact, the forest sounded much more dangerous for maidens than it did for kids at this point. Bringing the kids will be okay, right? Worst case scenario, we'll offer up class rep. Yeah, she can handle the underwater tentacle fest. Good luck, honey. Hang on, I shouted. Don't make me a human sacrifice. They were so cold. Even the revival skill wouldn't keep me safe against the flurry of maiden-breaking tentacle attacks. I mean, nothing could be more forbidden or off-limits than violating a maiden with squirming, lumpy, thick tent-a, Kles, kerfwump. Mushroom mouth-stuffing ensued. They didn't even call a medic. The other girls just stuffed a mushroom into my mouth. They'd had one ready this whole time. Day 84. Morning. They're invincible or magic reflecting. Nothing shoddy, and massive for sure. White loser in. My teenage boy self ran out of arrows in my sling. The two of them taking off their skin-tight PVC suits was so sexy. Putting them on had been a disaster. I mean, I needed to rub their bodies in oil in order for them to slip on. Their glowing bodies now overflowed out of leather bodysuits. I'd never heard of a more magnificent sight. I could graciously accept defeat having witnessed it. Except now, It was time for my revenge. Yup, I win. Raisa. F-wump. Nah, that's not quite it. I mean, the awe was cute, but unnecessary, I'd say. You should work on your timing. Time to wash these suits. I needed to get the Spellstone-powered refrigerators and washing machines I'd made last night installed into the inn for fee-for use. Once I made the necessary improvements and tested everything, I could sell them at the general store. Fortunately, the washing machines managed to clean the oil off the bodysuits perfectly, but what a perfect despoilment it had been. Refrigerators and washing machines are basically cheat codes that drastically reduce time and effort put into household chores. If I make a Spellstone-powered vacuum cleaner next, the Frontiers development will go into overdrive. Maybe this will help abate the old dude ratio problem. I went down to the dining hall to put the improved female armor MKI model bras and new cloaks, spears, and hammers on sale. I sneakily handed over the new pad model 2 editions, then started preparing breakfast. I hadn't gotten any messages, so I assumed Mr. Meridad and the Frontier Army hadn't made it back yet. When he did, I knew I was going to get a wave of demands for more throne room massage chairs. The spear model is the Severing Spear, power, speed, dexterity plus 40%, spear mastery bonus, large, physical defense nullification, sever, plus attack. I'm selling it along with the Severing Sword as a value set perfect for mid-tier dungeon rating. The hammer model is the Explosion Hammer, power, speed, dexterity plus 40%. External equipment destruction effect, large, and internal equipment destruction effect, large. Physical defense nullification, explode, attack. It was a real nasty one, so seriously, no need for morning stars anymore. I'll get it, the discount set, came a chorus of cries. I didn't exactly want to make sexy, body-tight armor for a guy. Yeah, I didn't want to see that on dudes. At all. It'd be a tight, uncomfortable fit for guys, whereas for the girls, it's a just right hit for everyone. Those PVC suits are truly crazy. I sold out all the new equipment before long, as well as the new inner gear I'd whipped up. The long-sleeved, skin-tight turtleneck shirts, compression shorts, and knee socks had 30% boosts to all resistances, including inflicted ailments, plus super speed and hardening. Don't walk around in just the compression shorts, though. They were pretty transparent and super sexy. Let's eat. Today, I did a buffet-style meal. The orphans had never had a buffet before, so I made sure to give them buff bodysuits for battle purposes. I hoped they wouldn't be too buff, though, because buff orphan cannons pointed in my direction would definitely be super destructive. My plan for today was to learn healing magic from the Archsage herself. Along with class rep, they must have been as round as they were because she was an Archsage. Underneath that tight shirt that revealed large, round, shaking jiggles, the compression shorts tightly enclosed a firm bottom. With so much large, round firmness, she could definitely teach us healing magic. I mean, bouncing of that magnitude contain not only healing and medicine, but also hopes and dreams. I'll need to take a closer look to make sure. Even though I had been looking the other way and using Jupiter Eye, 46 glaring eyes were trained on me. Hang on, poster girl and stalker girl made that 50. Okay, maybe it's a bit too early to break out into celebrations. After that, dungeon time. I'll shoot ya, cause if I don't, I'm super dead. If I accidentally friendly fire on my friends here, their response isn't going to be particularly friendly. You know, and stuff. I tried shooting. Stop talking and hurry up. You're loud and annoying, and you're not shooting, so it's actually hard to fight. Were they mad at me? I mean, I needed to properly aim. I supposed I didn't need to announce it to everyone, but I was only trying to be big brotherly, and everyone got all upset. Wait, were they trying to little brother me? I didn't have anything to do since I couldn't join a party, and I was bored, so I aimed and fired with my remodeled fire bullets. And they got mad at me. Miss Armor Rep joined the Jock Girls and Arts Club Girls. Slimy went to jiggle around with the nerds. Dancer Girl and myself joined up with the Student Council and the Mean Girls since we were lagging behind in levels. We split up into 3 teams for the mid-floors. Then, Dancer Girl and I would take over when we'd gotten deeper and closer to the Dungeon King. Even around the 60th floor, floor bosses could be pretty dangerous. That was where we came in. Fire. Aye aye. They fired their arrows, stopped the monsters' movement, and finished them off. They split the team into two forces and encircled the enemy from both sides for a coordinated elimination attack. I'd been seeing a lot of these coordinated attacks lately, primarily at night and especially ones with clothes involved. Yes, those coordinated PVC suit attacks were especially fab. Dancer Girl's role was defensive this time. She could easily wipe out an entire floor in the 50s by herself, but she was the perfect team player. I didn't even know she could fight defensively. Normally, she dodged everything, even while holding her giant shield. Why she was holding a giant shield while executing evasive, high-speed, whirling dance moves became the inevitable question. Today, she was actually using the shield, protecting the girls behind her. And then there was me. I was a NEET, so I didn't have anything to do. Watching them fight from behind was making me feel kinda guilty, since everyone's armor was getting a wee bit sexy. I decided to join the fray, and they got mad at me. Man, this is boring. I used to grab the monsters with my tentacles to keep them still, but none of the girls even tried to attack the frozen targets. Teenage boys deal with so much unfair criticism. The floating force is the unbearable lightness of this unreadable room, creating pressure that divides the environmental density of the aerodynamic, corrective air mass, and inevitably suspends my teenage boyhood in a floating, air-like, aerial, above-ground existence. Yeah, I'm bored. Don't float around like that just because you're bored. Shield Girl had gone with the Jock Girls, and Elf Girl joined the student council, so the party had top-notch coordination. They could sweep through monsters into the 70s. Their tight-fitting armor revealed so many sexy curves while they did so, too. I knew she was an Aro elf all along. I thought you were a typical elf who used bows and magic and daggers, so why are you so good with whips? Oh, is that plant magic? Yeah, it is, but that was a rare type of elf-exclusive magic. She used plant magic to wield and strike with whips made of vines. Aren't these tentacles, in a sense? She also made up for her relatively low level with a spell-holding technique similar to my magic entanglement. Did different elf clans have different characteristic skills and magic abilities? I had caught a few glimpses of different old beast dudes back in the capital, but I hadn't seen any elves. There weren't any dwarves in the armory, either. There wasn't much in the way of discrimination toward the small number of demi-humans who lived in the capital, supposedly, but there weren't many of them to begin with thanks to the rotten nobles. I should have burned those fools. "No, squirmy squirmy," the girls squealed.
Image summary: manga illustration of an elf girl with long hair and pointed ears, wearing ornate robes and a headpiece, extending her hand forward while controlling swirling vines.
"It's okay, those are just the monsters," class rep called. "Yeah, spear the worms, don't worry." "Well, the monsters definitely need to worry, 'cause y'all are killing them left and right," I said. "They're the enemy, so why do you keep glancing in my direction?" I sent a few volleys of my steel, mass-produced dum-dum bullets, firing them with earth magic. They were designed to shatter and explode on impact, and were successively tearing the spear worms apart. They were harder to wield than fire bullets, but when I added rotation to the head and fired my rock bullets, they used less MP and packed more of a punch, too. These'll do for the mid-floors, I thought. "Here's like totally the light of my healing magic," said Vice Rep B. "Whoa, it's wobbling. Where do you think you're looking?" Vice Rep B taught me holy magic as we walked through the dungeon. She held her hand in front of her chest and produced a glittering light. Even the shadows shook. A light up was causing a motion up. "Hang on, don't whip out the morning stars before I even say, don't get the wrong idea. And don't get the wrong idea. It's a totally different, separate, irrelevant thing from the thing you think is the thing. I mean, the ball of light is literally wobbling." I just muttered that, and yet you invoke the suspicious, unfair act of irately accusing an inviolate and irrevocably innocent teenage boy. I'm not the bad guy here. I was over here trying to learn holy magic, minding my own business, and now I had to deal with all these false accusations. The ball of light literally wobbled, but you were saying jiggle 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 long before the ball appeared. There wasn't any ball of light wobbling then. Guilty verdict confirmed. They got mad at me. I mean, she was holding her hand directly in front of her chest, so how could I not look? Of course I witnessed plenty of jiggling and shaking. I'm a teenage boy. Look, if I wasn't looking there, I think that'd make me a little too much of an ass man. The Holy Magic's Ball of Light enabled one to control recovery magic. You hit someone with the ball of light, and it healed them. Attack Holy Ball. Yummums. Jiggle jiggle. Waya, it bounced off them. Guilty, guilty, where are you aiming those? Unbelievable, it bounced straight off them. Those were invincible or magic reflecting, definitely nothing shoddy and massive for sure. Visualizing the healing process was important, and therefore, I couldn't visualize dirty thoughts. That wobble, though, the ball of light bounced off them with a magnificent shaking ripple. Just how far into the distance did my holy magic fly? Some faraway monster is probably getting healed right now. Look, they were nearby. They're all round objects, so I thought they might all get along. I was just trying to be a nice guy, and then when I unleashed my ball, it bounced off flying. Like boing, kaboing and stuff, you know. I mean, that boing, that kaboing-a-boing, I got a lecture, but I also got holy magic. A Sage of Arches involved powerful kaboinging. I'm sure Slimy is boinging around merrily at this very moment. If I could use entanglement on recovery and healing, it would significantly abate my self-destruction. Another holy type spell was Enchant, which would power up my body and further slow the damage. I may have acquired Archsage, but I was still concerned about my soul, so I probably should lay off on using the life jewel. I didn't know how to use it to begin with, and I had a bad feeling about it to boot. I mean, it involves lovemaking mastery. Day 84. Noon. It's been a hot minute since I've enjoyed the echoing reverberations of a cave dungeon scream. Dungeon. 59th floor. Dungeons, the place where your back is constantly up against the wall. Incidentally, I like doing it from behind. You can see the lovely, lascivious, curvaceous curves from back to butt and the scintillating shaking and shimmering of a bubbly rear, the dungeon, where death dogs you to the end. Yeah, like dogga style. And now the morning stars were being drawn, gotta run. Whack thrash. How's the new armor feel? I asked. Great. Not as strong as the dresses, though. Those dresses had the effects that made taking on deeper levels of dungeons possible. Hard to beat that. That said, taking on dungeons in frilly and mermaid dresses felt wrong somehow. If monsters suddenly attacked in dresses, things would be extremely problematic to say the least. Class rep, what about the pad? I asked. It's perfect, she said. The last model was good too, but unlike before, there's no sudden biting, pinching, or chafing. Even in tough situations, it's eep, eek, how dare you. Clank, crash, whack, thrash, thud. I got beaten up. I was trying to ask her in the most innocent way possible to make sure it didn't hurt during battle, and she attacked me. The Ring of the Destitute was close to activating. That didn't activate until one was on the literal verge of death, and yet it had started to glitter during the beatdown. Ouch. Sorry, it's just, class rep stuttered. Dancer girl stared in amazement. Class rep usually focused on leading the group with her instructions, but she also had incredible solo battle prowess. Even I couldn't see through the moves. Had she used hijack on something else lately? I had been grilling up fish this morning while working on the new and improved fishbone design to minimize pinching and create a firm, clean fit. And it worked. Who knew fish were this powerful? Sorry, she said, blushing. It's just, asking me out of the blue, it's always just girls around, so I ended up answering anyway, but sorry. I'm healed up, so it's good. Seems like learning healing magic worked. I mean, if it didn't, I'd probably be dead right now. I'm sorry, Haruka-kun, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It was like she was stuck on repeat. She looked like she was about to cry, too, so I patted her head. She eventually fell silent, sporting a fierce flush. I gave her some manju right away. Sweets and some head pats can solve anything in an emergency situation. I knew that firsthand from Dancer Girl, after all. Great, now hug, giggled Vice Rep B. Embrace, take it off. What? No way, take what off in the middle of a dungeon. You gobbled up those manju without second thought, so. It's all ruined. Time for a sudden dessert break. The girls were in manju, crepe, and pumpkin pie factions, all munching fiercely. Dancer Girl was normally Team Crepe, but after eating all the crepes available, she switched over to Team Pumpkin Pie in battle against Team Manju. Look at her waist, even after eating so much. Dance really is a sport. Tiny Tanuki, the kindergarten backpack is fine and all. They've been getting super popular in town, but parading it around the dungeon like this, it's only monsters in here, and we kill them all. So it's not like the trend is gonna spread or anything. I wear it 'cause it's convenient. There's a debate going on about whether it's better to wear it over or under the cloak. Under the cloak looks weird, plus, then it's hard to take anything out of it. Look, I was happy she liked it, but I couldn't help but be concerned about the appearance of using a kindergarten backpack as armor. Teenage girls walking around with those cutesy backpacks and miniskirts didn't create the most wholesome environment around town by any means. Although the orphans were happy that they matched the big girls. We're still in the 50s, so I can probably give it a shot, I said. This is the new equipment's first time in action, but it feels good. The current opponents were level 59 Evil Fangs. I slashed them to shreds by timing a whiplashing to ground shrink. I unsheathed the blade and swooped into a group of 6 of them, cutting apart 3 in a single stroke. I swung diagonally starting at the shoulder to cripple one and sliced behind me to take out another. I finally cleaved the last monster in half and flicked the blood off the blade. Finished. Japanese style, the girls shouted impressed. It's brand new, but my beloved Lil Steely is a dangerous little dagger boyo. What's with the sword name? It's like a kotsu, a legendary steel tiger sword. You know, the famous Japanese sword maker. Yeah, it's just considerably weirder. You guys are the weird ones. They were making fun of my super cool sword name. I supposed I'd only be able to use it today. I'd have the MKI by tomorrow, although it'd take me a while to get to the ZZ model. I made the nerds tell me how to make swords, and all I ended up with was steel sword, / medium, attack, so it's nothing special. It packed a serious punch for someone in the 20s, though. You normally wouldn't be able to use a sword with endowed effects until you hit level 30, so it was still above average given the circumstances. Plus, I wasn't wielding the universe staff, so it kept my self-destruction to a bare minimum. Even a max speed ground shrink didn't hurt at all now that I had the Archsage title and used entanglement on my healing magic. I could handle a longer battle at this rate, and I could unleash my full middle school, sword-wielding over-the-top fury as a finisher. Am I still a dorky junior high schooler at heart? We'd hit a maze floor. We separated in the intricate labyrinth of passages and advanced, cutting down monsters as we went. These evil fangs had a bit of an exaggerated name, though. They were little demons with overgrown fangs that specialized in inflicting ailments, sleep, darkness, faint, and confusion. The girls had impenetrable resistances to ailments, so they easily cut the demons apart. It would definitely hurt if the evil fangs got their teeth into you, but their stats weren't particularly high, and their only physical attack skill was bite. Without their ailments, they weren't much stronger than a kobold king. Nice work, dancer girl. Wait, there are some left? Meh. You can let the fangs and the mean girls bite at each other. There's also a tanuki who can join in, so that'll be a nice biting fest. You know. How many times have we told you that we don't bite? They shouted at me. Why would we want to bite these hairy little demons? And even if they weren't hairy, we still wouldn't bite them. And stop calling us mean girls. The mean girls' screams resonated in the echoing halls of the maze. Been a hot sec, huh? When we'd split up into groups, they had talked about how they wouldn't apologize for everything they'd done, proclaiming themselves mean girls to the core. But when I called them by their true title, they came at me, jaws snapping. That was what was written in my status, since they were my servants. Queen Bee hadn't evolved into Empress Bee yet, though. I wondered what the conditions were for that. Maybe biting a dungeon king to death. She was staring at me with a glare that said she was about to bite something to death. We finished up over here, called Vice Rep B. Are we heading down? They grilled the foe, as in ate my grilled burgers as they made their way over here. I didn't think they needed lunch anymore. The 60th floor boss was a shadowy black snake. To be precise, it was Snake Chimera LV 60. Where were the non-snake parts? Chimera implies various animals are incorporated into it, but this is just a damn snake. I suppose it's made up of different species of snakes, but that's still only a snake in the end. What's the damn point? Don't bully the poor chimera, the girls protested. Various snakes shot out of a large black mass at us. They were all connected to a spherical body, so they didn't reach us. When they finally made it to us, the girls cut off those snake heads and sent them flying. By the way, only one person in the group was bludgeoning the snakes. She only wore a robe, so there was a lot of shaking. Vibration force like that could break apart a breastplate. I wanted to tell her to ease up for her chest's sake, if nothing else, but bloodthirsty glares were pointed in my direction. I decided to stop thinking about it. Just watch. That's more than enough. We safely defeated the floor boss, but now they were lecturing me. Look, you told me to let you guys handle it and just watch, so that's what I did. I watched and took in each and every detail and deepened my perspective. See? I didn't do a single thing wrong. I did exactly what you told me to. I watched. The place you were looking is the issue. What the hell do you mean, deepened your perspective? I had used Demolish to try to halt the snake's rapid movement, which froze it in place. It became a little frozen ball of snakes that couldn't throw themselves at us anymore. It was a reptile, so cold was effective against it. That reduced the danger enough for the girls to tear it to shreds. After that, I watched from a distance, exactly as I was told, and they were still lecturing me like crazy. Communication is super difficult in a fantasy world. These were my classmates. Interpretation shouldn't be necessary. The drop item the snake chimera left behind was the snake charmer's necklace, can insert 7 items, intelligence plus 40%. Snake replication, 3 snakes grow from the body, uses MP, poison production, scale hardening, plus defense. That was a huge find, it fit 7. I really wanted the intelligence boost. Being able to grow snakes out of my body, making poison, and having scales for boosted defenses. Wow, I tried offering it to the girls, but they all backed away quickly. After taking a breather, I went to the hidden room and opened up the treasure chest. It was the Boulder Longhammer, vitality, power plus 40%, ejects stones from the mallet, requires earth magic, destructive crushing large, internal destruction large, attack. It was an extra long hammer designed for someone with the guardian job. Dancer Girl didn't want it, so I gave it to the other girls. If you could use earth magic, it shot out boulders and specialized in destroying equipment. I kept practicing healing magic as we went down to the lower floors. Knowing me, it'd probably turn into feeling magic by the time we finished tonight. I'd better hurry up. Yeah, why did I think I'd end up with feeling magic? We had a long way to go to the bottom and a hard road ahead. Day 84. Afternoon. Servitude can't overcome the lure of sweets. Dungeon. 66th floor. The 60s, floors with menacing threats over level 60. It was common knowledge that you only took on monsters half your level, since monsters had stronger physiques and compositions than humans. Those monsters were getting beat up here today, though. Our party split into pairs as we traversed the maze, maintaining caution. The girls hadn't hit level 110 yet, so as a party of 6, they should have been fighting level 55 monsters at most. But they were straight up bonking these monster heads off in pairs. They're cheaters. Their training master is a dungeon emperor, so it does make sense, I said. It's their need for a diet that, I don't know where they are, so I'm gonna cut that thought short. The whole dungeon was suddenly immersed in bloodlust. Magic entanglement felt totally different without the universe staff. It was so much easier that I was still getting the hang of it. You sure are hungry for monsters, Lil Steely. I kicked and twirled through the air, cutting an intricate web through the monsters. Swords were for cutting. They didn't have any blunt attack force and instead specialized in sharp slashing. Generally, that lack of blunt attack force meant armor made a good counter. In a fantasy world, though, magic and skills made swords all the more powerful. Master Fencer also gave me a bonus. I could cut through anything so long as it wasn't crazy tough. It's kinda a bummer that the first dragons I meet in a fantasy world are dragonflies. We've got plenty of those in Japan. This has got to be some mistake. What if I get a dragon killer title, or something from killing too many dragonflies? Yeah, the 66th floor dragons were just armored dragonflies. I tried using the full moon sword, but it didn't distract them at all. Impressive resistance. I've seen a lot of multi-jointed, armored monsters here, but what's the point? You can target the gaps between the armored joints anyway. That said, the massive, 7-foot-long dragonflies had some oomph to them and were low-key scary. They were also surprisingly mobile. Dancer Girl still smashed them to death with her chains in an instant. She looked almost disappointed. We arrived at the 67th floor. The girls mowed down the enemy with their mastered and well-coordinated bow and arrow and magic wave tactics. I understood why they didn't want to do close-range combat. These were level 67 dividing leeches. Leeches. The spacious hall of the 67th floor was piled floor to ceiling with squirming black leeches. They looked like intestines, only nastier. Groups of black leeches shot out at us from the floor and walls. Leeches rained down from the ceiling. A deluge of leeches came flooding at us from the floor. The girls screamed and ran. Needless to say, I provided support from a very safe distance. Guys, I called. Those are dividing leeches, which means they divide, which means that if you don't take them out in one go, they'll keep multiplying. You all have body-tight armor, so you're safe. A little level 60 corrosion won't melt it. So no wardrobe malfunctions, curse it all. No melting today, no wardrobe malfunctions. I felt a surge of resentment toward the armor I made with my own hands. Although I was pretty sure my head would suffer a malfunction, too, if the girls had a wardrobe malfunction. Maybe this was for the best. They were already glaring at me. I suppose the glares had seemed a bit light today. Oh well. They're so squirmy and gross. Go away. There, the leeches are on my armor. Leeches. They're annelids, you know, the same family as earthworms and helminths. I don't like those either, they shouted. When I cut them, they blurg, blarg. The leeches had a flexible body structure. They could breathe through gills in their skin, and their bodies composed of bilaterally symmetrical ringed segments. Even back on Earth, they could grow up to 10 feet. The ones without division were ordinary leeches. So big, so gross. I think it's better they're big, actually. If they were small, they'd be able to squeeze through the gaps in the armor. Eek, don't say that. They'd sneak under your armor, enter your body, become a parasite. Stop it, we don't need an explanation. Shut up. A battle against living creatures was a battle of information. If you could understand the nature of the enemy, you understood the nature of both their attacks and weaknesses. Assessing the assets of the enemy was like assessing a good ass, something like that. Regardless, information was key. I did think a good ass is essential, but I decided to shut up. Class rep and the others had their whips out. Hey, I was at the age where sexy armor attracted my attention. How could I not occasionally glance at a gluteal armor piece? I was only looking at armor, and I got a bunch of glares. I needed them to stop getting mad at me. Hey, so this is annoying and I'm bored. Let me scatter some of this. Just stand back a bit. It'll probably be fine, aside from the false accusations I'll inevitably receive. Okay. I took some lime out of my item bag. It was popular in town for making white walls and bleaching flour. I blew a storm of it across the floor with a burst of wind magic. Annelids were generally weak to dryness, heat, and fire, so I dried them out with some town-building materials. Once the leeches fell into a nasty pile of powder with a clatter, I lit them up with a fireball and ran from the burst of glittering white smoke, flashing red in a massive, white-hot dust explosion. Mausoleum, flower shop, dusty dust boys. I hid myself in a cavity in the wall from the bang and a powerful whirl of scorching wind. The girls seemed to be enjoying getting tossed around through the dungeon, but I did tell them to back up and all, so it wasn't my fault. With their equipment, that level of wind and heat shouldn't leave a scratch. I did warn them. What the hell were you thinking? They screamed. They had gotten blown all the way to the upper floors and had finally made it back. Rolling around so much looked like a blast. Unfortunate that they weren't wearing skirts, though. I told you guys to stand back. I explained that it'd be dangerous if you didn't stand back. Don't shoot the messenger. It's not my fault. We stood back and we still got blown away. It was a giant freaking explosion. I didn't know you were about to set off something like that. Blast pressure advances through any airspace if there's no shelter, so without any obstacles in between, the blast will catch up with you, no matter the distance. That was common sense. They had heat resistance and inferno resistance on their equipment too, yet they were lecturing me even though no one had singed a single hair. Hey, I didn't know what was going to happen myself, you know. We went to pick up the lime-coated spellstones that the leeches turned into. Drying them out and blowing them up wiped them all out. The biggest problem was picking up all the spellstones. There were a lot of impurities in the lime, which ended up ruining some of them. Still, this approach to dungeons was surprisingly eco-friendly. A normal person would have stopped at the lime. A normal person wouldn't have set off a giant explosion in an enclosed space. A normal person would have explained what they were about to do. Just tell us what you're thinking, like a normal person would. You're so far from normal, you're hardly human. Since when is setting off a lime explosion eco-friendly? My method was clearly the fastest, quickest, most expedient way of disposing of the leeches, but the girls were still upset. They didn't have time to divide if you dried them and burnt them, so what could possibly have upset them about my explosion approach? We were done for the day, so they kept lecturing me as we made our way up, scolding me as we returned to the town. Nobody understood my firm, immovable stance on my guiltlessness. It must have been my lack of sex appeal mucking things up. Don't you guys remember? I totally said, let me scatter some of this lime and flour. Just stand back a bit extremely far away and hide. Cause there'll be a giant explosion. Right. That's a lot of omissions, don't leave stuff out. The moment you finished talking, you set off the explosion. We didn't have time to run. We leisurely made our way back to the town as I ran like a scared rabbit, fleeing as fast as I could. All that for telling the unvarnished truth. 2 of the parties were getting back late tonight. They hadn't even made it to the 16th floor, and the others were making similar progress. At this rate, it would be better to combine parties and speed up the dungeon-delving progress. I worried about people not having the space to fight with oversized groups, though. Plus, the prospect of lectures from everyone terrified me. I pranced through the sky with Airwalk, barely managing to avoid the morning star's thrust in my direction. Using the universe staff made Airwalk's versatility a different beast. Why are you attacking me, too, dancer girl? You managed to evade the explosion perfectly. I was wondering why these attacks were getting so hard to dodge. At least I sold out of sweets. They were now getting munched on by the anti-aircraft brigadiers. It was times like these that really made me doubt the effects of servitude. Crap, my only hope is to scatter cookies. Cookies are my lone hope of slipping through that wall of chains. There we go, she's eating them. Hang on a sec. Grayog. Kerkrash, grounded, secured, and lectured. Man, that hurt. Well, better start dinner. They're still lecturing me, seriously. Day 84. Evening. Fried fish with no breadcrumbs is surely a traditional women's problem, but I'm too scared to point it out. White loser in. We kept lecturing him, but he wasn't listening. He never did. Is this the old legend of the girlfriendless boy? My God, I'm an archsage at 16. What's gonna happen by the time I'm 30? I'll be an old dude. He was muttering and shouting about something totally unrelated. He wasn't listening in the slightest. What he was saying was wrong, fundamentally wrong. Says the guy who becomes a sex god who descended to the earth, so he could go crazy with tentacles every single freaking night. Was he planning to become a sage by 30 in the first place? Not exactly the same as being unable to get a girlfriend. If a guy with 2 gorgeous concubines says that, he's normally the target of a concentrated round of explosion magic. With none of our lectures affecting him, Haruka-kun prepared a fried fish feast. He'd fixated on fish after coming up with the fishbone design for the pads, but it was better to stay quiet about tonight's dinner and its connection to menstrual products. I was currently the only person who knew the incredible power of the fishbone design. The pad was super comfortable. After dinner, we planned to have a meeting and a 1 more set sesh. We would receive direction from our instructors and go straight into our belly dancing lesson to get tight waists and perky butts. I decided to request an emphasis on legs, not that mine were fat. Let's eat. He got us. Again, tears welled in everyone's eyes. The moment we saw the fried fish, all traces of a lecture fried into heavenly ashes, he got us again. Potato tempura, chicken tempura, mushrooms, pumpkin, and bamboo shoots were all fried to perfection. This is the last meal I ate at home, came a whisper. My mom made tempura. The tears started to flow as the taste of home resurrected in our mouths. It was a taste we had given up on important memories on the verge of vanishing. It was the somewhat bitter taste of our beloved, mundane lives that we had sworn to never forget. After cleaning up, we started training. This was an emergency maiden secret sesh. He did it again. How can we lecture him when he makes tempura? I think it was the best I've ever had, too. He's a better homemaker than any of us will ever be. Yeah, Haruka-kun was a master of everything that could be considered traditional women's work. He combined his cooking with the skills of a master craftsman. He even made book club president, an expert on all things traditional Japanese culture, along with her whole family, grown with delight. That was some serious tempura expertise. I thought it'd be easier to forget it all, I said, but I can't. Haruka-kun lost his family before any of us did. He's teaching us how important it is to remember. Why doesn't his niceness extend to his dungeon strategies? No kidding. He carefully researched tempura breadcrumbs, got excess flour, and then promptly came up with the dust explosion technique. It had sent us flying across the entire damn dungeon. Stopping excess power, turn it into movement, explained Nefertiri-san. Still considering our reflections from the meeting, we got to training. We received precise, logical instruction. That being said, back in the dungeon, Nefertiri-san wasn't cool when she saw the leeches. She'd run the heck away. I'd blinked and she was gone. She was Nefertiri-san. Her master was a negative influence on her. Surely servitude was responsible for that. A nasty master engaging in way too much nastiness every night. Watch and learn, trace their sword movements. Keep the feet moving, transform motion smoothly into force. This was true swordsmanship. Haruka-kun had demonstrated it in the dungeon. After watching her several times, I understood the flow and had the necessary strength to perform the movements, but I couldn't execute it like I wanted. This is hard. I can't do so many complex movements at the same time. It's all inertia, not logic, but we can't handle the amount of inertia and recoil. It's difficult to perform, explained book club president. A complicated coagulation of intricate dance movements. From there, unlimited patterns were possible. Nailing them became difficult while fighting against an opponent, because even if you moved as planned, the opponent could suddenly stop. Other times you couldn't do what you planned because you had to respond to the opponent. Reading each other and creating the same flow, could you even make flow? After getting beat up, it was time for our belly dancing lesson. We learned the fundamental steps, techniques, and circular motions for each part of the body. The steps were made by combining horizontal circular motions that moved the hips and shoulders separately in parallel to the floor. Today's Rax Sharky style required that we use the entire body. Belly dancing became a full vocabulary, rich expressions that aligned with the rhythm of the music. We had to flow with the rhythms, learn the meaning of the moves, and get slim and perky. Slim. Perky. We emphasized the movement of each individual body part, learning how to move our muscles independently. For example, dances with veils focused primarily on the upper body, like the shoulders and arms. We worked every individual finger muscle for the finger symbols. We made countless circles within and outside of our bodies, learning from Nefertiri-san's seemingly impossible, otherworldly bodily motions. She tracked over 10 circular motions around her body, manipulating them and combining them freely, instantaneously flowing from one body part to the next in mysterious, captivating techniques. It was her proportions that were the real secret to success. I'm exhausted. I feel incredible. My whole butt is burning. We had our girls' bath meeting next to unwind. We washed the orphans, who had been waiting for us, and then all went to soak in the bath. Nice work today, ladies. I think it's working. Yeah, we don't need to remember all of it. Our vocabulary was going to expand in incredible directions. Should the bath be a paradise in a fantasy world? Yeah, like ethically and religiously. Even if it is, if the church tries to lay their hands on the orphans, the only ones in any real danger would be the church. Would they be okay? The kids had worked hard today, so they deserved to relax in the bath and have their worries melt away. It was getting close to bedtime for them. They had gotten reputations as hard workers at their jobs, always willing to help with errands. That was why we decided to have a picnic, to give them a real vacation. They used to starve every day despite working so hard. Now, they were getting proper meals, so they needed to move around a lot or they'd never get to sleep. Kids needed to run around, even on days off, and they inevitably spent all their allowances on food. We need to make sure they get to play. They were such good boys and girls from the start. Haruka-kun seemed serious about getting them some real play, and getting them to spend their allowances. He's not wrong. Even in their new lives, the poor kids are obsessed with work. This is the one thing Haruka-kun's right about. The orphans thought that getting to eat lots of tasty food every day was more than enough reward. They didn't even want to play. Of course they would enjoy a vacation once they got one. Them not playing would be a way bigger problem. We're going to make them play no matter what. They were such good kids, so happy to work hard, but they were too tired. They worked themselves too hard and they didn't even realize it. We took them out of the bath, dried them, dressed them in pajamas, and took them to their rooms. Good night, they called. Good night. We put them to bed and turned out the light. The kids were tired, so they fell asleep fast. They had happy expressions on their sleeping faces. They worked so hard. They wanted to make things up to us and worked too hard. Back at the orphanage in the capital, they had learned how to get by. They'd made money to survive on their own, yet they had still starved every day. That became the norm. We had to teach them that their new life wasn't some special privilege. This was the everyday life they all deserved. After that, we started round 2, the True Girls' Bath meeting. We learned the wonders of the heroes who managed to topple the sex god. Although he got revenge first thing in the morning, the 2 heroes were thrilled to offer him something in return. Angelica-san and Nefertiri-san weren't too different from the orphans. They were so overjoyed every day that they desperately tried anything and everything to make it up to Haruka-kun. They could have been enjoying themselves instead. That was why Haruka-kun brought them here. No, late-night battles every night. Tentacle-resistant, leather PVC suits, spot on, said Nefertiri-san. Wooah. Tightly stretched, tentacles can't go in, explained Angelica-san. Vibration-resistant, we can win. Our heroes defeated the evil sex god. Thank you, heroes. Well, he was a self-proclaimed human, and they were 2 dungeon emperors. Something was off here. What did that make us? Innocent villagers. They managed to keep him on his toes with those 108 secret arts, which they described in graphic detail. They were thrilled at having been able to give him such a thorough offering. So why did it sound like all-out war to me? Then they changed right into the PVC suits, looking gorgeous, magnificently muscular and bold, but also, how to put it? Yeah, those suits were so tight that their figures overflowed from them. We had to all help to stuff them into the suits. It made sense, with that level of tightness, the suits would be impossible to penetrate or remove. With that, the 2 of them merrily went off, and we started planning the picnic and pool party. That meant swimsuit production. We need to hurry up and decide on our designs. Should I do a bikini? Oh, you can float if you put air in it. Put air into where? I want a racing swimsuit like Angelica-san's. He already made school swimsuits for us, said Fish Girl. With that underwear-making prowess, his bikinis could be gorgeous. Good point. And we get to get measured again, purred Vice Rep B, all squirmy. Crap, almost forgot about that. Couldn't he make them with our old sizes? I supposed swimsuits had different dimensions and materials. Fish Girl explained that the 2 of them had theirs made while soaking in a big bucket of water. If we wanted good, proper fits, we'd need to do measurements and testing again. With Haruka-kun's wisdom ability, his manufacturing prowess had gotten ever better. On the other hand, level-ups to lascivious, sex god, and sensitivity incurred all sorts of terrible dangers for maidens. How could brand new bathing suits not tickle our curiosity? Custom-ordered bathing suits, too. Of course, our curiosity wouldn't be the only thing tickled with those tentacles around, so nobody was sure what to do. Our hearts were set on that pool. Arg, what do we do? I want everything. I knew he'd have a mini hot tub set up for the kids, plus a competitive pool for Fish Girl and Nudist Girl. Then a water slide for everyone. Then there was the cave, full of nostalgia. The first place where we smiled in this world. We wanted to make sure the orphans had plenty of happy memories before they went to the orphanage. They could all smile and laugh now, but it wasn't enough. The Amui orphans had also started to wear Haruka-kun's backpacks, so he'd been over there since rebuilding the orphanage here. Haruka-kun had lost his family himself, so he'd do anything for kids in the same circumstances. They walked down the streets with their backpacks, smiling brightly, running off to their work for the day. What happy smiles. A fun picnic where everyone could laugh. We'll come up with the perfect plan. Day 84. Night. After doggedly enduring countless long days, at last, the day has come on the second day. White loser in. I'd noticed some slight bending in my equipment during today's battle. That was the result of my body's power stretching it to the limit. It was subtle, but it was a bad situation. The excess power drain overrode the natural resistances of my equipment. I made a new weave design to address the root causes of the problem, creating a new structure from scratch. This'll do it. The changeable parts are overlapping in the MP mold. That's why the movement doesn't align with my body speed. I'll reduce the size of the mold and increase the movable parts instead. That'll make it heavier, but I can still strengthen the defenses. In fact, the problem is that the armor'll be getting thin when I'm stretched out, so layering the materials might cut down on MP consumption. Slimy had wriggled his way into my armor. What a little cutie. Nothing's going to be perfect, and I can keep on making improvements. Once I learn new techniques or get new materials, I'll remodel things again. It's never gonna be perfect, you know. Jiggle jiggle. I combined nesting and pleating structures, then reduced friction and resistance, building scales into my armor. Relying on magical materials made designing and revising a lot easier. When I used my equipment in battle, unexpected problems inevitably appeared one after the next. This'll be strong against slash attacks, and the pleated structure should minimize bludgeon damage, too. I'll be in trouble if the structure itself takes damage, though. Maybe I should stick to a standard scale structure. Wiggle wiggle. I get it. A scale structure's strengths and weaknesses depended on its bearing. I need to keep the bearing to one direction for sure. Then I could gather information and use it to make another design. Trial and error led me to better and better models, but I still hadn't achieved anything close to the magic imbued in Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl's armor. If I knew I was getting sent to a fantasy world, I would have gone to technical school. Standard curriculum doesn't do much good here at all. Technical school kids would be invincible here. I'm gonna shoot for the Magic Robotics Championship. Agricultural school would have been nice, too, so of course I had to go to a normal high school. Jiggle jiggle. I couldn't understand everything through book learning. Even if I had researched relevant things back on Earth, I ultimately needed to make things myself in order to figure out what worked here. The proof was in the pudding. By piling on mistake after mistake, revising and remaking, I was on my way to creating superior products. If I changed the design too much all at once, I wouldn't be able to compare versions, so that was enough for today. What to do about bows? I wondered. The design changes if I prioritize release speed or power, so I'll need to decide. I want to improve those, but anything too complicated will be too fragile for battle. For now, I powered up the Boulder Longhammer, Vitality Power plus 40%, ejects stones from the mallet, requires earth magic. Destructive Crushing, large. Internal Destruction, large. Attack with Mithril. It required a lot of Mithril, meaning it was a good item. Now it had become Boulder Longhammer, Vitality Power plus 50%, ejects stones from the mallet, requires earth magic, Destructive Crushing Ultra, Internal Destruction Ultra, Attack. This was a bludgeon, a blunt force weapon, so it'd be most effective against physically tough enemies. Shield Girl could use it, or the volleyball duo. Did any of them have earth magic, though? I'd let class rep figure it out. I want to practice holy magic, but I think I've got to focus on this baby first. Thin, soft, uncuttable thread. Controlling it, I mean. Things that had shape needed to have fixed ideas about them. Magic didn't have any shape. I had to force the unlimited possibilities into fixed ones and control my precise visualization. If I didn't establish everything precisely, the magic thread would scatter like mist. I didn't have much time, so how thin it was didn't matter. I focused on control instead. There was a knock at the door. Oh, were they back? Two beautiful smiles peeked around the door. Those confident smiles were practically shouting dominant, unstoppable victory. What lovely, enchanting smiles, bringing the impenetrable, unsquirmable leather PVC suits with them, as well as the curves contained within. We're back. Those skin-tight suits had defeated me last night. I couldn't even get a finger from magic hands into them. I couldn't touch their soft skin, and soon, overwhelmed with good feelings, I fell into teenage boy defeat. That was why they were so confident. They slowly strode toward me from either side, extending their arms, figuring that I was powerless and resigned to my fate. That was why they led me to the bed with such sweet smiles. And that was when I unleashed, concentrated strip. Yeah, I couldn't squeeze a finger into those suits, but magic hands, they're crazy. They were like hands manifested out of magic or something, so they didn't have any set shape. There was practically nothing they couldn't do. After all the testing I'd done with wisdom to see how much I could control them, I was ready. Still, that alone wouldn't have been enough. Magic hands weakened when dispersed. Even hard steel weakens when it's stretched out so far. The solution was simply to let the target get close and then unleash the power of mushrooms. I started to tear the suits off. Sensual sensations stimulating my teenage boy senses as finger stimulation was coming for me until the coming came to me. I took the invisibly thin mushroom thread and spun it together, constructing a shape. Spinning mushroom thread creates nothing less than a mighty mushroom. I emitted and controlled magic thread that was thinner than hair. Thin, weak, easily torn magic thread. Yet, something so incredibly thin could slip through the minute gaps in the faux leather suit's weave. Magic power. The teenage boy had already been teenage boyed into a dangerous teenage boy zone, breaking my concentration. But the girl's confident attack was conducive to a counterattack. In a mere instant, the thread reached its destination. You can't win, leather suits unbeatable. The two beautiful faces were flustered in a moment of indecision. This was my chance. I went all out, concentrating on wisdom. I used that one thread to tickle their nerve endings. There were close to no gaps in the PVC suit, but the thread was thin enough to slip through the ultra-tight weave. Yep. How? Now that I had achieved the initial invasion, I poured consecutive rounds of thread through the gap. They layered together, thickening and strengthening, growing and spinning larger and stronger. Before long, I created a thread as strong as Kevlar, wriggling and growing within the PVC suits. Invasion complete. The peerless beauties arched their backs, quivered with pleasure, and toppled over alluringly. Their full, erotic figures, so tightly trapped in the shameless leather suits, had fallen into states of twitching, gasping, and writhing. Tentacles crawled and slipped beneath the leather and across their skin. Sliding across their bodies, teasing and meandering, the tentacles began a rampage of rubbing and squeezing underneath the suits. Victory was mine. Fag. That's a different sound, still. Victory had been decided the moment I infiltrated the suits. The concentration necessary to create tentacles thinner than the PVC thread was the deciding factor. They were too confident in their defenses, and their surprise bought me time to focus. I managed to transform that instant into their defeat. I made my tentacles thicker, overwhelming them with sensation, twisting and winding all over their twitching, shuddering, thrusting bodies until they fainted and woke up in bursts, and again. Still wrapped in the tight black leather, I barraged them with tentacles. Their trembling was so sexy to watch as they moaned and gasped for air. Surely they couldn't move anymore. That took ages. After 2 whole days of endurance and patience, I finally managed to unzipper those outfits. I finally did it. From their slim, lovely necks, I politely and courteously poured my heart into slowly, haltingly unzipping the suits. Those black leather body-tight suits peeled open from the center, revealing seductive white and tan skin to the open air. I continued to slowly, gently unzip the suits, stripping the seductive figure's naked neck to waist. As the zipper slipped over the deep, soft cleavage, beautiful collarbones emerged, and the full, round flesh beneath burst out of the suits next. The zipper lovingly slid down across their beautiful stomachs, reaching the final point, finally splitting the suits open from top to bottom. That tight, body-hugging black leather sundered. I took my time with the process, revealing another sliver of skin at a time. Bit by bit, body part by body part, I stripped them naked, inching, creeping, crawling, revealing every last bit of their bodies until they were completely exposed. I've never been more grateful to be alive. When the PVC suits finally split apart, when I at last cast them aside, two beguiling bodies were left lying on their backs, naked. You know what happens next. Day 85. Morning. Walking into a known trap is anything but my fault. White loser in. The bright calls of birds and lively lecturing announced the morning. A morning like any other, washed in bright sunlight, they got mad at me. Another great day was ahead. Hey, the leather suits were impenetrable, so the only way to get through was to make tentacle thread just as thin and touch you all over. To squirm and slip and slide and rub all over your naked skin. An inevitable fabric invasion. So it's not my fault. The teenage boy took over from there. A proper unleashing, an eruptive explosion worthy of the title of teenage boy, an unstoppable overflowing excretion. It was the turbulent waves of the bottled-up teenage boy bursting forth and crashing onto the shore. Hey, I'm a teenage boy, Kay. We went down to the dining hall where everyone was gathered as they continued to lecture me. Guess they were all hungry. Morning. Okay, you say morning, but you were just hungry and couldn't wait for food, right? It'll be ready in a minute, okay. I put together breakfast. There was lots of fish and meat for the growing orphans, and, I suppose, for the calorie-concerned, one more set sesh girls from whom I didn't catch the remotest glimpse of concern over getting seconds of diced garlic beef. The meatheads normally went crazy stuffing their buckets, but I suppose they were holding back because the girls were wearing their compression shorts. The nerds were also basking in the scene. The mountain of mushroom salad is disappearing at a preposterous, yet predictable rate. I know eating vegetables is good for you, but is eating them with this much gusto still actually healthy? I sensed a presence outside. Everyone instinctively got their weapons out at the appearance of an unexpected visitor. Hey, that was Mr. Meridad's advisor, from the Duke's castle. I apologize for intruding so early, but we have a bit of an emergency situation. I flew, kicked into the air, springing and dashing over the land. The princess, I thought that we'd laid down a perfect plan, one with no possibility of danger. But I'd underestimated the depths of Royal Girl's stupidity. She must have heard about it from Miss Armor Rep, the secret of the pseudo-dungeon. I used gravity to reduce my weight to close to 0 and dashed through the air with airwalk. I sped myself up with wind magic, made extra leaps at the same time with teleport, and headed for Muramuri Castle. For Royal Girl to what would I even say to Maid Girl? It's definitely not my fault. I implemented safety measures. So why would she ignore them and head straight into a trap? Going headfirst into a fully loaded trap all gung-ho like that is definitely not my fault. And I came at full speed to rescue you, but it looks like I'm too late in more ways than one? Yeah, that's a no-go. No way. I'm sorry, forgive me, don't touch me, I'm sorry, don't touch me. Forgive me, I'm sorry, I beg you. Don't touch me, stay away from me. No tentacles, don't bully me, forgive me. Yeah, it was no good. She wasn't used to it, as in look, a lot of things weren't okay at the moment. I was too late to rescue her. The Rafflesia had already dissolved all of her clothes and equipment. My God. Keep it together, Your Highness. You bring dishonor upon yourself as the princess of this land. It's vulgar, shameful, lower than treason. To have your belongings disintegrated by such vile tentacles, we must cut through them and destroy the despoilment of this unseemly, heinous violation. Yeah, these folks were pissed. Maid Girl got mad listening to the advisor dude be mad and charged in to help Royal Girl. She wasn't quick enough. Yup, the Rafflesia wasn't going to let me down today. It was working hard for its rent. Everything looked great to me, the organizer of this dungeon, but nothing looked too good to Maid Girl at the moment. Everyone was all pissed off at me, even though flying over so quick and crash landing here seriously hurt. I had to tolerate the absurd, nonsensical, totally preposterous, ridiculous, riotous suffering. She probably heard about the slide that takes you back to the pseudo-dungeon entrance at one of the girls' meetings. Miss Armor Rep and Slimy loved that little trap, so they took off their employee IDs and activated the trap of their own volition and went sliding back to the beginning. Look, this is the new pseudo-dungeon. You realize that, right? The traps are different now. The trap sends old dudes to drown in an underground river and sends hot chicks to hang out with Mr. Rafflesia. Pretty glorious, right? In the event that the pseudo-dungeon recognized the person in question was a commanding officer, the tentacles secured the individual, and that was exactly what had happened. Even after getting so traumatized by the half-naked heave-ho before, she wasn't prepared for this. No more gooey, I'm sorry, no more dripping, forgive me. No more squirming, don't touch me. No more squeezing, forgive me, I'm sorry, keep your tentacles away from me. Don't tease me, I'm sorry, forgive me. Now I was going to have to deal with all sorts of unwarranted false accusations. There was a future where I never escaped the burden of everyone's anger. Time to feed them sweets. Munch, munch, munch. Okay, that fixed things. They ate the sweets. If you come to the frontier town, we're planning on having a picnic. There's a pool and a water slide without any tentacle traps, too, so it's all good. I gave you indissolvable armor, so what were you doing in ordinary clothes? They totally melted. You see, they were such precious gifts. I didn't want to get them dirty. If she had clothes from the frontier, they might have resisted melting. But jumping into the Rafflesia's nest wearing plain all ordinary clothes, what was she thinking? I kinda saw some things. Haruka-kun, I just got back. Sorry about all this. I didn't know how to undo the trap, you see. Is Lady Shalasir still broken? Lord Haruka, thank you so much for your priceless mushrooms, armor, and equipment. Thanks to you, we have alleviated the despair of our domain. Thank you. It was Mr. Meridad and Mrs. Muramuri. Mrs. Muramuri thanked me every single time we met. Maybe she had got into the general store's mushroom bento boxes. Uh-oh, now I'll need to worry about another mushroom addict. I wanted to pass on the news to you personally, said Mr. Meridad. There is a priceless treasure of Dior-El called the Pure Water Mirror. The nobility make their vows before this mirror, and if they betray those vows, the mirror strips their titles away. Now that we have inspected the past deeds of the corrupted nobility, we have punished all of those involved. The king told me to thank you on his behalf. So, thank you, truly. It took a while to reformulate the court, but we've finished the job. The legend of this kingdom will forever include this tale of its rebirth. It starts now. They had yet another treasure. How'd I miss it? They'd question the captured nobles with the mirror and punish them accordingly. Those who'd been banished didn't have any fortune or estate to come back to. Anyhow, I'd kind of vacuumed all of it up. None of this had actually saved the kingdom, but I'd avenged the orphans at least. I had bullied those bullies right back, just like they deserved. It still wouldn't undo all the unnecessary suffering inflicted on those innocent children, though I had picked up a hefty apology fee. Naturally, the remaining nobles and the royal family have paid over half our fortunes as restitution for our failures as rulers. We're planning to construct new schools, hospitals, and orphanages, and to rebuild older ones. We are all so poor now that we'll have to fulfill our debt obligations on a long-term repayment plan. Oh, don't worry about that, I said. Anytime, I can't use the royal currency anywhere else. Plus, the old dude with the food cart will chicken out. It's a super-hated cursed currency, so honestly, I'd rather it not get returned. Here, seconds. Munch munch. Royal Girl was on Team Crepe, but Maid Girl repped Team Manju. This was Royal Girl's second time, so I expected her to recover quickly. Seriously, though, why was she the only person that my sexy trap pulled? Man, this was problematic. I made sure to thoroughly record all angles of the incident with wisdom so they could be analyzed later to resolve future issues as they emerged. My classmates had Dancer Girl with them, so despite the change of plan, I didn't need to hurry over. I decided to hear the news from Mr. Meridad. We didn't get any news out here in the countryside. We'd been too hasty to leave the capital. Way too hasty. Although that dungeon had grown to 99 floors, so technically, we'd left the capital way too slowly. We missed the beautiful wolf girls who'd come to the capital from the Beast Kingdom. I had assumed they were going to be old dudes and left, but it turned out they were young women. We had saved the Beast Kingdom and all, so they'd sent an envoy to convey their gratitude and solidify trading terms. The Pimpin' King sent them to the general store, which bought rice and soy sauce from them. Miso, bonito flakes, seaweed, and kelp were all on the table for next time. They had also formally invited the nerds to the Beast Kingdom. The nerds were still wailing about how they'd been too late, hadn't made it in time, and had only been able to rescue the kidnapped slaves. Not only had they done all that, though, they'd also grieved for the fallen Beastfolk heroes, and the Beastfolk had recognized them for their deeds. I don't think the nerds can handle any formal ceremonies, though. The kingdom was now preparing to send an envoy, so the nerds couldn't refuse the invitation. I could ask class rep to give lessons in manners. An unofficial envoy from the merchant kingdom had also visited the capital. They were a group of merchants who hadn't been at the top of the old merchant alliance. To make the country sunder even faster, they came to engage in dual diplomacy. I wrote a strategy guidebook on how to plunder the merchant kingdom's wealth, but I wasn't sure if those merchants could capitalize on it. If they didn't, the merchant kingdom was done for, and it'd be for good this time. The bureaucrats would do their darndest to destroy it. With the merchant kingdom unable to make a move, that only left the theocracy. They also had internal rifts, but all we'd heard from them were demands to return the archbishop. Naturally, the kingdom replied that they would indeed return him, so long as the theocracy paid absurd, rip-off levels of restitution for the damages they had caused. Yeah, I had come up with that price. Their archbishop being seized as a criminal affected the dignity of the church, so the pressure was on. Since I was nearby, I inspected the new pseudo-dungeon. Marimuri was buying stuff out the wazoo at the newly installed vending machine souvenir shops. She totally abandoned the captured royal girl for those treats. No, I didn't. Princess Chaliceers hadn't come back to the exit yet, so I came here to check on her, she protested. I was just doing some shopping as I waited for her, that's all. She claimed she had rushed to the entrance to try to rescue Royal Girl. The red bean paste smeared around her mouth said everything, though. She didn't seem to notice the crumbs, and I felt bad for her, so I didn't mention it. Let's get going. They're probably around the 70th floor boss by now. Miss Armor Rep and Dancer Girl were with my classmates, so they could safely retreat in a worst-case scenario. There was no way they'd hit floor 75 yet, so they shouldn't have been in any real danger. I bet they're getting hungry. Day 85. Afternoon. Walk away with the other person's shoes, and do what the other person hates are fundamentals of moral education, so what's the issue? Dungeon. 71st floor. A blazing inferno covered the floor, the flames raging in a scorching whirlwind. I'd gotten carried away, so I kinda burned everything. Why are you trying to burn down flare ents? They're already made of fire, idiot. The monsters didn't make any sense. They were withered, burning trees that shot fireballs at us. Well, you could cut them down, but trees burn and all, so they seemed burnable. Wisdom analysis said they have inferno magic immunity, so I poured oil on them and burned them like normal. They're just trees, you know. I made globs of oil with holding and shot them at the trees. The end. The monsters were too hot to get close to. Now they were spellstones, but I didn't want to get burned. It looked like the 70th floor boss had taken them a while, but the girls won. Dancer Girl had sat on the sidelines during the battle and gave them a passing grade. Of course, the boss had to have armor as its drop item, after all the effort I had put into creating the next generation standardized MKX model armor that featured superior mobility and functionality. Stone Spirit Armor, Vitality plus 50%, Rock Hardening Immobile, plus Defense. I expected this to turn into Steel Spirit Armor or Platinum Spirit Armor after upgrading it with Mithril, but the immobile feature was a real issue. An item that allows you to take hits, but prevents movement is an inevitable death flag, I said. It might be helpful for an army, but an adventurer using this would end up sitting around waiting to die. That was why Dancer Girl took it. I preferred selling it. I didn't want Shield Girl to end up seeing it, 'cause she'd definitely want it. We advanced further through the floor and encountered Class Rep Squad playing around against a concentrated volley of flare bullets, so I quickly burned those flare ents to the ground. We then exchanged information while waiting for the spellstones to cool. After hearing about the floor boss and the stone spirit armor, youch, everything's still way too hot. We're just trying to get to the 74th floor today, so we're not really in a hurry. I understand why it worked, but that doesn't make fire burning down fire monsters any more sensible. Common sense only gets in the way. Let's all get rid of ours too. I was using common sense, I said. Just ordinary, common, regular, widely accepted sense. The spellstones had cooled down. They were still hot in general, but we could pick them up. This dungeon went all the way down to the 70s, too. Was it me, or were the dungeons growing faster than they used to? Close combat, no problem. Countering long-range attacks, problem. The ever-wise dancer girl pointed out that the girls struggled against enemies with long-range attacks. Normally, the only two operations were to counter from afar or rush headlong into the fire. But this jack-of-all-trades squad ended up hesitating when they tried to evaluate the best option. Okay, on to floor 72, called class rep. Is everyone ready? Ready? We meant mentally ready. High school second years constantly experienced wildly swinging, unstable emotions, like the typical crushes of teenage boys. When a beautiful girl asked if you were ready, you had no choice but to say yes, except no one asked me this time. Yeah, they left me behind. I was no good at this. Next up were bubble shooters, LV, 72, who were shooting bubble bombs at us from afar. Those monsters were so bubbly I almost couldn't tell they were monsters at all. They were far away enough that I couldn't see what exactly was shooting the bubbles. The girls couldn't get any counters off, either. Frontline shields. Magic is ineffective. Prepare arrows, fire. They hit the bubbles and popped them, but nothing more. They repeated 3 more volleys to the same effect, at which point class rep took a more assertive approach. Take your swords out, we're going straight for them. Charge. Charge. Plip-plop. They promptly slipped and fell. After bursting so many bubbles, the floor was slippery. I was well versed in slipperiness. The mysterious bubble shooters had irregular skills like bubble, splash, lubrication, divide, and dissolve. Now the girls were rolling around on the wet, slippery floor, but the fun was going to end as soon as the bubbles started dissolving their armor. Not that their armor had any chance of dissolving, but the floor was too slippery for them to get back up. It was dangerous, and their panic flung them into total chaos. Hey, Queenie, as in Queen Bee, what's that spear? And class rep, you're looking very drippy and slippery today, as in, where's your whippy? Your whip. Oh. Queen Bee used her eternal ice spear to freeze all the bubbles and the monsters making them. Then class rep finally regained her composure and took out her thunderbolt chain whip. Yup, it was all over. She unleashed Explosion Ripple, a sonic wave that burst the bubbles one after another in a flurry of whirlwind and 100 blows attacks. The bubbles couldn't divide when they were frozen, so they shattered and turned into spellstones, defeated. The girls had forgotten their special weapons. It would have been over instantly if they had used those from the start. At least they won in the end. Sorry, I panicked, said class rep. Thanks for the tip, Haruka-kun. Let's keep the drippy and slippery talk to a minimum, though, okay. It was our first time against bubble monsters. No wonder, said Vice Rep B. I never thought about ways to defeat bubbles before, agreed Vice Rep A. We only needed to, like, freeze and smash them and stuff. We didn't even think about their weaknesses. Y'all need to be more considerate, I said. You know, walk in the other person's shoes and figure out what they would hate the most. Then you think about whatever they don't want to be done to them, and do it, the golden rule. Yeah, I'm applying my teenage boy lack of consideration on to lack of consideration for monsters. Feel bad for my lack of feeling bad. The nerds are probably exceptions, though. That sounded nice at first, but it ended up being the worst. It sounded like their deep gratitude toward me wasn't coming across in their words. Walk away with the other person's shoes and do whatever they don't want to be done to them. These are basic ethical guidelines. So what's with the bad attitude? I'm good at ethics, so I'm not bad. Given that I wasn't bad at all, class rep's smile was awfully scary. Still, that'd been one strange monster. The bubbles were close to normal bubbles, although splash, bubble, and divide had caused general chaos before anyone understood what was happening. They could have overwhelmed them with fireballs, but the girls tried to survey the enemy and determine the proper tactics instead, which only ended up confusing them. This was the very definition of unexpectedly dangerous. Oh no, I totally slipped. Now I'm Sue walking wet, moaned Vice Rep B. Yes, the slipping involved quite a lot of shaking. Good work, bubble shooters. Well, they were dead now. I wish I had no-slip shoes, or something if we have to face more of these kinds of enemies. Yes, a new product, please. I had the adhesion boots combined with my boots, so I had a superior grip. Those were hard to build into my own products, though. I'd need to revise my approach to footwear. Because of all the shaking, my eyes were flickering over to Vice Rep B. The true value of body-tight armor is revealing itself. Vice Rep A's silhouette was completely captivating. Yes, I needed to take another look in her leg's direction. Knock it off with that expression. Hey, I'm just looking toward legs that are toward the ground because that's where I need to be looking with this slippery floor sitch. So cut out the baseless accusations, if you please. Why didn't they understand the importance of conducting a comprehensive investigative survey of the setting? Legs were seductive, but those glares were reductive. And scary. You say at the ground, but your eyes are straight on her thighs. You need to watch your step, not thighs, you know. And you better think twice before calling them chubby. Got it. They had a point. Thighs should be slippery, not grippy. Did thighs need to be slippery inside armor? They should already feel adequately slippery from the equipment getting wet, but did the thighs need to be wet inside the equipment, too? Armor play is sounding like a better and better idea. They kept glaring at me as we made our way down to the 73rd floor. 2 more floors and we'd be done for the day. This was a life-or-death dungeon, so all of us needed to tighten up and focus. The only problem was that I was having trouble handling the tightness of the body-tight armor around those thighs. Following them would be perfect if we were going upstairs instead of down. Ah, good times in the ultimate dungeon. Anyway, we'd all gotten summoned to the Duke's castle that night. They were having a banquet to announce developments in the capital and express their gratitude. Only, they'd asked the person they were supposed to be thanking to handle preparing the meal as well as install additional massage chairs. Sure, I'd make money, but creating massage chairs for old dudes wasn't any fun. There might be some shaking and resulting enjoyment from Mrs. Muramuri's extra-large massage chair, but if I enjoyed that too much, I'd end up with more than a few problems. Still, I had to make them. The 74th floor had a hidden room, and we obliterated the monsters inside before they could do anything. These monsters' attacks sure were powerful. We had to seize the upper hand and corner the enemy with group tactics, targeting their weak points and erasing them. The girls either had to simply get used to it or accumulate more experience. These monsters were never-ending. Same with this world's lectures. Okay, class reps got her evil smile going again. I better shut up for real. Day 85. Evening. If I didn't construct it to be durable, sturdy, and tough, it might not be able to withstand teenage temper tantrums. Amwi City. Duke's Castle. We made our way to the Duke's Castle, along with the capital and frontier orphans. I remembered how small and shoddy this so-called castle was. I chased after the old dudes jostling and squirming outside of the building, and used holding on the entire shoddy place. Needing to use extra care so as not to break the low-quality ornaments and personal belongings didn't make it any easier. This was my upgraded wisdom's first real go at new construction. This was its time to shine, so it needed to put in my best effort. Equations flickered through my head as a fresh design plan and construction formula flickered into existence. I still had all of the leftover dirt from Neo Muramuri Castle's construction stuffed in my item bag, so I had plenty of raw materials. I dug up more dirt and expanded the basement floors at the same time. Calculations complete. Through the intensive labor of my daily side job, I had acquired alchemy level 8. I made the walls taller and thicker by adding, combining, connecting, expanding, and layering. I had soon completed the initial structure. I may have overdone it a bit, but this was the last line of defense for the frontier. Nobody could complain about it being too strong. Even if they did, throwing a few massage chairs in would be enough to shut up Mr. Meridad, and a mushroom bento would do the same for Mrs. Muramuri. Wisdom sort of got on a roll and ended up expanding the castle so much it merged with the castle walls, creating an Agra fort vibe. Was there going to be a titan attacking here? Regardless, all done. Haruka, what is this? Mr. Meridad trembled as he looked up at the castle. An opulent structure even sturdier than the king's castle. Was he afraid of heights or something? He could always sleep on one of the lower floors. Wisdom was more of a practical designer, so I had to negotiate the aesthetics and settled for the exterior resembling Mont Saint Mitchell Abbey. I then expanded the second outer wall, updated the inner wall, and connected the two. We'd be safe from titans with those babies. There we go, your house, Mary, or like a fortress as in a citadel as in Home Sweet Home. I made all the bedrooms spacious, so choose whichever you like. You guys invited me over here, but it was cramped and super shabby. It wasn't a good place for the orphans to play at all. I figured I'd open the place up a bit and then got a lil fancy. That's all. Well, Agra Fort and Mont Saint Mitchell Abbey were World Heritage Sites, so that meant plenty of tourists should come to tour the domain. Ignoring how that would require sexy tour guides with lovely white gloves to guide me on a bewitching sightseeing tour, this was what was best for the orphans. All right, go on in. It's not my house, but I guess I better show you around so you get an idea of the defensive capabilities and the interior. I'm gonna keep tweaking things a bit, but I'll keep you updated. I'll post maps. That'll help any invaders safely navigate,